Errl supervised the loading of their horses onto the barge. Once they reached the coast, they would need their mounts again. The barge was a wide, low-slung ship with a makeshift corral for the animals built in the center. At first, the captain was reluctant to allow the beasts on his ship, but the quantity and quality of Mysel's coin quickly changed his mind. From the rail of the barge, Elena and the swordswoman watched as Erril and the dockworkers worried the horses up the planking onto the ship. Elena's mare, Mist, went first with little trouble, easily led by a proffered apple in the palm of one of the workers. Mysel's golden skin gelding put up more of a fight until a stern word yelled from the rail by Mycel quickly doused the fire in the horse. The beast was then led by Halter up the planking to the corral. Erril's stallion, though, proved most stubborn. Collected from the hunters murdered by Vera and I in the foothill camp, it had still not bonded well to Erril, even after the long journey across the plains of Standy. He had selected the mount for himself because he knew good horseflesh. With its wide withers and thick neck, the bloodlines of this beast could be clearly traced to the great wild horses of the northern steppes, a most hardy and fierce breed. Its color also spoke its heritage, a dappling of golds, blacks, and silvers on a field of white, an inbred camouflage to blend with the snowy fields and rocks of the steppes. While two dockhands hauled on a lead from the front, Erril took the risky position near the horse's rear. He had his hand wrapped around the base of its tail and was twisting the tail up, trying to drive the horse forward. Each step was hard-won, and when a step was lost as the horse retreated, the dockworkers swore their frustration. "Use a whip on it!" the captain yelled from the bow of the ship. He was a squat man with short, muscular limbs who always seemed to be tossing his arms in the air at the antics of his crew. He was doing so now. "We lose the light with this fool's pursuit." A crewman ran up with a switch in his fist. "Strike my horse," Erril said coldly, "and I'll plant that whip so far up your arse you'll be tasting that switch for years." The deckhand hesitated. When the man saw the serious glint in Erril's gray eyes, he backed away. Turning his attention back to his mount, Erril found the stallion staring back at him. It studied Erril for a moment, then snorted and tossed its head. With no further coaxing, the great beast clambered the planking onto the barge. Erril led the horse to the corral and made sure that all the water buckets were full, that the hay was fresh, and that their grain buckets were not overflowing. It wouldn't do to have the horses get colic while on board. Satisfied, he patted his mount on the nose and crossed to join the others. "We're all set," he said as he approached the group by the rail. While Erril had bedded down the horses, the barge captain had joined Mycel and Elena. Elena had one hand on Fardale's neck, absently running her gloved fingers through his ruff. "Then we can be off," the captain said. His face was flushed as he stalked away. Obviously whatever discussion he had been sharing with Mycel had upset him, but Erril imagined the woman had that effect on most people. Erril nodded to where the captain was blustering for his deckhands to cast off from the pier, his arms already shaking at the skies. "What were you talking about?" Mycel waved the question away. He wanted full payment for the trip to Land's End in advance. She shook her head and turned to study the scurrying workers on the docks. "How dare he think me such a fool?" "When you flash so much silver," Erril said, "you're bound to entice their greed, but..." Mycel turned around to face Erril. She leaned against the rail as the crew began to use long poles to push away from the docks. "You think me such a fool, too," she said, her gaze sharp. "It was with forethought that I was so generous with my purse." Here among the poorly paid workers, talk of a rich couple and their son, she laid a hand on Elena's shoulder. "Voyaging to Land's End will have spread along the docks. It is a good disguise in which to hide Elena. Like your circus, it is sometimes best to hide in the open." Erril could not fault her logic, but tried anyway. "Then to maintain this ruse, shouldn't we just pay this captain our passage in full?" Mycel frowned at him. "And pay him for a voyage we are not taking?" She snorted. "Now who's the fool, Dot?" Erril lowered his voice. "So then you're still considering my plan, the one that we discussed last night, to swap barges along the way?" He repeated his arguments from the night before. It's over an 8-day journey to the coast, and though changing barges may slow us down, it will help shake any dogs from our trail. Mycelle just stared at him. That's a daft plan, she finally said, ignoring Aril's darkening expression. I have no intention of ever taking Elena to Land's End. Then what? His voice was sharp enough to draw the attention of a nearby deckhand. Watch your tongue, plainsman, Mycelle warned. Aril bit his lip to keep from another outburst. Once the deckhand had wandered away and their corner of the ship was empty, Mycelle continued. Wisely, she still kept her voice low. In 2 days' time, we will offload from the barge and head south to the landslip. The landslip? But to follow the cliffs to the coast will take almost an entire moon. We're not going to follow the cliffs. We're going to descend them. Aril's hand clenched into a fist. Surely, this woman was mad. You mean to take Elena into the drowned lands? Nothing lives among those treacherous swamps and bogs but creatures of poison. Not even trappers or hunters venture far into there. You are wrong, Mycelle said. One person lives within the deep swamps, an elemental of strong magics. I have sensed her in the past as I ventured along the landslip. With the help of a swamp guide, I once tried to reach her, but she is sly and her land's confounding. After 7 days, with my guide near death from an adder's poison, I was forced to flee the swamps. I figured if I couldn't reach her, then neither could the seekers of the Dark Lord. So I left her on her own, believing I would never need to search for her again. Mycelle paused as a pair of deckhands passed, hauling and rolling lines of rope. As they waited, Aril considered her words. He was no fool. He knew what Mycelle was thinking. Once their corner of the rail was empty again, Aril spoke. This elemental hidden in the swamp, you suspect this is the one who's bewitched Elena? Mycelle nodded. And the only one who can lift the spell and free Elena's magic. She picked at the girl's loose sleeve that hid the spread of vines on her left arm. This is her message to us. Bring Elena to her or she will kill the child. So we have no choice? Aril asked. Mycelle remained silent. Elena, however, answered, speaking for the first time, her voice sullen and resigned to her fate. I hate snakes. From the shadows of the dock, Mogweed watched the barge leave with his brother and the Witch. Oars rose and fell as the boat drove for the deeper channel of the river. He noted the name carved and painted on the stern of the ship, Shadow Chaser. Satisfied that no last-minute switch would occur, Mogweed slipped behind the edge of a blacksmith's shack. The hammering from inside the establishment echoed in his head as he wandered back toward their inn. He rubbed at his temples as he walked, trying to erase the seed of a headache that threatened. Still, he allowed himself the smallest smile as he reached the town square. Aril thought himself so sly with all his secret maneuverings, yet Mogweed had found it simple to discover both the name of the barge and its destination. Almost all the dockworkers knew of the haughty woman with her one-armed husband. Her generosity with silver had attracted many ears and eyes. A few whispered questions and an exchange of coppers had bought Mogweed all the information he needed. Among the back streets of Shadowbrook, gossip was a commodity traded as surely as baled tobacco leaf or casks of herb oil. Knowledge was a vital trade good, and Mogweed now possessed the most valuable tidbit of information in Shadowbrook. He knew where the Witch was headed, to Land's End. With this knowledge and the satchel of shorn hair, Mogweed would buy himself a boon from the king of this land. He strode with a certain authority in his step across the threshold of the painted pony. The innkeeper stopped him as he approached the back stairs. Them large friends of yours be gone already, the pudgy man hollered to him. They told me to tell you they would meet you for supper. Mogweed nodded and felt generous. He fished a copper from his pocket and tossed it toward the innkeep. The man snatched the coin from the air and made it vanish. Mogweed turned to leave. Hold on there. The innkeep added. Some messenger boy came runnin' in just after the others left and gave me this note for you folks that burned the warehouse. He held out a folded scrap of parchment with a wax seal in place. Who's it from? Mogwait asked as he accepted the note. It bears the seal of the lords of the keep. The innkeeper's eyes shone with curiosity. Who? Lord Mykoff and Lord Ryman. Them says live in the town's castle. Odd birds, but their family's been lords of the keep since my great-granddad was sucking his mammy's tit. The innkeeper leaned closer to Mogwait. Now what would the likes of them want with circus folk, Mogwait hesitated, a spike of fear rising as he touched the seal. Would they have to pay for the warehouse? Should he wait until the others returned before reading the note? The hungry gleam in the innkeeper's eye, though, reminded him of the important lesson he had learned in Shadowbrook this morning. Knowledge was a vital commodity. He thumbed open the note and unfolded it. It took just a moment to read it. What's it say? The innkeeper asked, all but drooling on the scarred counter. Mogwait folded the note. They want us to perform at the keep tonight, just at twilight. A private performance. By gods, you must have caught them lords' attentions. I've never heard of those birds asking for such a thing before. Quite an opportunity. The news initially delighted the innkeeper, then the man's piggy eyes narrowed. If you think of moving to a richer inn after this, remember you booked your rooms for a whole quarter moon. You'll still have to pay. Nodding, Mogwait retreated on numb legs. He stumbled up the steps. Behind him, he heard the innkeep already spreading the news. Mogwait keyed open the door to his room and slipped inside. He leaned back on the door as it latched closed. He took his first deep breath since reading the note. He had expected to have a few days to plot and plan. He thought it would take some time to discover the whereabouts of the Ilgard and their seeker. He opened the note again and looked at it, not at the words of invitation, but at the seal fixed in blood-red ink on the bottom of the paper. Mogwait had been in such a hurry to open the note that he had not paid heed to the same imprint in the wax. But he could not ignore the seal's clear impression on the parchment. The crest of the lords of the keep was two creatures, back to back, scaled tails wrapped around each other, raised on hind limbs, teeth bared in menace. Mogwait touched the crest with a trembling finger. Rats, he mumbled to the empty room. He suddenly knew the identity of the two Ilgard in Shadowbrook. He held their invitation in his hands. As he leaned on the door, he took several deep breaths. A plot began forming in his head. He slipped a dagger from his waist sheath and carefully trimmed the parchment to remove the ink seal. He crossed to the lamp of the room and held the seal up to the flame. Its ink glowed bright red in the flame, as bright as the locks of Elena's shorn hair. He studied the seal. His fingers no longer trembled. Though their circus troupe was divided, he must convince Kral and Tolchuk to attend this command performance. Mogwait laid out his arguments in his mind. The lords of Shadowbrook would be powerful allies in their search for Merrick. How could they possibly pass up this rare chance to gain access to the many resources available at the keep? It could make the difference between saving and losing Merrick. Mogwait grinned sharply at the scrap of parchment. How could Kral or Tolchuk refuse? He held the paper closer to the lamp's flame until it caught fire. Then he dropped the burning scrap to the floor and ground its black embers into the planks. Only he would know the real invitation behind the words written on the note, an invitation to death. Mogwait rubbed the ash from his fingers. Knowledge truly was power. "Do you think they will come, brother?" Mykoff asked as he lounged back on his reclining sofa, a pillow cushioning his head. How could they not? Even if they suspect us, they will still come nosing for their friend. Either that, or they'll simply flee from the city and solve our problem anyway. Ryman lay on a matching sofa of the softest silks and down of goose. His brother's constant questions began to grate on him. But I still believe they will come, he added. They fought hard and will not flee. Mykoff knew he irritated his twin, but he could not silence his concerns. "Do you think the dwarf suspects? He is surely too busy with the new plaything we fetched him last night." Ryman's voice edged with exasperation. "He will think us too exhausted by last night's hunt to plot against his goals." "Are you sure?" "Our inquiries were discreet. Only we know the prisoner was the magician from the circus that rented the warehouse. Surely this other elemental whom the dwarf seeks is also among this troop." Ryman sat up straighter on his sofa and looked Mykoff in the face. His brother's smooth brow contained a single wrinkle of worry. Ryman's heart went out to his younger brother. He had not suspected how deeply this scheme had unsettled his twin. He reached a hand to the neighboring sofa and touched Mykoff's silk sleeve. "This is just like a game of tie-man," he consoled. "Moving pieces hither and yon to our best advantage. Because of our skilled hunting last night, we must now contend with another who will share our private sacrament." Ryman could not keep the disgust from his voice. "That is," Mykoff offered, refusing to consider this horrible prospect, "if the thin man survives the Ebonstone." Ryman patted his brother's sleeve. "Yes, that would be nice if he died, but if we mean to keep yet another from intruding on our nightly hunts, then we must take matters into our own hands." Ryman leaned back into his couch. "Before the hunt is called tonight, all in the circus must be dead and disposed of. The dwarf will think his prey have been spooked and run off, and we will again have the hunt to ourselves. As long as the prisoner from last night dies." Sighing, Ryman closed his eyes. "Even that is being taken care of. Remember how skilled I am at tie-man." Mykoff remained silent. He did not voice his private concern. Just yesterday, he himself had beat Ryman at tie-man. So might not another? Sweat ran in rivers and streams across Lord Torrhen's naked flesh, a brackish swamp that stung his eyes and collected in the folds of his skin. In chest and belly, his two hearts hammered in discord as the Ebonstone sphere hovered in the air, spinning with furious fires. He wiped brusquely at his eyes and swore under his breath. A seeker's work required both strength of will and stubbornness of bone. To forge an Ilgard warrior out of a pure elemental was difficult work. Torrhen, however, knew better than to complain. Being a seeker was far better than being an Ilgard. He, at least, had a measure of free will unlike those bent to the stone. Torrhen studied his victim. His prisoner hung in manacles upon the wall. The man's shredded clothes lay in the mud under his hanging toes. With the first searing touch of the Ebonstone's flames, the spell of sleep had been burned from the man's eyes. In the prisoner's gaze now, the dwarf lord sensed that the man knew what was happening. The prisoner's silver hair had been singed from his scalp, and his lips had blistered from the heat. Even now his muscles spasmed and quaked from the dwarf's last assault upon his inner barriers, yet he still stared with a cool indifference at Lord Torrhen. He did not scream, he did not plead for mercy. Scratching at his belly, the dwarf planned his next attack. The thin limbs and sallow skin of the prisoner were deceptive. Or he should be weak, the dwarf lord found only strength. The man had a fount of inner fortitude that had nothing to do with the richness of his elemental abilities. As Torrhen worked on him, the flavor and depth of this man's elemental fire was like a tantalizing prize dangling just out of his reach, but before he could possess this gift, he must dig free the prisoner's spirit and give it to the stone where the dark magics would twist it to his will. Then the magic would be his to possess, his to forge into the mightiest of Ilgard. Torrhen frowned at his prisoner. The man confounded him. His stubborn spirit still refused to burn with the bloodfire. Still, Lord Torrhen knew the value of patience and persistence. A slow drip of water eventually wore through rock, and the power at his fingertips was much stronger than mere water. Yet, to be so close to his centuries-long dream. He pictured the trysil and let his thoughts wander to what he could do once he retrieved the lost treasure of his ancestors. He shook his head. He must cast aside these stray thoughts, especially as he worked so intimately with the Ebonstone talisman. he must not raise the attention of the Dark Lord. He firmed his thoughts as he reached once again for the stone. Who are you? The prisoner mumbled, his cracked and blistered tongue forming words with difficulty. The voice stopped Torren's fingers. Few of his subjects were ever capable of speech after the initial testing. Intrigued, he lowered his palms away from the sphere. Perhaps a bit of conversation might reveal a weakness in this prisoner. Besides, he had the time, and seldom did he come upon the pleasure of a true adversary. He bowed his head slightly in greeting toward the shackled man. "I am Lord Torren," he said with a wave of a wrinkled hand. "And I don't believe I've had the pleasure of your introduction." Even though his scalp still curled with tendrils of smoke, the man's eyes were cool. "Lord Merrick," he said, his voice stronger, proud. "Of the House of the Morning Star." Of noble birth," Torren grinned, his thick lips revealing the wide teeth of his people. "I know you," Merrick said. "You are a dwarf lord." Torren bowed again. "You are keen. Few of my people still live, and I am the last of the lords." "How do you know my people so well?" The prisoner's head began to sag with exhaustion. The pain had finally weakened him. "We were once allies," he said with a trace of sorrow. "We once called your people friends." His words crinkled Torren's brow. A knit of worry began to rise in his chest. "Who are you?" The prisoner's sky-blue eyes rose to stare at Torren. "Have you forgotten your honor? Your allies?" "I am of the Elven people." "A storm rider." Torren could not keep the name from his lips. Surely this man was mad. Dwarves were long-lived, known to reach an age numbered in centuries, yet none of his ancestors spoke of the Elven as anything but fanciful tales, creatures of myth. And the most crucial story surrounding the storm riders concerned the gift that the Elven had bestowed upon his people. Stunned, Torren dared to speak its name aloud for the first time in centuries. "The Trysil." "The Hammer of Thunder," the prisoner mumbled, his head again falling. "It's iron forged by lightning born in our magic-wrought thunderheads." Torren backed from the prisoner. The man knew the secrets of his dwarf heritage. Could what he claimed be true? Could he truly be one of the ancient Elven? The dwarf lord studied the scorched and blistered figure, the thin limbs, the delicate features. His twin hearts rallied as he began to believe. Hope surged through his bones. The prisoner had to be a sign. It could not be mere chance. Surely this Elven, so rich in raw elementals, had been delivered into his hands by destiny, crude material for him to forge into a baleful weapon. In his ears, old memories of his home in Golgotha echoed up from the past, the strike of hammer on iron anvils, the sighing song of the bellows, the roar of 1,000 forges. Since the rise of the Black Heart among his people, the forges of the dwarves had gone cold, the smithies now empty and silent. At the bidding of the Dark Lord, his people had cast their lives upon these foreign shores until only a scattered few still lived. Now, as the last of the lords, it was up to him to reclaim his heritage, and to accomplish that he must first possess the Trysil. With the fervor of one who knew his task was righteous, Lord Torren reached for the ebonstone sphere. As his fingers touched the talisman, he merged his mind into the stone. His will became bloodfire, and wild flames swept out from the stone's polished surface toward the Elven. Black magics crackled in the flames. Torren saw the flames reflected in the prisoner's blue eyes. It was destiny. "No!" The prisoner screamed, seeming finally to recognize his fate. Torren ignored his plea and swept his flaming will at the prisoner, forcing his way into the Elven's racked body, working into his mouth, up his nose. The man spasmed with the touch of fire. With its burn, the prisoner's heels beat at the stone wall of Rashomon. The flames flowed into the man's body, burning their way inside of him, violating him, carrying Torren into the heart of the Elven. Once inside, the dwarf lord began his forging. Flame and hammer were the tools of the ancient blade masters, and they would be his, too. With centuries of skill, he burned at the stubborn spiritual attachments of the elven and hammered away at his barriers and resistance. Somewhere far off, he heard the prisoner howling at the assault. A tight smile stretched the dwarf's lips. Long ago, elven nobles had granted his ancestors the power of the Trisil. And once again, it would be the hands of an elven that would return the sacred hammer of thunder to its rightful heritage. Such a balance of fate could not fail. Torran renewed his attack, like a mad dog upon the flesh of a newborn. Somewhere deeper in the Ebonstone, something scented the dwarf's new fervor. Something ancient and corrupt of spirit twisted in Torran's direction, drawn by the sudden bloodlust. Blind to his task and wrapped in the surety of his action, the dwarf ignored the red eyes that cracked open to stare out from the stone's blasted heart. Buried in the volcanic creches under Blackhall, the Dark Lord stirred. 19. As the sun touched the western horizon, Kral led the others toward the massive gates of the keep. Tolchuk followed, cloaked to hide his Ojiri form and burdened with their half-singed gear. Mogweed hung behind. With their approach, Kral's eyes appraised the fortifications. The moat was too shallow with too many trees growing nearby. Archers could easily harry the battlements. The mortar that set the stones had too much sand and would poorly resist a good battering by catapults. The iron portcullis that protected the gate of the keep was more decorative than substantial. He scowled at the construction. It would not stand against a determined assault. Still, his party had not come to lay siege to the battlements. They had come under the ruse of entertainment to try to win a favor from the lords of this town. Surely these leaders would understand the danger that lurked and hunted their streets, and they would want to protect their people. Kral again eyed the fortifications of the keep. Then again, perhaps not. But what choice did they have? Kral, accompanied by a cloaked and hooded Tolchuk, had wandered the dockside bars and inns, seeking information about the demon rats. Met with laughter and ridicule, all they had learned was that the town of Shadowbrook, like most river cities, had always been plagued by rats. Yet, after a few coppers had exchanged hands, darker stories arose. Over the past seasons, bodies had been turning up half-chewed by the vermin. Unusual activity, the townsfolk claimed, but the past winter had been both harsh and lone. What hungry creature would not seek imaginative means of filling its empty stomach? Kral had clutched his wounded hand under the table. He knew it was more than mere hunger that drove these ravenous beasts. With heavy hearts, Kral and Tolchuk had returned to the Painted Pony. At the inn, their arrival had been met with strange well-wishes and pats on the shoulders. When Kral had asked about the source of the commotion, the innkeeper had given him a knowing wink and told him to speak to their mate upstairs. Mogweed had been waiting with the news. Their troop had been graced with an invitation to perform at the keep tonight. Kral's first response was to dismiss it. They had no time to waste clowning for some pair of lordlings. But Mogweed's arguments proved wise. Another day spent in fruitless questioning would get them no closer to Merrick. But here was a chance to gain strong allies in their search for the Ilgard. Perhaps the lords would even offer a battalion of armed guards to accompany them. The shapeshifter's reasoning had won him over, but now Kral questioned his decision. He shook his head as his boots stomped across the drawbridge over the moat. The two guards stationed to either side of the keep's entrance looked as decorative as the fortifications. He could only hope that the lords employed more hardy stock inside the keep than these two fanciful, thin-limbed guardsmen. Dressed in dark blue, with flourishes of tufted lamb's wool and even a spray of crane feathers, the pair of guards began a synchronized dance that involved much clicking of boot heels and slapping of sword sheaths. They ended this play with their swords crossed before the entrance to the keep, as if this would truly stop Kral or Tolchuk from entering the castle. Kral suspected even Mogweed could give this dandified pair a good fight. Kral cleared his throat and spoke to the guards. "We come at the request of the lords of the keep," he said as introduction. The two guards repeated the dance in reverse until the way ahead lay unbarred. "You are expected," one of the guards intoned with exaggerated grandness. The other guard continued the memorized litany. One of the castle's housemen awaits you beyond the gate to take you to the musicians' hall. Kral nodded and led the way through the massive wooden gates of the battlements. Tolchuk and Mogweed followed. They be like puppets playing at warriors, Tolchuk grumbled, waving back toward the twin guards. Only puppets be more real. Kral grunted his agreement as they passed under the battlements to reach the keep's yard. Paved in cobbles, the courtyard was at least neat and tidy. An orderly stable lay to one side, and a low-roofed stone barracks was on the other. Directly across the yard were steps that led up to the castle proper. Like the battlements, the castle was clearly built for the comfort rather than the protection of its lords. The balconies and balustrades that adorned the front of the castle would all but invite the hooks and ladders of a marauding force, and the windows were wide and many, making for easy access into the heart of the castle. Kral shook his head. This was no keep as much as it was a pretty plaything, a bauble to please the eye. Kral began to doubt the wisdom of this knight's plan. Surely there was no real support to be garnered from the lords of such a place. Scowling, he met the tall, scrawny houseman who stood fixed in a half-bow in the center of the yard. At Kral's approach, the man straightened. Dressed in silks and slippers, the man's perfume struck Kral's nose before he was within 3 steps of the fellow. Mogweed sneezed like a cannon. The sudden noise seemed to awaken this lanky marionette. "Ah, you've come," the man said graciously, one hand raised in solicitous greeting. His eyes ran over the 3 men. "We were perhaps expecting more performers?" Kral kept his voice even. "I'm afraid a few are sick in bed. But we will manage." The man's brows rose a bit, eyeing Kral's bandaged right hand doubtfully. "Ah, good. Yes, resourcefulness is a virtue." He spun on a heel. "My name is Rothskilder. I will be your liaison with Lord Mykoff and Lord Ryman. If you will follow me, I will take you to the hall where you may set up," he glanced over his shoulder, "and clean up before the Lord's attendance this evening." Mogweed had sidled forward. "You are most generous." Kral could not tell if the shapeshifter was honest or sarcastic. Mogweed's tongue could be as slippery as the belly of an eel. They followed Rothskilder to a small alley that lay between the barracks and the castle. Apparently circus folk did not use the main stair. They passed a wide side door propped open to the night. The familiar squabble and clink of a kitchen greeted them. Come, their guide insisted, leading them into the commotion of this night's dinner preparation. Glancing around him, Kral wondered for a moment if dinner was included with their performance. The savory aroma of roasting beef and boiling potatoes almost made him forget about the true goal of this night. Even if they could not convince the lords to help, maybe they could at least get a meal of something other than their usual staple of salted fish. Tolchuk, too, seemed to drag as he passed through the kitchen. Kral caught the Ojiri staring at a rack of lamb spitted above glowing embers. Their eyes met, sharing their appreciation of the cook's skill. Too soon, they were led to a wide hall and away from the scents of the kitchen's hearths. With thoughts on his belly, Kral followed the slender figure of Rothskilder through the back halls of the keep, the paths and byways of the servants who kept the castle running. The halls narrowed, and the ceilings lowered. Kral glanced to the poor construction of these dim halls. Apparently little was spent on the servant wings. The man hummed and whistled as he led them deeper into the keep. "How much farther?" Mogweed asked, his breath sounding winded from the single crate he carried. "Just a bit. I'm afraid only noble guests and their manservants are allowed in the main halls, so I must take you on a circuitous route to the musicians' hall. I apologize for the inconvenience. As they rounded a bend in the halls, the walls on the left side abruptly changed to rough blocks of stone. These were not mortared together but hewn and stacked. The houseman must have noticed Kral pause by the wall. "Yes," Rothskilder said, slowing his step and frowning at the stones. "This is the most ancient section of the keep. Such crude construction." He waved dismissively at the wall. "I don't know why the craftsmen didn't just tear it down when the castle was built. Kral, though, could not keep his eyes from the stones. Even as their guide continued forward, Kral lagged behind. Tolchuk and Mogweed were soon a few steps ahead of him. Kral raised a hand to the stone. His fingers trembled. His blood responded to the stones. He sensed the force throbbing forth from them. As a single finger touched the stone, his mind exploded with the ancient voices of dying men. "Man the fires, you good men! The dwarves have breached the south wall. Beware their lords. They come with black magics. Archers to the west. The bloodstone! The bloodstone!" Kral weaved on his feet. He reached to the wall with his injured hand to support himself. It was a mistake. With its touch, his mind was taken from him. The castle hall vanished, and Kral found himself alone atop a high tower. A sickle moon looked down upon him, offering little light. But a reddish glow lit the horizon on all sides as Kral spun around. He ran to the tower's edge and leaned over the parapet. Below, a river glowed red with 1,000 siege fires. Cries of the tortured climbed with the smoke from the fires. Kral lifted his hands from the stone of the parapet. They were wet with blood. The whole tower was drenched in the blood of the slain. A noise, a scrape of heel on stone, sounded behind him. Dreading to look, but unable to resist, Kral turned. In the center of the tower crouched a naked figure. It stood no taller than Kral's belt buckle but was as heavy as the large mountain man. Kral knew this creature. Here squatted a monster from the past. He remembered the oft-repeated tales of the bloody dwarf wars, like the story of Mulf, the axe master who had held the Pass of Tears for an entire day and night against the dwarf armies. It was said these sickly creatures had driven his ancestors from their homes in the far north, destroying and forever fouling their ancient mountain homeland, casting them forever as nomads among the lands of man. Legend around the clan fires was that only after the last dwarf was dead could Kral's people ever return home. Kral reached for his axe. He knew that these fires and screams were from centuries past, that this was all an ancient nightmare trapped in the blood-soaked stones and that only the magic in his blood allowed him access to this ancient tragedy. Still, dream or not, he would kill this dwarf. On the tower, the dwarf leered at him. "Now who are you?" It spat out with a sneer. A black stone sphere spun in the air over the dwarf's shoulders. Bloody fire crackled along its surface. In brighter spats of the stone's flames, a different scene, ghostly and vague, cracked through the dream. A man hung in chains in some dungeon, his skin blistered, his body racked with burns. Somehow Kral knew this scene was not a part of the ancient nightmare. It was happening now. This dwarf was not a figment of the past, but as real as the mountain man himself, and Kral suddenly knew the man who hung in those chains. "Merrick!" he gasped, raising his axe. Kral's outburst startled the dwarf. A moment of uncertainty crept into his sunken eyes. "Where are?" Suddenly the scene was wrenched away. Kral found himself back in the castle's hallway. Tolchuk leaned over him and lifted Kral to his feet. Mogweed stood nearby, a hand raised nervously to his throat. Rothskilder, their guide, hovered a step away. "Is he sick, too? Like those others in your troop?" The fear of contagion was trembling in his voice. Kral cleared his throat and pushed free of the Ojiri's arms. He raised a hand to his feverish brow. "No," Kral said. "I simply tripped and struck my head." Suspicion bright in his eyes, Rothskilder nodded and turned. "It is not far to the hall." After a narrow-eyed glance at Kral, Mogweed followed their guide. Tolchuk kept even with Kral, obviously concerned he might collapse again. "What happened?" he whispered as low as an Ojiri could manage. Kral studied the rough-hewn stone wall. They passed a door of beaten brass that stood in the center of this ancient section of the tower. Kral nodded to it and walked past it without another glance. "Merrick is beyond that door." Tolchuk stumbled a step at his declaration but caught up to Kral. What are we to do? When the time is right, we'll tear this place down to its roots, he growled. What's down there? Tolchuk asked cautiously. He seemed to sense the seething fury in the mountain man. Kral pictured the squat toad of a creature. Something blacker than the hearts of demons. A gentle tapping at their door drew the twins' eyes. A raised voice spoke with measured respect from beyond the threshold. Their manservant Rothskilder knew better than to expect them to answer, but he was forbidden from entering uninvited. As you requested, my lords, I have made your guests comfortable in the musicians' hall. Mykov glanced at his brother. As usual, dear brother, you were right. They have not fled the city. Mykov straightened the lay of his green silk robes. Pity that we must foul our own fingers with such unpleasantness. Ryman snugged the sash of office over one shoulder, positioning the crest of their house over his heart. One finger traced the two snarling animals. It is our duty. House Karadam has always had to dirty their hands to keep Shadowbrook in the family. Once again, we protect what is rightfully ours. And protect the purity of the hunt, Mykov said, a trace of lust in his voice. Twilight was near, and the nightly ritual already called to his blood. Yes, Ryman said proudly, throwing his shoulders back, it must stay in the family. Mykov loved it when his brother waxed noble. He touched his crest with 2 fingers. To House Karadam. To the blood of our people, Ryman finished, mirroring his brother's stance. It was an ancient family slogan. Mykov's mouth grew dry, and the slightest tremble shook his shoulders. The blood of Shadowbrook was their heritage. How dare the dwarf ask them to share the hunt with strangers? To the blood of our people, Mykov repeated. A bright bead of perspiration stood on his brow. Calm yourself, brother. You mustn't let fury rule you. The best plans are carried out with a cold heart. Mykov sighed, releasing his anger. Ryman, as usual, was wise. He forced a relaxed pose. All is prepared then? Of course. Ryman led the way toward the door. Mykov followed behind his older brother. As they proceeded across their room, he studied the fall of the robe and cloak about Ryman's shoulders. His brother's white hair was striking against the dark green of the cloak, perfect in form and movement. Ryman opened the room's door to find Rothskilder bowed before the threshold. My lords, their manservant intoned, awaiting their order. Lead the way, Ryman instructed, his lips barely moving. Mykov knew his brother, like himself, found it distasteful to speak to another. Their voices were meant only for each other's ears. When they must speak, they whispered, sharing as little of their voices as possible with their servants. Rothskilder knew their manners and engaged them in no conversation as he led the way toward the musicians' hall. Still, nervousness kept their guide's tongue wagging. I have the guards posted, and the exits secured as you ordered. As the twins walked shoulder to shoulder, Ryman glanced to his brother as if to say I told you so. Everything was in order. In acknowledgement, Mykov bowed his chin ever so slightly. Still, Mykov asked their manservant, we will not be disturbed? His whispered voice, unexpected, startled Rothskilder. The man almost glanced toward Mykov, then caught himself and continued down the hall. Just as you requested, this is a private audience, he said humbly. You will not be disturbed. Behind Rothskilder, the twins glided like 2 silk ghosts, their slippered feet moving in step together, their green cloaks swishing in unison as they proceeded. Neither twin spoke, but each knew the other's thoughts. Mykov's and Ryman's eyes met briefly as they turned the last corner. Both brothers already had their fingers touching the hilts of the poisoned daggers hidden in sheaths strapped to their wrists. The House of Karadam knew how to protect what was theirs. Lord Torin crouched in the mud of the cellar. Near his toes, the ebonstone talisman lay half sunk in the muck. Its polished surface no longer ran with flames. After the axeman's blunt intrusion into the sphere's dreamscape, Toran had been unable to maintain the concentration necessary to keep the fires lit. Who was this strange hulking man? The dwarf had recognized him as the elemental who had escaped last night's trap, but by the dancing gods, how had he entered the stone? The talisman was bound only to Torren. No one but he should be able to enter it freely. Nearby, the elven prisoner groaned in his shackles. Yes, he waved in distraction at the racked man. I'll get back to you in a moment. He had only begun to forge the elven spirit. There was still much left to do, but the oddity of the intruder kept Torren distracted. You will never have me, the prisoner gasped weakly. Torren glanced in his direction. A seed of an idea began to form. Merrick, wasn't it? He said, stepping toward the prisoner. The elven's face darkened. His eyes grew colder, and blood dripped from his cracked lips. It seems that a friend of yours is prying where he shouldn't, he said. Sullenly, Merrick lowered his head. I don't know what you're talking about. The other elemental, the bearded giant. Torren saw the glint of recognition in his prisoner's eye. Tell me about him. I'll tell you nothing. Merrick spat in his direction. The stone can make you talk, Torren bluffed. But the fire's touch won't be as pleasant as it has been thus far. Once the elven was converted to the Ilgard, he would be unable to keep any secret from the dwarf, but the process took too long. Torren wanted to discover this other elemental's secrets now. He smiled warmly at Merrick, satisfied that his statement had paled the elven's features. The threat of pain was often worse than the experience itself. He remained silent and let the elven dwell on his words. Finally, in a trembling voice that lacked the fire of a moment ago, the prisoner gasped, Take that cursed stone of yours and... Now, is that any way to speak to your host? Torren ran a finger along the elven's exposed ribs. The prisoner's skin shuddered at his touch. The elven could not keep a small moan from slipping past his lips. The display of weakness unmanned the prisoner. Torren saw despair in the hang of his head. He stepped back and went to reach for the stone half sunk in the mud, just to push and the man would be singing like a split-tongued raven. But as soon as his fingers touched the sphere, Torren knew something was wrong. He gasped and snatched his hands away. The stone's surface, usually warm with its inner fires, was as cold as the dirt of a winter's grave. It felt as if he had touched his own frozen and dead heart. The dwarf shuddered and backed from the stone. As he stared, the dank mud around the sphere began to freeze, ice and frost sheening in the torchlight. The mud cracked as it froze. Then the ice spread from the stone in ripples. What was happening? Torren retreated from the ice, his white feet sinking into muck. Soon his back was against the wall. The prisoner, hanging on the stones beside him, raised his head, his eyes suspicious and wary. Torren met his gaze. Was this some elven magic? Had he misjudged the extent of this elemental's skill? Or did it have something to do with the bearded stranger's intrusion within the stone? He glared back at his prisoner. What do you know of this? Behind the glaze of pain, confusion was evident in the elven's expression. What? Torren turned away, realizing the elven was unaware of what was happening. The ebon stone still lay in the center of the room, a pool of ice flowing out from it. As the ice finally reached the dwarf's feet, the mud froze around his sunken ankles, locking him in its frigid embrace, the cold so intense that it felt more like fire. The shock of its touch drew a moan from the dwarf lord. He suddenly understood what was happening. Oh, dancing gods of the forge! He crashed to his knees in the mud. His left ankle, trapped deeper in the mud, cracked. Terror gripped his heart so fiercely that Torren did not even feel the pain of his wailing ankle. With his lips pulled back in a rictus of fear, Torren watched the ebon stone rise from its nest in the cracked and frozen mud. It floated in the air and began to spin. This time, Torren had nothing to do with the magics that drove the stone's flight. No, he moaned. Not when he was so close. His hands scrabbled at his ears, as if trying to block his realization. Not after so long. Tears rose from eyes that had not cried in centuries. He knew his mistake, felt it in the ice that clutched his ankles. After discovering the elven heritage of his prisoner, he had engaged the stone without his usual caution. He had been so certain that the elven's appearance was a sign of his destiny, a divine portent that the tristle would soon be his, that he had let his guard drop. He ground his fists at his throat and groaned. After so long a vigil, all had been lost in a single moment of hope. Despair ran like the mud's ice through his veins. The ebonstone sphere slowly flew toward him. Its black surface no longer ran with bloodfire. Instead, its surface grew blacker. The faint lines of silver impurities disappeared until the stone sphere was a hole in the world. It sucked the warmth and feeble torchlight from the room. Torren knew it was no longer a sphere of stone, but the pupil of the blackest eye, a pool through which a monster stared out from his volcanic lair. It was now the eye of the Dark Lord. Awakened to Torren's traitorous heart, the Black Heart had come to exact vengeance. The tristle, the hammer of thunder, was the only tool that could break the bond that held his people thrall to the Dark Lord. Torren had been his people's last hope. His elemental skill at seeking had kept him from the tight leash that bound the other dwarves to the Black Heart's will. With only a narrow room in which to maneuver, he had plotted and waited centuries for his chance to reclaim his heritage. He cried his despair to the stone roof of the cellar. As with the original defenders of Rashomon, no one answered. But this time, the roles were reversed. He was not the one wielding the black magics and smiling at his suffering victims. No, this time, he was the one crying to the blind heavens. He stared at the black eye and despaired. With his death, all hope was lost. Resigned to his fate, he spread his arms as the ebonstone approached. Death would at least end his pain. Once within arm's reach, the stone stopped its flight and hovered before him. Torren closed his eyes and waited. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. Torren's breath grew ragged, and his knees began to quake. He remembered how he had toyed with the prisoner. Agony threatened was often a worse torture than the actual pain. Frightened, Torren opened his eyes. The ebonstone sphere still spun in the air before his chest, but now its surface was again afire, not with the red flames of bloodfire, but with the midnight flames of darkfire. Before he could wonder at this, the fire burst forth to envelop him. At its touch, every bone in his wrinkled body blew to flame. Torren fell backward, welcoming his death at long last. Yet, as the pain grew more intense, his heart still continued to beat. He willed them to stop, knowing that the coolness of death lay just a thin curtain away. He let himself go, releasing his spirit to the grave. Just as his last, weak grip on his essence loosened, he realized his error. No! His eyes whipped open. Blind to all but the dark fire that lapped and crested over his body, he still saw clearly what was happening. It was not death that welcomed his spirit, but the twisting magic of the ebonstone. He writhed and screamed, but it was too late. The Black Heart was not destroying him. He was forging him, perverting his spirit as Torren himself had done to so many others, changing him into one of the Dark Lord's creatures, into one of the foul Ilgard. Astolchuk and Mogweed unpacked their meager supplies. Crowd glanced around the musicians' hall. A small raised dais decorated in gilded roses occupied the far wall. Two tall-backed chairs of oiled ramswood and silk pillows stood atop the dais, the two cushioned thrones of the lords of the keep. The rest of the chamber was empty, just polished marble floors reflecting the many bright lamps along the walls. Overhead, a crystal and silver chandelier lit with 100 candles draped across the arched ceiling like an intricate spider's web sparkling with drops of morning dew. Král could imagine the lavish minstrels and parading guests who usually occupied this room. It was a chamber that called for extravagance and fanciful productions. With a growing frown, Král judged his own troupe. Dressed in road-worn clothes and gear singed black at the edges, the three circus performers seemed lost in the large hall. Something was wrong here. Král sensed it in the same way he knew when the ice of a frozen lake would crack under him. Tolchuk came up to him. "We be about ready." Mogweed will start with a few of Merrick's tricks just to set the lords at ease. Crowl nodded. They had no intention, or even the ability, to perform a complete show. The crates of gear were just decoration, a thin guise in which to gain access to these two lordlings. Tolchuk, Crowl said, be wary this evening. Something rings false here. The Ojiri nodded. I now wonder, too, why we truly be called here. Did you see the guards at the doors? Crowl nodded. Nearby, Mogweed was fishing through a crate. Crowl saw him slip a small goatskin satchel in a pocket. Then he pulled forth a small bowl of the blackest stone and set it upon another crate. Crowl's brow crinkled. He did not remember ever seeing such an item among Merrick's magical paraphernalia. Just the sight of the stone made his skin crawl. Crowl rubbed his arms to collect himself. He was too edgy. It was just a bowl. Suddenly, the large wooden doors near the main entrance were swept open by two stately armsmen. Standing in the threshold was Rothskilder, the man who had led them here. Behind their thin-limbed guide stood two men of shocking visages. Like a trick of mirrors, the two men were identical reflections of each other. Draped in matching green cloaks and silks, the pair moved in synchronous step as they entered the musicians' hall. Their faces were disturbingly foreign, and Crowl could not help but stare. Hair whiter than virgin snow and eyes a reddish pink, like those of cave newts, told Crowl the birthright of this pair. Among his people, an occasional babe was born with such features. It was considered a bad omen. In the past, such babes had been considered to be touched by ice demons and were often abandoned on the snowy mountaintops to die. Such ingrained superstitions were slow to fade. Even now Crowl could not help but shudder slightly at the sight of the twin lords. He stared at their skin, pale as bleached bones. It was bad enough to birth one such cursed child, but to birth an identical pair of them struck Crowl as a bad omen for the lineage of the keep. Tolchuk grumbled beside him, keeping his voice low. I do not like the scent of these two. The Ojiri's nose was keener than his. Crowl did not argue. Rothskilder bowed. The Lords Mykoff and Ryman, he announced in a formal nasal cadence, viceroys of Shadowbrook and princes of the Great Keep, inheritors of the House of Karadam. Without a word, the two lords crossed to their pillowed chairs. The guards stood straight-backed, with swords in hand. Rothskilder stood just inside the doorway. The pair ascended the dais. As they sat, one of the two raised a single finger from where it had settled on the throne's carved wooden arm. With this signal, Rothskilder backed out of the room in an extended bow. The guards followed, sweeping the doors closed behind them, and soon the two lords were alone with Crowl's group. From across the hall, the eyes of each group studied the other. Around them, the sounds of bars dropping into place sounded from behind all the doors. They were being locked in with the two lords. Finally, one of the two pale figures spoke, his words quiet but reaching Crowl quite clearly. His words were soft and did not attempt any false pretenses. Thank you for coming. Now which of you circus performers is the elemental who escaped our hunt last night? Mogweed heard the sharp intake of breath from Crowl. The shapeshifter had sensed Crowl's edginess after his strange feint in the back halls. Since then, the mountain man's suspicions had been high. Mogweed had feared for a while that he might call off this evening's meeting. Luckily, the man had a fool's courage and had continued forward. Now come, the Lord continued from the dais, if you step forward, we'll let the others live. While Crowl and Tolchuk recovered from the shock of the Lord's casual revelation of their Ilgard status, Mogweed thought quickly. He had a dozen plans worked out in his head. None of them supposed the Lords would speak so boldly and openly. He had expected artifice and trickery. Still, Mogweed twisted a way to use this to his own advantage. He cleared his throat. He would have to be just as bold. He stepped forward. I am the one you seek, he stated simply. If you know of our troop, then you must know of my talents in controlling our wolf. It is my magic. I can beast speak. He placed his fists on his hips. Now let the others go free. The twins glanced to one another briefly, the smallest smile thinning their lips. Kral hissed beside him, "Don't do this, Mogweed. Their tongues lie. They mean to kill us all." Mogweed, with his back to Kral, rolled his eyes. The fool thought he meant to sacrifice himself. Such honorable men as Kral were quite blind to any subterfuge under their noses. He ignored the mountain man's further protests. "Let the others free," he said, "and I will give myself to you freely, without a fight." Tolchuk snatched at his sleeve, but Mogweed shook loose and took another step toward the dais. He needed to convince these two minions to take him to their master. Once there, he could reveal the whereabouts of the Witsih and gain not only his freedom but the gratitude of the king of this land. Mogweed saw the amusement in the twins' eyes at his veiled threat. This pair would need more convincing. As he stepped forward, he snatched up the black stone bowl from where it rested on a nearby crate. "Do not be deceived. I escaped you before when you had the advantage of surprise. Don't think that I can't harm you now." Shuddering at the touch of the foul stone, he held up the bowl like a trophy. "This I took from one of your Ilgard brethren after I destroyed her and ground her bones to dust. Be warned." He thrust the bowl toward the pair. With satisfaction, he saw fear dampen their frozen smiles. "Ebonstone," one of them mumbled to the other in recognition. Mogweed pushed his slim advantage. He needed to get this pair of lords alone. When he spoke his betrayal, he wanted it to be a private conversation. He did not know where this evening would end and wanted to maintain the ruse of his loyalty to Elena for as long as possible. "Let the others go, and you will have what you want without bloodshed. This I swear." Kral had crept up behind him. "Don't do this," he whispered. "We will fight our way from here together." Mogweed watched the lords lean toward each other. Their lips moved but no words reached him. Mogweed had a few moments. Just as it was necessary to trick the lords into freeing the others, he had to convince Kral and Tolchuk to leave. If they tried to fight these demons, there was a likelihood Mogweed could get killed in the melee. He swung toward Kral. "If these twins are the Ilgard," he whispered to Kral, "then I'm sure Merrick must be held somewhere here in the keep." Kral nodded. "I know where he is." This revelation shocked Mogweed. He blinked a few times and almost lost the weave of his lies. "You? How?" He clenched his teeth and collected himself. "Then all the better. I will distract them as long as possible. You two go for Merrick. What about you?" Mogweed allowed himself a small smile. He knew better than to lie to Kral. "I will manage. I have a plan." Kral studied him a moment, his voice full of respect. "You surprise me, shapeshifter." Mogweed's cheeks blushed. "Free Merrick," he urged, then faced the lords. As he turned, the lords rose from their private council. One of the lords used a polished fingernail to brush back a strand of white hair. "We accept your generous offer," he said. The other slipped a small silver bell from a hidden compartment of his chair and rang it twice. Before the echo of the ringing chime faded, the main door was unbarred and swung open. Rothskilder stood in the threshold, head bowed. "You called, sires?" "The two larger performers have fallen ill," the lord with the bell stated softly. "Guide them from the keep and back to their inn, please." "Of course, my lords." "Right away." Rothskilder waved two guards from deeper in the hall forward. "Do as our lords command," he instructed with a snap of his fingers, then quickly faced the chamber again. "And the third performer, Once the others are gone, we will be enjoying his company in private." Mogweed caught the twitch of a leer on the other lord's face. Then his features settled back to calm. Mogweed's knees trembled. For several heartbeats, he had to restrain himself from calling the others back to him. Tolchuk must have sensed his discomfort and glanced toward him. The shapeshifter offered the Ojiri a weak smile. Tolchuk touched a claw to his heart and then to his lips. Mogwid knew the sign. It was an Ojiri's goodbye to a friend. Mogwid found his own fingers repeating the sign. As much as it suited his schemes to free the others from this trap, somewhere deep in his heart, Mogwid felt a twinge of relief that Tolchuk would live. Mogwid pushed aside these feelings. He must be strong. Now he would need all the skill and cunning he had learned along the difficult road to this room. In his mind's eye, he pictured a mustached man dressed in a red and black uniform. Silently, he mouthed the name of his initial teacher in the ways of trickery, Rockingham. But even such a skilled practitioner as Rockingham was finally destroyed by the black magics of the Dark Lord. If Mogwid was to survive, he would have to surpass his teacher. As the doors to the hall swung slowly closed, Mogwid set the stone bowl on a nearby crate. Alone with the two Ilgard demons, he reached to his tunic's pocket for the pouch hidden inside. No coins lay within the goatskin satchel, but he prayed its contents would buy him his heart's desire. Swallowing hard, he pulled free the pouch. "What do you have there?" one of the lords asked. "What the black heart hunts," he said calmly. He had somehow thought his betrayal of Elena would be more difficult, but he discovered no remorse in his heart. He smiled at the lords of the keep. He had their full attention now. Their pale faces had blanched further at the mention of the Dark Lord. Opening his satchel, he drew forth several strands of red hair. "I can lead you to the Witch." Kral stood up from where he crouched over the two collapsed guards. "They'll live," he said, hitching his axe to his belt. He had used the haft to club the men unconscious. He flexed his bandaged hand. It ached, but he had still managed the axe well. "Now let's go." He led the way along the hallways at a half-run. They passed the occasional startled servant. One young girl burdened with an armload of folded linen screamed, threw her work in the air, and ran. Kral could only imagine the picture the two of them made, a bearded mountain man barreling through the halls with an axe in hand followed by a loping Ojiri, fangs bared and claws scraping at the scatter of rushes on the floor. Kral had no time for niceties or subtleties. He had to reach the brass door that led into the old tower before. Suddenly a loud ringing echoed through the halls. Though unacquainted with the ways of the keep, Kral knew an alarm when he heard one. "They know we be loose," Tolchuk grumbled behind him. "It's just a bit farther," Kral answered. "Hurry!" By now, the halls had narrowed, and the ceilings were lower. They were close. Half-crouched, they sped down the passages. Crossing a side hallway, a voice yelled from down the intersecting corridor as they passed. "This way, men! They flee toward the old tower. Cut them off!" The sound of booted feet thundered toward them. Kral swore under his breath. It was not far, but they needed time to get past the brass door. He prayed it was unlocked but knew better than to put much hope in this, especially since he knew who and what lay below. It was doubtful a prisoner would be kept behind an unlocked door. Tolchuk called to him just as they rounded a corner and found themselves racing along the crumbling stone of the ancient tower. "They come from both directions." As if the Ojiri's words had cleared his ears, Kral suddenly heard the clatter of boots and yelled orders arising from both behind and in front. Troops were working to pin them in the passage. Kral shifted his axe in his bandaged palm. "There!" he yelled as he spotted the glint of brass. They rushed to the door as the calls of the men grew clearer around them. Kral tried the latch. Locked. He backed and raised his axe. "No," Tolchuk said. "Let me." The Ojiri took a few steps back. Then, with an ear-shattering roar, he flew at the door. His legs, thick as tree trunks, shot his rocky shoulder like a battering ram at the door. The collision sounded like thunder in the narrow hallway. Kral gasped a bit. He had not thought an Ojiri could move so fast. Tolchuk bounced off the door. Dented, the brass door had bent but still held fast, crooked on its hinges. The Ojiri pushed back to his feet, rubbing his shoulder. "Stubborn door," he muttered as he stood. The hallways now lay silent around them. Both the inhuman roar of the Ojiri and the loud crash had given their pursuers pause. But for how long? Throwing back his shoulders and shaking the kinks from his neck, Tolchuk crouched for another run at the door. "Hold on there," Kral said. He grabbed the iron handle with both hands, and rather than pushing, he yanked on the handle. The door had dented inward enough that the locking bar was bent and loosened from the frame. Kral struggled with it, iron scraping stone. "Lend me your back," he groaned as he pulled. Kral's boots began to slip on the stone. Tolchuk wrapped his claws around the top of the handle beside Kral's fingers. Together, they hauled on the door, arms trembling, backs arched as they fought the stone's hold on the door. Finally, with a loud screech of metal, the door popped open, throwing both of them to the floor. Just as they fell, an arrow shot over the tops of their heads, almost grazing Kral's scalp. It struck the wall and clattered to the floor. Kral and Tolchuk glanced at each other, then rolled through the open portal to the tower stairs beyond. The armsmen were wary, but the arrow was a sign that their fears were fading. They would soon be upon the intruders. "I'll guard the door," Tolchuk said as he reached and yanked the bent door back in place. Iron again scraped stone. It'd be their strength of arm against mine to open it. Tolchuk took a wide-legged stance, the handle gripped in both his claws. Kral clapped the Ojiri on the shoulder. Knowing his back was well protected, he raised his axe and started down the stair. Tolchuk called to him. "Be wary. This tower stinks of blood and fear." "I've my axe in my arm," Kral mumbled. "They'll cut me a swath to Merrick." His stride ate up 3 stairs with each step as he rushed toward the root of the tower. As he ran, the stones called to him with ancient cries and the clash of swords. He ignored their song, refusing to be overwhelmed again. Only despair lay behind the tower's music. He reached the bottom of the stairs, his boots splashing in water, and ran toward the flickering light from a chamber ahead. Only when he was a few steps away did he slow and ready himself. He ran the haft of his axe up and down his palm, heating his grip and his blood. He remembered his ancient teacher Mulf and the stories the old man would tell when well into his tales of his own battle with the dwarf armies. Amid drunken flourishes, Mulf had instructed the young Kral in the ways of battling dwarves. He could still hear the old man's slurred words. "They have 2 hearts. Belly and chest. Difficult to kill with a sword's thrust. But an axe, my boy, now that is a weapon to fight a dwarf." The old man had then lifted his long white beard and made a slicing motion across his exposed throat. "Cut his head from his body, then 2 hearts make no difference." His ancient master's laughter carried him forward into the cellar chamber. Kral burst into the room, boots sinking quickly in the icy mud. The roar on his lips died to a squeak as he saw what lay within the cellar chamber. Merrick, burned and bloody, hung from shackles on the wall. The Elvin's eyes did not even turn in Kral's direction, they were fixed on the play of forces in the center of the chamber. And Kral quickly found his attention drawn there as well. Half sunk in the mud stood the dwarf from his dreams, a wrinkled pale slug of a creature. Ice hung from the folds of his flesh, and his feet were trapped in frozen mud. His arms were raised in supplication above his head, not to the gods in heaven but to an inky stone sphere that hovered above his raised fingers. Flames of darkness crackled over the sphere's surface. Kral stared, frozen, unable to move, as if he too were trapped in ice. Just the sight of such mindless evil numbed his body. If he could have moved his limbs, he would have fled, but unable even to breathe, he just stood with his axe half raised. It was as if a black sun had risen from some netherworld. As he watched, the sun began to set, lowering toward the raised hands of the dwarf. Black flames blew lower, lapping along the dwarf's skin. Kral saw his nemesis' face contort with fear and agony. Then the sphere swelled with darkness and descended upon the dwarf, swallowing up the pale creature. Kral knew it was not just magic that lay within the darkness, tormenting the dwarf, but something so foul that the mountain man's spirit quailed against its mere shadow. If he could have closed his eyes, he would have. As he stared, the darkness swirled and tightened around the dwarf, seeming to sink into his wrinkled flesh. In only a few heartbeats, the blackness had drawn fully into the toadish figure, leaving only a few wisps of dark fire dancing along his foul skin. The sphere was gone, and in its place stood the same squat dwarf, no longer pale of flesh, but black as the darkest midnight, a shadowy statue carved by a depraved hand. Somehow Kral knew that the dwarf was no longer flesh, but some type of foul stone, the same ore as composed the bowl Mogwait had stolen from Vera and I. He remembered the Twin Lord's name for it. Kral's lips formed the word, Ebonstone. As if his silent word was heard, the dwarf's eyes snapped open. The eyes raged red with an inner fire. Lips of stone parted to reveal yellow teeth. "How nice of you to join us," a voice whispered up from the statue's throat. Stone flowed again, and a beckoning arm raised. "Come join your friend." Kral recalled the few words he had shared with the dwarf lord atop the dream tower. He knew the creature that spoke through that stone throat was not the same dwarf. Something else had merged with the creature as surely as the stone had merged with the dwarf's flesh. Raising his axe, Kral heard his own voice tremble. Who are you?" Merrick seemed finally to notice the mountain man's appearance. "Flee, Kral. You cannot fight this creature." The elven's voice, though, freed something within Kral. His heart, weak with fear, suddenly hardened to rock. His fists clenched the haft of the axe, his knuckles whitening. A dwarf, black or not, was still a dwarf and could surely die like one. Giving no warning, Kral rushed the foul creature. His axe swung in a deadly arc. The dwarf could not even raise a stone arm in time to block his blow. Mulf had taught him well, and Kral knew where to strike. With all the strength of his shoulder and back, Kral swung his axe into the neck of the dwarf. The shock of the impact jolted up his arm, numbing his limb and raising a gasp of surprise from the mountain man. Kral rolled to the side and twisted his axe for a second strike. The dwarf still stood where he had been. In streams of darkness, stone flowed, and the creature raised an arm to rub at its neck. "Thank you. That felt good. My stone skin is still hardening, and a few more strikes like that will temper my ebonstone flesh quite well." Kral raised his axe, determined to hammer his way through the magic stone, but as the numbness in his arm finally faded, he noticed the change in balance of his weapon. He glanced at his axe. The blade was gone. He held only an empty haft. Near the feet of the dwarf, he spotted where his axe head lay shattered in fragments upon the thawing mud. Its hard-forged iron and finely honed edge were now just shards. The dwarf lord smiled at Kral's shocked face. "It seems your usefulness in this matter has ended." "Oh, well, we will have to make do with what we have." The creature's arm began to rise. Merrick called weakly to him. "Kral, run!" It was too late. The dwarf pointed his arm at Kral, and dark fire burst forth like a black fountain from his hand. As if the flames themselves were fingers, the fire clutched Kral's neck and lifted him off his feet. He was thrown to the wall and pinned with his toes dangling above the mud. The fingers of flame dug into his flesh, reaching for his bones. "No!" Merrick yelled. "Enough of your noise." The dwarf scolded. As Kral's vision dimmed, he saw the stone dwarf raise his other arm and point it at the elven. Dark fire burst forth to grip Merrick's neck just as tightly as Kral's. "Now let's finish what I began earlier," the dwarf said, his eyes flaming with burning blood. "The Black Heart has shown me the foolishness of hope, burning away my ridiculous notions of resistance. I shall teach you each the same. You both shall serve the Dark Lord faithfully as his newest Ilgard soldiers." His rasping laughter chased Kral into oblivion. 20. "Do you believe him?" Mykoff asked, unable to restrain a tremble from his whispered voice. Even the mere uttering of the Black Heart's name struck a chord of terror that shook his placid demeanor. Ryman glanced to his brother, his neck slightly bent in Mykoff's direction. "Surely he lies to save his skin," he answered, but Mykoff heard the hesitation in his twin's voice and saw Ryman's left eye twitch. This nervous display further set Mykoff's teeth on edge. Still, it is one thing to slink behind the dwarf's back, but to betray the Mykoff could not even speak his name. What if the man does not lie? Do we kill him and risk it? Ryman's hand fingered the hidden dagger in its wrist sheath. How he itched to plunge it into this sallow-faced elemental's heart. He stared at the little man holding a goatskin satchel in one hand and a few strands of red hair in the other. How dare this rabble ruin his finely crafted plot to eliminate any rivals to the hunt? Whether this man could lead them to the Witch or not, he refused to share the sacrament with such filthy vermin. The man's clothes were drab and worn, to say nothing of his tangled hair, crooked teeth, and cracked, yellowed fingernails. Ryman suppressed a shudder. To share the intimacies of the hunt with one such as this. Ryman pulled free his dagger. Never! Mykoff placed a finger on Ryman's arm, fearing any rash action from his brother. Remember your words earlier. The best plans are carried out with a cold heart. Ryman remained silent for several heartbeats, then lowered his dagger. Yes, you are correct. My words were most wise. Still, Ryman did not sheath his dagger. Shifting his position on the pillows, he leaned toward the man standing before the dais. Now how are we to know these old hairs are from the Witch, as you claim? His question had been meant to upset their adversary's tight resolve. It failed. The man just maintained his half-smile. Take me to your master here in the keep, he answered. He will judge the truth of my words. He is a seeker, is he not, one skilled at sensing the magic in others? The dagger in Ryman's hand trembled. How he wanted to carve that grin from that foul face. Yet he forced his wrist to steady. This one may be a skilled time-hand player, but Ryman was a master of the board. Give us a few strands, and we will take it to the seeker. I would prefer to show him the proof myself. Only I know where the Witch hides. And what do you wish in exchange for this knowledge? Only my life and a boon from the Black Heart, a small reward of magic as payment for my work, a small pittance of the vast magic he wields. The man then lowered his voice. And it is a mighty magic, too. I have seen those who have gone against the wishes of the Dark Lord even in minor matters. The man shook his head sadly. I can only imagine how he would treat a greater betrayal. Mykoff again touched his brother's arm. Perhaps it's best if we take him to the dwarf, he whispered. Ryman's fingers clenched on his dagger. If we take him to the dwarf, then Toran will know we were planning to thwart him. Either way, we put ourselves at risk of punishment. Ryman sensed that the trap he had so artfully set was now closing in on him. I would rather suffer the wrath of the dwarf, Mykoff countered, his shoulders shuddering, than face the ire of the Black Heart. Ryman sat undecided on his pillows. Was there another way out of this tangle? In the past, he had been in worse situations upon the time-hand board and, through sly plotting, had eventually achieved a victory. Of course, then he only risked his pieces. Here, he played with his life. Now he would need all his skill. Ryman's eyes searched the room for some answer. They settled on the ebonstone perched on a crate. His left eye twitched. He sensed an answer might lie within that bowl. If they could bypass the dwarf and take this matter directly to the Black Heart himself, then by the time the dwarf learned of the twins' betrayal, they would have the Dark Lord's sanction as a barrier between them and Toran's wrath. Ryman's lips thinned. I have a new plan, he said, his usual humor returning. We have no need to disturb our master here in the keep. He nodded toward the bowl. With that, we can take the matter directly to the Black Heart. The slightest gasp escaped Mykoff's lips. Ryman allowed his grin to grow a bit wider. He always enjoyed it when an unexpected move on the Taiman board shocked his younger brother. But even more, Ryman relished the surprised look on his adversary's face. The fool did not know with whom he matched wits. How? The man stammered. How do we use the bull to speak to him? Blood, Ryman answered, again delighted by his opponent's look of horror. Whose? Any elemental's blood will suffice. He raised the dagger. Yours will do nicely. Since, as you so boldly announced, you are an elemental. The profoundly sick look on the man's face actually raised a chuckle from Ryman. How he loved a good game of Taiman, especially when he won. No further yells rose up from the depths of the tower. Tolchuk was certain he had heard Merrick's voice a moment before. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he stood by the brass door. Should he go investigate the fate of his companions or maintain his post? The keep's troops had long given up attempting to draw the door open. After only a few failed tries at yanking the door loose, they had pulled back, swearing and yelling that the door was soundly locked and would not budge. Someone had called for a battering ram. Someone else had called for them to wait the thieves out since the tower had no other exit. Starvation will drive their sorry arses out of there or kill them for us, someone had finally declared, and so the matter had been decided. It seemed none of the troops were all that anxious to chase the armed men into the crumbling tower anyway. As Tolchuk had waited, his keen ears had occasionally heard some murmuring or spats of raucous laughter from beyond the brass door, but no further assault was made. He slowly unwrapped his claws from the iron latch. He saw no good reason to maintain his post, and the silence from below wore on him like the gnawing beak of a mountain vulture. Tolchuk started down the curving stairs. He had promised Elena to watch after her companions. He would not fail her. He sped silently down the steps, fearing to alert whatever lay below. As he reached the last step, his wide-splayed feet splashed in the water covering the floor. He paused, his ears cocked for any evidence he had been heard. Faintly, a moaning arose from the chamber ahead. Steeling himself against what he might find, he continued forward. The air had grown colder, more than the darkness and the sunless halls warranted. He edged toward the opening and peeked inside. It was best to know what he faced before he burst into the room. His eyes grew wide at the sight. A squat figure painted in black oil stood in the center of the chamber with its arms raised. Twin fountains of dark flames flowed from the creature's hands to pin his two companions to the wall. Merrick and Crowell writhed under the grip of the black magic's touch. Horrified, Tolchuk pulled back around the corner. He had to stop this somehow. This he knew. At the sight of his companions so foully trapped, he needed no tugging from the heart of his people to call him forward, yet the fiery hooks had again blown to flame in his chest. One claw clutched his thigh pouch. The heart seemed to burn through the hide. What was he to do? Would the magic of the heartstone vanish as it had before? Suddenly, as if to chide him for his doubts, a rat ran across his foot, half swimming in the brackish waters covering the floors. Out of instinct, he began to kick it away when he noticed its crooked tail. As it swam away toward the cellar door, Tolchuk saw it was the same rat that had carried the heart's magic for a brief time. Frowning at it, he wondered if it had somehow followed him. Seeming to sense the Ojiri's scrutiny, the rat glanced back at him. Its eyes glowed in the dark hall, the ruby red of the heartstone. With a shock, Tolchuk realized the rat still harbored a trace of the heart's magic. The animal chittered at him, scolding him, then swung around and crawled into the cellar chamber. Tolchuk waited a heartbeat. He did not know the meaning of the rat's appearance, but he would not let the little beast contest his own bravery. He swung into the opening. The rat, even injured, was quick on its tiny feet. It flew across the mud, already half the distance toward the black demon. As Tolchuk stepped into the room, the toadish creature swung its gaze toward the Ojiri. Eyes of flame stared at him briefly, then turned away as if Tolchuk were no threat. Another guest, the demon said in a voice that seemed to echo out of stone. Come join us. I'm just about finished with these two. Leave them be. Tolchuk bellowed. He stepped farther into the light so the creature could see him fully. Few were undaunted by an ojiri. Tolchuk bared his fangs, exposing their full lengths. Yet it was not his fangs that drew the black figure's eyes. The tiny crooked-tailed rat, now almost near the legs of the demon, suddenly screeched wildly. Glancing at the small attacker as it reared on its hind legs, the demon's expression was at first mildly amused, then its eyes suddenly flared with fire. It pulled back from the rat, and the twin fountains of dark fire collapsed back to their foul source. Freed of the flame's grip, Kral crashed to the mud, and Merrick slumped on the wall, hanging from iron shackles. Neither companion moved. Tolchuk did not have time to go to their aid. The demon pulled its thick legs from the mud and retreated from the rat. Tolchuk knew that there was no way this tiny creature had panicked the demon. It had to be the trace of magic in its beady eyes. The black demon must fear his heart's magic. Reaching to his pouch, Tolchuk freed the chunk of heartstone and pulled the blazing heart forth. Even Tolchuk was blinded for a moment by the radiance. Its bright light burst through the room. The flickering torches on the walls seemed like the mere glow of fireflies before the brilliance of the heartstone. The demon raised its black arms before its face and fled the light. Tolchuk followed it farther into the room. He sidled toward Kral to see if he still lived. The demon made no approach to stop him. It matched Tolchuk's pace as he crossed the chamber, keeping its distance. "Stay back, or I will destroy you." Tolchuk growled with as much threat as he could manage. He had no idea why the heart intimidated the demon or how to use it, but the demon was unaware of his ignorance, and Tolchuk meant to keep it that way. "Back," he said, thrusting the stone forward. He did not need to maintain the ruse for long. Once the doorway was clear, the demon bolted for the exit. It had to pass closer to Tolchuk, but the ojiri made no move to stop it. Let it flee. He had his injured companions to worry about. The demon paused at the doorway, glaring back at Tolchuk. Its black lips pulled back in hatred. "We are not finished," it said. Tolchuk lowered the stone, knowing the demon had no intention of attacking. It meant simply to flee. "I will not forget this, or you." The demon's raging eyes stared Tolchuk full in the face as if memorizing his features. Then the hatred in its black face shifted like molten stone. Its eyes grew wider, and it stared with a mixture of horror and awe at Tolchuk. It stopped and took a step toward the ojiri. "You! It cannot be." "How?" Unnerved by the demon's strange attitude, Tolchuk raised the stone. "Be gone!" he thundered. Still the demon hesitated. Suddenly the small rat was again at the demon's toes, harrying him with squeaks and squeals. The fierce intrusion of the little beast broke the demon's gaze on Tolchuk. It glared at the rat, then in a fury of motion, it vanished out into the hall. Tolchuk listened to the splashes of its footsteps as it ran off, then waited to be sure the demon had truly fled. After a few breaths, a flurry of screams suddenly rattled down from above. The guards stationed by the door were obviously quite surprised at what lurked at the root of their tower's stronghold. Seemingly satisfied, the rat groomed its muddy paws. Satisfied too, Tolchuk lowered his heartstone and returned it to its pouch. He bent to Kral. At his touch, the mountain man groaned, and his eyes opened. "What happened?" "The demon has fled." "If you be living, I must check on Merrick." "I be living," Kral said sourly, sitting up with a coarse groan. "But I'm not sure that's a good thing." Tolchuk nodded and crossed to Merrick. He yanked free the shackles and settled the Elvin's limp body in the mud. The reek of burned hair and flesh clung to his racked form. "How is he?" Kral called to him, climbing to his wobbly feet. "He be weak and sorely injured." "But he breathes." His voice must have reached Merrick. The Elvin's eyes fluttered open. "I more than breathe, Ojiri." It would take more than a few burns to kill elven royalty. Even these few words split Merrick's burnt lips, and blood welled at the corners of his mouth. Pride or not, it would take a long time for the elven to heal. Rest, Merrick, Tolchuk warned. I will carry you from here. Merrick protested at first, but even his attempt to sit up on his own failed. The elven's face darkened with embarrassment. Tolchuk scooped him up. It'd be no weakness to ask a friend for help. Merrick reached and squeezed the Ojiri's wrist, silent thanks clear in his touch. Standing up with the elven in his arm, Tolchuk faced Kral. Can you manage on your own? Kral was retrieving fragments of iron from the mud. Just point me toward that dwarf and see how fast I move. Tolchuk nodded, relieved at the strength in the other's voice. For now, let the demon flee. We have one more friend still to rescue. Kral straightened. Mogweed. I almost forgot. Suddenly, the tower walls groaned, and dust billowed down around them in choking clouds. The walls themselves began to quake. What's happening? Merrick muttered. The dwarf, Kral said, waving them toward the exit. The mountain man explained as he led them in a rush up the steps. I saw it in a dream. He led the savage troops that besieged this tower long ago and slaughtered its defenders. He used the men's dying blood to bait the stones and perform arcane acts. I wager the blood magic of the Ebonstone was the only mortar that kept the tower standing all these years. When the dwarf lord fled, he took his magic with him. At long last, the tower will fall, and its defenders can finally rest. The rat, now finished with its grooming, noted the tremoring of the tower and dashed away through a crack in the wall. Tolchuk appreciated its wisdom. If we don't hurry, he said, we be resting forever with those long-dead defenders. Kral grunted acknowledgement and hurried up the steps. Stones began to crash behind them, and the stairs shook, trying to betray their feet. They fled faster. Behind them, amid crumbling stones and clouds of dust, the ancient battle for Rashomon finally ended. Mogweed felt the first tremble of the crumbling tower and thought it was his own fear wobbling his feet. Certain his death was near at hand, he watched Lord Ryman rise from his chair, dagger in hand. In the candlelight from the chandelier, the blade's surface glinted an oily green. Mogweed could almost smell the poison on the dagger. Lord Mykoff whispered from where he sat, brother, did you feel? Then the hall rocked with a grating groan. Mogweed had to wave his arms to keep upright. What's happening? He cried out, giving up any pretense of hiding his fear. But Ryman's eyes were also wide with fright. He turned to his brother as if an answer could be found in his twin's pale features. Check with the guards, he ordered. Mykoff fished out the silver bell. He rang it and waited. Nothing happened. He looked to his brother with a confused expression. Apparently a summons had never been ignored before. Mykoff picked the bell up again and shook it violently. Ryman? He called over the ringing chime. Ryman strode on his thin legs to the main door and pounded a fist upon it. Guards! Attend your lords! A small voice answered him. My lords, the guards have fled. Mogweed recognized the voice of their foppish manservant. I can't lift the bar on my own. Then go to one of the smaller side doors, Rothskilder, where the bars are lighter. Yes, sire. Right away. Wait. The floor again shook. Overhead, the chandelier danced, raining hot wax from the drip pans of the many candles. What is happening out there? Ryman yelled. Mogweed yelped as a large drop of wax struck his cheek. He dashed from under the chandelier, placing himself closer to the dais. Rothskilder! No answer was forthcoming from beyond the door. The manservant had already run to obey his lord's order. Ryman swung to face Mogweed as Mykoff cowered in his chair, the silver bell gripped like a weapon in his small hand. What do you know of this commotion? Ryman asked, his face a mask of anger. Mogwai took a step away. Me? The lord threw back his cloak and raised his dagger. This talk of witches was all a ruse. What have you done? Mogwai thought quickly. This fellow was beyond reason. Madness lurked behind those wild eyes. Mogwai retreated from the dagger. He found himself back among the crates of gear. I did not lie. I came here to alert you of the witch. Liar. Mykov had risen from his chair, his lips trembling. Suddenly a violent shake cracked one of the gilded rafters near the rear of the hall. It smashed to the marble floor with a terrible boom. Ryman! Make it stop. I will, dear brother. The murderous glint in his eyes left no doubt as to his intention as he stalked toward Mogwai. By killing this traitor. Hurry! We must find the dwarf. He'll know what to do. He'll give us the sacrament and free the pack. We'll be able to escape. Mogwai's mind worked on Mykov's words. These two seemed dependent on their seeker to free the beasts within them. This gave him a bit of courage. If their demons were trapped, maybe he could fight these pampered lordlings. Or better yet. Wait, he called to Ryman. I can help you free your demon rats. You don't need your dwarf master. Ryman's eye twitched, but he kept his dagger high. Mogwai could see the lust in this one's eyes, a frothing desire to fight the iron bit that controlled him. Ryman had been yoked to this dwarf, now he strained to be released, to act on his own. Neither of these silk-draped lords were accustomed to taking orders. What do you speak of? Ryman spat at him. The ebonstone bowl was not the only item I stole from the female Ilgard. She bore talismans that granted her the sacrament any time she wished. Mogwai backed into one of the open crates. Let me show you. Mykov climbed from his dais. Is what he says possible, brother? I have heard the like. Not all Ilgard are slaves to their seekers. Ryman turned narrow eyes toward Mogwai. Show us this magic. Yes, of course. Mogwai dug through the packed supplies, keeping one eye on Ryman's dagger. Mykov had crossed to stand beside his brother. He prayed the objects he sought were somewhere in here. He moved a fold of magician's cape and spotted the familiar gleam. Luckily, I have a pair. Mogwai turned, holding a glittering prize in each hand. He held them out, but when Ryman reached for one, he snatched them back. You must swear to let me go free. Mykov answered, a thin trail of saliva on his lip. The muscles of his face spasmed as he stared at the magical items. We swear. How do we know this will work? Ryman hissed. That this is not some trick. I have the ebonstone bowl, do I not? Who but the Ilgard have such items? Mogwai hoped this last statement was correct. Ryman considered this. Perhaps you speak the truth, but before we let you go, we will sample your supposed magic. If it works, you are free to leave. If not, you die. Mogwai nodded sagely. He knew Ryman was lying, the bastard had no intention of letting him leave either way. Still, Mogwai pretended to ponder this offer. He held up his bribe, then snatched it back again, delaying the exchange. Wait. I want one more concession. What is it? Ryman clenched his fist in impatience. Afterward, I want to be taken to your master. I must let him know of the witch. Fine. Once we're free, you can tell the dwarf whatever you like. Mogwai nodded. In both the lordling's eyes now, desire had become a raving lust. Mogwai had held out long enough to draw their hopes to a fevered pitch. He stared at the pair of hungry eyes for several silent heartbeats, then tossed one gift to each lord. Careful! Ryman scolded. I almost dropped mine. Sorry. Mogwai bowed his head. You must care for them as your most prized treasure. It is your freedom. How do they work? Mykoff held the pendant up by its twisted thread. The jade vial dangled and sparkled in the hall's light. You drink the contents. Refill the vial with plain water by dawn's light, and by nightfall the magic in the jade stone will have changed the water again to the sacramental elixir. Ryman glanced suspiciously at Mogweed. You'd better pray it works. Oh, I am, he mumbled. Trust me, I am. Please try it. As if on cue, the hall shook again. The chandelier's crystals tinkled overhead. Mykoff unstoppered his vial. Hurry, Ryman! Ryman did the same, then took his brother's hand in his own. He raised the vial in a toast to his twin. To freedom, he said soberly. To freedom, Mykoff echoed. In unison, the two brothers raised the jade vials to their pale lips and swallowed deeply. Once done, they both wore thin grins. Keep the vials around your necks, Mogweed encouraged. He mimicked placing an invisible pendant over his own head. Ryman nodded, and both brothers hooked the pendants around their necks. Good, good, Mogweed continued. Now wait for it. Mykoff was the first to blink a few times. A hand raised to his throat. I feel something. It's happening. Ryman was swallowing hard and suddenly coughed. He raised panicked eyes to Mogweed as he fell to his knees. Mykoff toppled straight backward, his head striking the marble hard. Blood welled in a small pool on the polished floor. Panic faded from Ryman's eyes as he died. He fell back to join his twin brother, two toppled statues. Mogweed sighed loudly. To freedom, he mumbled to the twins. Suddenly a loud commotion erupted near one of the side doors. Mogweed turned, expecting to see Rothskilder unbar the exit. Instead, the thick oaken door blew into the hall. Mogweed's eyes grew wide as the door crashed and splintered on the marble tiles. He had not expected such an explosion, but he was correct about Rothskilder being at the door. The limp and bloody body of the manservant was clutched by his thin neck in the monstrous grip of a thick squat creature carved of black stone. It stalked into the hall, its eyes ablaze with inner fury. Its sick gaze settled upon Mogweed, then on the dead twins. What have you done with my servants? It asked, throwing aside the lifeless corpse of Rothskilder. Mogweed stepped back. Here was the dire master of the keep, the seeker who had controlled the Ylgard. Mogweed knew better than to try lies here. They were in my way, he said, fighting to keep his voice even. I came here to see you, but they had other ideas. The black dwarf strode toward him. It crossed to within an arm's length of the shapeshifter. Mogweed held his position. Now was not the time to show weakness. The dwarf's voice was molten lava. What news was so dire that you had to slay my creations? Mogweed reached to his belt and slipped the goatskin satchel free. He fingered out a pinch of Elena's hair. I know, he had to swallow a hard lump in his throat and start again. I know the black heart seeks the witch. I can lead you to her. He raised the strands of hair. Here is proof. The dwarf's gaze narrowed, intrigued. As the floor quaked under him, he held out his palm, ignoring the rumbling stones. Mogweed reached the strands toward the open palm. As his fingers neared the black flesh of the dwarf, Mogweed felt the same queasiness as when he handled the ebonstone bowl. He dropped the hair into the black hand, then snatched his own hand back. The dwarf raised the hair to his wide nose. He sniffed at it suspiciously, like a dog on a rotted salmon. One eye grew wider. He lifted his face to Mogweed. You do not lie. Suddenly relieved, Mogweed grinned foolishly. I can lead you to where she goes. I spied on her. She went by boat. You see, it heads. Mogweed could not seem to stop blathering. Enough, the dwarf said. He sniffed again at the piled strands, drawing the thin hairs into his thick nostrils. The dwarf closed his eyes and leaned his head back. A moan somewhere between pleasure and pain groaned from his lips. His skin began to flow like thawing ice, swirling in patterns of black stone and veins of silver. Flames of dark fire flared in spurts along his skin, growing larger until they cracked like raging torrents over rock. Soon flames of the deepest red mixed with these black flames. The dwarf became a pillar of warring fires. Suddenly the eyes of the dwarf snapped open. Mogwai gasped. He knew it was not the dwarf who now stared out at him, but something far fouler. He had no resistance against the evil that pulsed from those black orbs. It washed over him like the oily hands of some intimate lover. As Mogwai tried to pull away, words, low and hissing, flowed out from its flaming throat, words that aided Mogwai's brain like hungry eels. "What do you seek?" Terrified and unable to answer, Mogwai fell to his knees. Bile filled his throat. What had he invoked with the Witch's hair? As he shuffled back, flames suddenly lanced forth from the dwarf's mouth, curling and twisting like some fiery tongue. Mogwai screamed, but once the flames brushed his chest, his breath froze in his lungs. His fingers rose to rip at his stricken throat. Then the flames were gone, and he could breathe again. Gasping and choking, he fell to his hands on the marble tiles. The dwarf leaned closer to Mogwai. The black lips parted to smile without warmth. Flames blazed like breath as it spoke. "I know your craven heart, shapeshifter." Mogwai cringed. He knew nothing could be hidden from this black spirit. Games of sly tongues and misdirection would be laid bare by searing flames. Mogwai bowed his head to the tiles, showing his fealty to one so dark. "Through your deceit, you have delivered to me the scent of my most prized prey. For that we will let you live. But the boon you came begging after, the return of your Esiluran heritage, that we deny you." Tears of despair ran down the shapeshifter's face. "Only the Witch at my feet will free you," the black heart grated. Mogwai dared to raise his face. "But I can lead you." The flaming eyes settled on Mogwai, sickening the shapeshifter's stomach and numbing his tongue. "We've forged this vessel of ours, this dwarf, into a blood hunter. It has no need for your guidance, shapeshifter. Once the hunter scents a magic, he can follow its trail anywhere." Mogwai bowed his head, despairing. "Then what do you ask of me?" "You will have your Witch without me." Flames tickled his neck, freezing his flesh, as the dwarf leaned closer. "Trails sometimes grow cold. So for now, stay with those who aid the Witch. A time may come when I will ask more of you." Suddenly a thunderous boom echoed from somewhere deeper in the keep. Dust and smoke washed through the open door into the hall. The floor shook, knocking Mogwai flat. He covered his head with his arms as debris rattled down from the ceiling. Deeper in the hall, a bronze sconce clattered to the floor. When the rumbling subsided, Mogwai pushed up. Nearby, the dwarf still stood as if nothing had happened. The flames had faded from his skin, and Mogwai sensed the dwarf was once again in possession of his black body. The black figure simply squinted at the clouds of debris. "You'd best leave the keep," the dwarf rumbled. "What is built on a poor foundation seldom stands for long." "What?" The dwarf ignored him and strode for the main doors of the hall. As it neared the barred doorway, an arm raised in black flames leapt out to strike the thick planks. The fanciful doors exploded outward in a storm of splinters and smoke. Without a glance back, the dwarf vanished out of the hall. Mogwai pushed to his feet just as a new eruption arose from the back of the musicians' hall. He swung around in time to see Krell burst into the chamber with Tolchuk at his heels, Merrick in Tolchuk's arms. "You found him!" Mogwai enthused, trying his best to fake his relief past the icy numbness from the touch of the Dark Lord. Krell glanced to the bodies of Ryman and Mykov. "How did you manage this feat?" Mogwai used his toe to shift the amulet resting on Ryman's chest. "Remind me to thank your mother, Tolchuk." Her gift of poisons proved of substantial merit. Kral clapped Mogweed on the shoulder, almost knocking him to his knees. You continue to surprise me, shapeshifter. As Kral grabbed a box under each arm, Mogweed stared dully at his back. If you only knew, he mumbled. The blood hunter had been on the trail now for 2 days, tireless, needing no sleep. Only the occasional stray trapper or farmer alone near the river sustained him. The meat of a fresh heart kept his inner fires burning for a day and a night. So he ran, keeping near the river's edge, slogging through the mud and reeds of the south bank. The scent of his prey was strongest in the delta breezes of the river, so he kept close to its source. He must not lose her scent. Torren forged across a small tributary that left the Shadowbrook River to wind its way south. Once free of the small stream, he hastened along the Shadowbrook. Nothing would block his chase. Running along the bank, trampling through a nest of crane eggs, he had traveled another half a league before he realized the scent was gone from the river winds. He stopped and raised his nose to the breeze. Clean. He stared back up the river. Why had she left the river? It was the fastest means to reach the coast. Suddenly questioning his new ability, Torren again lifted his nose. Still nothing. He backtracked up the bank until again he stood in the nest of the crane, amid broken shells. He tested the air. Still nothing. Panic began to fuel his foul heart. Where had she gone? He continued up the river until he reached the shallow tributary and splashed his way across again. The sun was almost gone, the shadows from the forest south of the river crept from the woods. If the Dark Lord should learn of his error. Then he sensed it, a scent like lightning from a summer storm. It was her. He swung around. Where had she gone? Then he spotted it. The mud by the bank of the stream showed a single hoofprint. The blood hunter knelt by the print and sniffed. A grin split his black lips. He stared south along the narrow tributary. I smell you, he mumbled as darkness descended. You cannot escape me. I will chase you to the coast if I must. He stood up and began to lope along the stream into the forest. Even if you reach the coast, he said with glee, I have a surprise waiting for you. Torren pictured the two elementals pinned by his black magics to the wall of the tower cellar. He had been interrupted in the forging of them into Ilgard soldiers, but he had not totally failed. While one had escaped unscathed, his other elemental captive had not. A most potent and black Ilgard had been forged in the cellar that night. None would suspect the evil now cloaked behind the face of one of the Witsiach's trusted guardsmen. Upon stone lips, Torren tested this traitor's new name, his Ilgard name. Legion. Book 4. Dragon's Roar. 21. The morning after encountering the pair of strange brothers on the tower stair, Joch lay awake on his thin pallet, staring up at the wood rafters. The sun was near rising, and he had not slept the entire night. The words of the two men still whispered in his ears, especially one word, Ragnar K. Why did the word hold such an odd fascination to him? Was it a name? A place? He could not seem to loosen the word from his mind. He glanced across the room, searching for any distraction. On the far side of the cell, Gresham lay on his back atop the blankets, hands folded across his chest like a corpse laid out for viewing. Unlike Joch, the dark mage slept soundly, a coarse snore marking each breath, but like Joch, his eyes were open, too. His milky globes glowed red throughout the night, and not just from the reflection of the embers of the hearth. Somehow Joch sensed the mage's eyes watched throughout the night while his body rested. Yet as strange as this was, Joch had grown accustomed to it. He had learned Gresham's habits and patterns. The dark mage would continue to sleep until the sun's light reached the slitted window of their room. Then, like the dead rising, he would awaken and order Joch to fetch him his morning meal. This day Joch did not have the patience to wait for the sun. He was anxious to return to the staircase in the east tower, to search for clues of the two men. Yet, he knew he could not move from the bed until ordered. the dark mage's eyes would see him. Trapped, he stared back up at the ceiling. Silently, his lips formed the word that nagged his slumber. Rag, N-A-R-K. When he shaped the last syllable, Gresham snapped upright on his bed, as if somehow the silent word had stabbed through his slumber. To reinforce this impression, his ancient face twisted toward Joach. For the first time, he saw confusion and fear in the wrinkled features. Joach continued his blank-eyed stare, praying for the mage's gaze to leave him. He needed something to convince the mage of his continued enslavement, something to distract those prying eyes. A burning in Joach's belly reminded him of one way to perhaps accomplish this, a way to debase himself in such a way that the dark mage would not question his lack of will. As he lay on his pallet, Joach loosened his bladder, soaking his clothes in bed. An acrid smell swelled in the tiny cell from the soiled bedsheets. Joach continued to lie still, unmoving in the spreading wetness. The odor must have reached the dark mage. Curse you, boy. Gresham swore. You grow more like a babe each day. Now get out of bed and clean yourself up. Joach did as he was ordered. He slid from his pallet and slipped out of his dripping underclothes. Slack-jawed and naked, he dragged his feet in a slow shuffle to the washing basin. Using a rag soaked in the cold water, he wiped himself clean. Get dressed and fetch my morning supper, Gresham ordered as he stared up at the still dark window. He grumbled sourly under his breath and lay back down. Wake me when you return. Still damp, Joach had to keep from hurrying when he donned a dry set of underclothes and pulled into his breeches and brown shirt. It was early, and the halls would be nearly deserted, a perfect chance to explore. As his heart raced, he kept his movements dull and fumbling. With his shirt buttoned wrong and only half tucked in his breeches, he shambled toward the door. As his hand reached for the latch, Gresham mumbled something to himself. Frozen in stone and thrice cursed. Ragnar K cannot move. Just dead prophecies. Joach's hand froze on the iron latch at the mention of Ragnar K. Had the mage somehow sensed his thoughts? His ears strained for meaning in the dark mage's rumblings. What did it mean, Anne? Gresham suddenly barked, obviously noticing his pause. Get going, boy. Before you foul yourself again. Joach jerked and almost gasped at the sudden eruption. He fought to maintain his dull attitude, but Gresham had already dismissed him and stared again at the rafters. Joach yanked on the latch and hauled himself from the room on legs that trembled for real. He closed the door and leaned upon it, sighing softly in relief. It took him a few deep breaths to calm his laboring heart. Stretching a kink from his neck, he followed a familiar path among the twisting halls of the edifice. Few others were awake this early, so he kept his pace mostly hurried, only stopping briefly to collect the scrap of parchment and sliver of charcoal from a cubby hidden in a crumbing section of wall. His mapping tools vanished quickly into his pockets, and he continued toward his destination, the tower named the Broken Spear. The mystery of Ragnar K nagged at him, and though he knew not why, he somehow sensed that great importance lay in solving this riddle. Without any significant delays, he reached the stairs that wound up the easternmost tower. He listened for voices or footsteps. Nothing. Satisfied that he was alone, he clambered up the stairs, taking 2 steps with each stride, and climbed to the landing where the 2 mysterious brothers had spoken the night before. Joach again glanced into the halls that led out onto this level. Had the men gone this way? In the early morning gloom, the halls were murky and the dust thick on the floor. Dust. Joach bent closer to the floor. If the men had gone this way, there should be tracks on the stone. He cocked his head and squinted. The dust lay undisturbed for as far as he could see. The 2 brothers had not left the staircase. He straightened, scratching his head. He knew they hadn't come down, so that left only up. Joach stared at the winding staircase and fingered the map in his pocket. There was only one level above this one. It was the floor he had explored and mapped yesterday. That level, like this whole wing of the edifice, was just crumbling stones and lonely spiders. What manner of business did these two have above? There was only one way to find out. Joach climbed the remainder of the stairs to the last level. He started out into the halls but stopped as his eyes scanned the floor. He saw one set of footprints leading out and one set heading in. Joach placed his shoe onto one of these tracks. They were his own prints from yesterday. No other steps marred the pristine layer of dust. They didn't come this way, he murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. Stepping back into the stairwell, he frowned. Where had they gone? He crept down the stairs more slowly, his mind grinding on the riddle, not up, not down, not into the halls. So where? His mind came up with only one answer. They went in between. Reaching a finger to the outer wall of the stairwell, he pondered the possibilities. Among the servants, he had heard rumors about secret passages in chambers long bricked closed. He had overheard maids whispering about hearing voices in the walls. Ghosts, the women had feared. But were there perhaps other secrets buried deep within the stones of the edifice? He continued down the steps, dragging a finger along the wall. The bricks seemed to be fitted snugly together. He reached the landing again and laid both palms upon the wall of the staircase. He felt only smooth stone. Studying the floor of the landing, he knelt closer but saw nothing. Even rubbing his palms and fingers along the floor, he almost missed it. If not for his dogged search and his certainty that the men had left the stairwell via a hidden door, Joach would never have discovered the fine scratch in the stone's surface. He traced his finger along the arc of etched rock as it led to the wall again. If a door swung open and rubbed slightly against its stone porch, it might leave just such a mark. He stood up and again studied the section of wall. Now he at least knew where the hidden door lay, but how did it open? Suddenly, from the lower stairway, he heard the slight rub of heel on stone. Joach swung around. Two figures stepped around the stairway's curve. He froze, sure it was the two brothers come to capture him. But as the shadowy figures approached closer, their faces were revealed in the feeble light of the landing's single lantern. It was not the brothers, but two others whose hard faces and cruel smiles nevertheless meant trouble. See, I told you I saw that drooling idiot come this way. It was Brunt, the mean-spirited urchin who had tormented Joach's trips to the kitchens over the past 7 moons. At his shoulder loomed a more muscular brute of a boy at least 4 winters older than Joach. This other boy was unknown to Joach, but the cruel set to his thick lips and the mischief that shone in his piggy eyes were a twin to Brunt's expression. These two were looking for trouble, and unfortunately, they had found Joach, an easy target for their cruelties. They crept toward him like dogs upon a wounded fox. Joach kept his posture slack and his face expressionless. If he fought or tried to run, they would know his secret, and with Brunt's tongue, it would only be a short time until word of his subterfuge reached Gresham. Joach stood on the landing. He would have to accept whatever torment was inflicted upon him. He had no other choice. In the kitchens, Joach had learned to keep a watchful eye on Brunt, suffering the occasional burn or knuckled punch from the boy. So far, vigilance had kept him from serious injury, but in his excitement this day, he had slipped. Now he would have to pay the price. Brunt stepped up onto the landing beside Joach. Look at this, Snell. He can't even button his shirt. The boy's fingers lashed out and ripped a button from Joach's shirt. The boy named Snell snickered. Can't he talk? The other asked. Brunt leaned closer to Joach's face. His breath stank, and Joach had to struggle not to cringe back. He can talk, but only like a dumb parrot. He keeps repeating the same words over and over. He then stuttered in imitation of Joach. The master wants a meal. This earned more snickers from Snell. Brunt's chest puffed out with his audience's approval. I always wondered if I could get him to say something else, even if it is only to get him to cry out. Brunt slipped a small carving knife, obviously stolen from the kitchen, from a pocket. Maybe I'll slice him up like a haunch of beef. Give him a poke, Brunt, the other boy encouraged, a gleeful lust in his voice. Go ahead and make him bleed a bit. Or maybe more than a bit, Brunt added. Joach's mind spun. He would be of no use to Elena dead, and from the feral gleam in Brunt's eyes, Joach did not doubt the boy would go so far. Brunt liked causing pain, and in this abandoned section of the edifice, the boy might try to see how far he could carry out his cruelties. Brunt raised the knife to Joach's cheek and dug its tip into his skin with a twist of the blade. Joach held still, though his right fist clenched tight behind his back. Brunt pulled the knife away and studied its bloody tip with obvious fascination. Let me try, Snell said, reaching for the knife. Brunt yanked the blade away. No, that was only a nick. I want to wet the entire knife with his blood. Then I'm next, right? Snell asked huskily, his hands opening and closing with bloodlust. Brunt's voice had become throaty and low. Oh, don't worry. We'll each take several turns. Joach now knew that the two had no intention of ever allowing him to leave these stairs. Here in the sprawling edifice, there were plenty of places to dispose of a body. Joach had no choice. He had to survive. Brunt came at Joach again with the blade. Joach straightened from his slouch and slammed his clenched fist into Brunt's face. Bone crushed under his knuckles. Brunt squealed, dropping the knife and clasping his hands around his bloody nose. Snell, who had already fled 2 steps away, was stopped in a crouch, waiting to see if he should run or attack. Joach snatched up the knife and spoke clearly. Brunt, if you ever touch me again, I'll cut your manhood from you and feed it to Snell. Joach's sudden words seemed to shock Brunt even more than the pain from the broken nose. The realization that he had been duped bloomed in Brunt's expression, and the boy's eyes grew red with rage. Let's see you try, fool, he spat. Come on, Snell, it looks like the game's getting a bit more interesting. Without a word, Snell ran down the stairs, abandoning Brunt. The boy's hurried footfalls faded to silence as the 2 remaining combatants stared each other down. The betrayal of his companion did not seem to faze Brunt. He just shook his head and faced Joach. A hand reached into a second pocket and removed another knife. I don't know what game you're playing, but I'm gonna end it. Joach backed a few steps up from the landing. Brunt followed. I'll make you scream before I'm done with you. Joach continued to retreat as his mind fought for ways to deal with this situation. If Brunt vanished, Snell would likely stay silent, fearful of being tied in any way to the disappearance. Joach fingered his knife. With Brunt gone, Joach could again resume his role as the dullard without worry of exposure. With a sudden growl on his lips, Brunt rushed up the steps toward Joach, his jagged-edged knife raised. Taught the ways of sword and knife fighting by his father, Joach recognized that Brunt held his weapon too high, leaving his belly exposed. Brunt had more fury than skill. Crouching swiftly, Joach jabbed at Brunt's soft midriff with his own knife. But at the last moment, Joach turned his wrist, driving his fist rather than the blade into the boy's belly. Stunned, with the breath knocked from him, Brunt made a half-hearted slash at Joach, but Joach easily caught his wrist with his other hand and bent it savagely back. Pain numbed the boy's fingers, and his weapon clattered to the stone steps. Joach twisted Brunt around until he held the boy tight, the blade pressed to his scrawny throat. With Brunt silenced, Joach's masquerade could continue. His hand trembled as he held the knife. Do it, coward, Brunt choked out. Tears ran from his eyes. It was instinct that had caused Joach to turn the knife from Brunt's belly a moment ago. He was not a killer. But now he had time to ponder his leniency. Brunt would surely expose his charade if he were left alive, so any hope of helping his sister lay in this boy's death. Joach closed his eyes. He had no choice. He shoved Brunt away from him. He was not a cold-blooded killer, not even for his sister. I'm sorry, Elena, he whispered to himself. The boy stumbled down the steps to the landing below, falling hard on his knees. Brunt twisted to face Joach. I'll tell everyone. He screamed up at him. They'll all know you're a fake. Joach did not answer. You've ruined yourself, Brunt yelled as he pushed to his feet. I'll tell. Then, behind Brunt, a section of the landing's wall swung open. The brush of air must have alerted the boy, drawing his attention to the huge white-robed brother who filled the doorway. The dark-skinned man threw gray dust into Brunt's red face. You'll tell no one, the large man said softly. Now sleep. Brunt waved the cloud of dust from his face, then slumped to the floor limply. With a thud, his head struck the stone. The brother ignored the unconscious boy and stepped over him. He stared up at Joach, his silver earring flickering in the lantern light. Come down here, young man. It's time we talked. As dawn neared, Cast leaned hard into the rudder. Salty spray bathed his face as he brooded in silence, his lips narrow and bloodless. Flint still refused to explain the meaning of his earlier words from the prior night. How could the fate of the mythic city of Aloha Glen lie with the Bloodriders? He had never set eyes on the island and doubted it even existed. Cast shook his head and swung the sails to help turn the boat. Responding to his skilled touch, the skiff curved into the narrow channel between the twin islands of Tristan and Lystra. The island's two volcanic peaks towered to either side, the rock of their mountaintops aglow with the sun's first rays. A gasp of wonder arose from the Marai girl as she stared forward. Cast knew what triggered her response. Directly ahead, a towering span of weathered stone bridged the narrow channel between the islands, a sweeping arch of volcanic rock carved by wind and rain. It is called the Arch of the Archipelago, Flint said to the girl, sliding closer to her by the prow. Have you heard any of the songs about it? Songs of the doomed lovers Tristan and Lystra? The girl shook her head and turned toward the old man. Cast could tell from Flint's worried glances toward the sea dragon that he was trying to keep the child distracted from the failing health of her beast. The dragon could barely raise its snout above the waves, its eyes had dulled and its wings fluttered weakly as it struggled to keep even with the boat. At one time, Flint continued, the two islands were joined as one. Only a small river valley divided the two mountains. He pointed to the northern island. The young man, Tristan, lived among the clans that claimed the slopes of that peak, while Lystra was the daughter of the clan leader who declared the southern peak as his property. Their two peoples were often at war. Flint shook his head sadly. What happened? Siwan encouraged him. One day, while out hunting, Tristan found Lystra bathing in the river between the two peaks. She sang so sweetly as she swam that in a single breath, he fell in love with her. Hiding in the tree line, he added his voice to hers, singing his love to her. Enchanted with his music, Lystra's heart was swayed, and she called Tristan to her. Within the river, the two lovers embraced, lingering in each other's arms until the men of each clan dragged them apart. Flint leaned close to the girl and lowered his voice. But their love could not be denied. In midnight trysts, they would meet by the river, their love growing ever deeper. By now the girl's eyes had grown large. Then their forbidden love was discovered, and they were once again torn apart. Lystra's father cast a spell that called the sea to swell up and separate their two peaks and keep his daughter forever from the son of his enemies. Unknown to her father, the night the spell was cast, Lystra and Tristan had met for one last kiss by the river. As the spell took hold, the young lovers refused to break their embrace as the sea rose between them. While the swelling waters tugged them apart, they still tried to hold tight. With arms reaching for each other, they sang of their unending love. Their music and pain flowed up to the gods themselves, who took pity on the young lovers and changed them to stone so Tristan and Lystra could be forever united, forever embracing across the channel between the islands. Siwan sighed and glanced toward the span of stone. To this day, the arch is a special spot, Flint finished. In boats adorned with flowers, lovers come to recite their vows of love and be united under the arch. In the hearts of these fresh lovers, the ancient song of Tristan and Lystra can still be heard. How beautiful, Siwan mumbled. Cast had heard enough of this nonsense and cleared his throat. It's just stone, he said sourly. Just rock carved by wind and rain. Flint groaned. Does a bloodrider's heart have no room for romance? Cast ignored the question and nodded ahead. We've reached the arch, as you instructed. What next? But Flint would not let his words pass so easily. You think the arch is mere stone, nothing more? Cast just stared straight into the old man's eyes. Flint waved toward the arch, then sail on through it. Cast adjusted the spread of the sail and straightened the rudder. He aimed for the channel that passed under the arch. He had traveled this path a few times with boats of the fishing fleet. The arch marked the end of the chain of islands and the beginning of the great ocean itself. It was the gateway to the open sea. Simon made room as Flint slid toward the prow of the skiff. From inside his sealskin jacket, he removed what looked like an ivory knife. As he held it up toward the cresting sun, Cast saw that it was not a blade but the tooth of some large beast. It was a handspan long, slightly curved, with a chipped, serrated edge. Cast could not imagine what manner of beast the tooth came from. What are you doing, Flint? Cast called to the man. Just trying to remove the scales from your eyes, he said. Cast now had the boat squarely pointed toward the center of the arch. The edge of the sun lay directly ahead, just peeking up from the curved blue horizon. Look! Simon suddenly called out, pointing ahead. Cast had already seen them. In the open waters beyond the arch, a group of familiar boats rounded the cliff head of the Isle of Tristan and bore full sails toward them. It was Jarplin's hunting fleet. Cast had thought he had lost the boats by skimming through a network of channels too shallow and too narrow for the larger ships. Whether through dumb luck or skill, the fleet had found them again. They must have been circling the deeper channels around the archipelago hunting for us, Flint commented. Cast bore down on the rudder, trying to make a sharp turn before reaching the arch. Maybe they had not been seen yet. But Cast's hope was short-lived. Across the far waters, raised voices echoed to them. They had been spotted. At the prow, Flint swore. Cast thought he was mad that the fleet had cut them off, but his next words made the focus of his anger clear. Damn it, Cast! He yelled over his shoulder. Straighten this boat around. We must cross the arch. We'll end up smack in the middle of the fleet, he argued. Is that what you want? Stealing Jarplin's dragon will not make us welcome guests aboard his ships. Just do as I say, Bloodrider. Flint glanced at him, his eyes hard. If you've ever trusted a man, trust me now. For a flash, Cast pictured his teacher, the blind seer of the Drerendi. Then it was his turn to swear loudly, his voice pained as he made his choice. Why was he always a fool for a madman's words? He hauled on the rudder and yanked the sail, and again the skiff sped straight toward the span of volcanic stone. Cast stared ahead as spray spat at him from the waves, mocking him with salty stings. Past the arch, the seas filled with the billowing sails and sharp prows of the fleet. As he aimed the skiff toward them, Cast wondered who was the real madman on this boat. Hurry! Flint called out. We must reach the arch before they do. Cast swung the sail, seeking stronger breezes, tacking with the skill of his people. But the bigger boats had the better winds and swifter speed. The fleet bore toward the arch like a surging storm of sail and rigging. Cast struggled with the skiff, but they would never win this race. And he knew why. The dragon slows us too much, he mumbled to himself. He had meant his words only for himself, but the girl heard him. She turned hard eyes toward him for a heartbeat, then swung to the starboard rail. Lowering a hand to the water, she sang out across the black waters. Within a moment, a nose reached toward her from the water. She leaned over the rail. Conk, we must be swift to escape these sharks. She nodded toward the rolling fleet. Though unfamiliar with sea dragons, Cast recognized the pain in the creature's black eyes. The Bloodrider also saw the understanding. Conk puffed explosively and nudged Siwan's hand aside. His body heaved in a huge swell beside the skiff and dove forward. In humps of undulating muscle, he swam to the front of the boat, now dragging the skiff behind him. Cast fell backward as the skiff jumped forward. Flint, at the prow, finally realized what was happening. "No!" he yelled. "The exertion will kill him." "That must not happen." Saiwan answered him. "He will die anyway if captured again. This is his only chance, and he knows it. Conk would rather die in the sea than in the nets of the hunters." Flint's lips were tight as he considered her words. He turned forward. Silence descended upon the skiff. The seas ahead were a wall of gnashing prows. Cast used all his hard-earned skill to tack with the wind, trying his best to ease the dragon's burden. Yet his efforts seemed minuscule compared to the power of the sea dragon. Cast's long braid of black hair now waved behind him as the skiff sped across the waters. Saiwan cowered near Flint, her eyes fixed on the other ships cutting through the waves to intercept them. Almost, Flint intoned at the prow. The sea channel beyond the arch was now so crammed with boats, Cast did not know if even the small skiff could maneuver between them. Ahead, as the dragon crossed the arch, Flint leaned over the front of the boat, one hand holding him from toppling into the sea, the other extending the long white tooth forward like some miniature battering ram before the prow. "Godspeed!" he yelled. The man was surely mad. Then the skiff, dragged by the dragon, reached the arch and time slowed to a thick syrup. Cast saw the tip of Flint's tooth pierce the space under the span of rock. And where the tooth touched, the view through the arch changed. Like a drop of dye dripped into water, this new image spread out from the tip of the tooth. It grew large enough to swallow the skiff as it sped through the arch. Once they passed under the stone vault, Cast released the guide rope, and the sail fluttered slack to the single mast. The skiff slowed its glide across the waves. Cast stood up near the boat's bow. This cannot be. He searched around him, his eyes wide, his lips parted. Mindless of the boat's balance, he swung in a circle. The arch was gone. Jarplin's fleet was nowhere in sight. Around him, very distantly, he could make out other islands of the archipelago. He would swear to the south of them stood the Isle of Monsk, but that island lay 1,000 leagues away from their last position. Cast swung around to stare astern. The sun now rose behind the boat, not in front of it. His legs began to tremble. "Sit down, Cast," Flint said. "You'll capsize us." His legs, weak already, obeyed. Cast sat down and found Flint's eyes upon him. Saiwan sat straight-backed in her corner of the skiff, her green eyes large and moist as she too searched the waters around her. The blanket over her shoulders had fallen away, exposing her bare chest. Cast glanced quickly away. Where are we?" he asked. Flint pointed to a large island directly ahead of the skiff's prow. Cast had been through these waters before and did not remember this island. Squinting, he peered at it. It was shaped like a large horseshoe, its curving shore open like inviting arms. 3 mountains marked its silhouette, one at each end of the island and the largest in the center. Yet as unique as this island appeared, it was what sprouted up from the centermost peak and spread outward toward the other mountains that captured Cast's gaze. Hundreds, no, thousands of towers and domed buildings sprouted and dotted the island. Near the shore, the broken tips of some spires rose from the sea itself, like some man-made reef. Is it? Cast could not find his words. "It is," Flint said with a nod. "There stands Aloha Glen." Saiwan tested the name on her own lips. She was obviously stunned, too. Aloha Glen, . Cast's mouth was too dry, his tongue stuck in his throat. "How did we?" His next words had an edge of anger in them. "I've been through these very waters." "Yes, of course you have," Flint said. "But the island is cloaked in sorceries. Its shores can only be seen or approached via 3 paths, and even those secret ways require certain keys." Flint held up the curved tooth. Cast could not tear his eyes from the sight of the mythic city. The arch. And you thought it was mere stone, Flint said with a tired smile. Now if you two are done gawking, maybe we can sail to port and get some help for this child's wounded dragon. Simon jumped slightly and leaned over the boat's edge. She blushed, obviously embarrassed at having forgotten her friend in the excitement. Conk? She called in a worried voice, a hand reaching toward the waves. With a huff of expelled air, Conk's flared nostrils rose from the water, but he was too weak to reach her palm, exhausted by his run for the arch. He's in poor shape, Simon said, stating the obvious. We're almost to safety, Flint consoled, but his worried brow weakened the reassurance in his words. Cass took a deep breath, then reached for the sail's rope. The simple routines of sailing always calmed his heart. As he worked the ropes and rudder, the sail caught the wind again and swelled out. With the skiff underway, he found his tongue again. Flint, you said the Blood Riders would judge the fate of the city. What did you mean by that? Flint turned toward the sunken towers of the city. You'll find all your answers at Alloa Glen, he said, then lowered his voice to a cryptic mumble. But I hope you know the right questions, Cast. Joach suppressed a shudder as the stone door swung shut behind him. He was now trapped within the narrow, dimly lit passage with the large, white-robed brother. The dark-skinned man had introduced himself as Brother Morris and, after hauling the snoring brunt under one muscled arm, he had waved for Joach to accompany him inside the secret passage. For a moment, Joach regretted accepting the brother's invitation. He pushed one hand against the door behind him. It was snugly locked. The tunnel ahead of him was blocked by the large man, now burdened with brunt. What are you planning to do with the kitchen boy? He asked, shying around the bigger questions for the moment. He has a sick spirit and could grow to be a threat to the island. After using a potion to cleanse his memory, we will dump him at the orphanage in Port Royal. He'll be no further threat to you. Though Joach shared no love for the cruel boy, he was taken aback by the casual manner in which the brother planned to orphan the boy. His parents. Morris glanced over his shoulder at Joach. The brother had his cowl thrown back in the tunnel, and his bald head shone in the flickering lamplight. His low voice reverberated in the hallway. Don't worry, son. The boy has no parents. All the servants here have been scavenged from orphanages across the lands or were folks rejected by the world at large. The brother continued down the hall. We only choose those without a past to join us here. Joach followed the brothers wide back to a tight staircase that wound down toward the bowels of the edifice. And what of me? That waits to be seen. Morris spoke as he marched ahead. Why did you return here this morning? Joach swallowed hard. I heard you yesterday on the stair. You were eavesdropping. Why yes, but I had to. I don't know who to trust here. So while acting a lie, you sought the truth? Joach heard the doubt in the other's voice. I guess. Who sent you here? Sent? Yes, who sent you to spy upon our brother Gresham? Joach stumbled a step and stopped. Did these cloaked brothers not know about the dark mage, or worse yet, were they in league with him? If the last was true, he was doomed. Morris heard him stop and swung around, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Do you serve the Dark Lord? He said harshly. Did you come at the bidding of that nesting serpent in the tower, the Praetor? Joach's eyes grew wide. So these brothers knew of the evil that masqueraded as their leader. Joach found his tongue twisted as he tried to speak. Here truly were allies. No, not at all. Just the opposite. I know he is evil. I was stolen from my home by the one you name Gresham. But like the Praetor, he is a creature of evil, a dark mage. They are in league together. Joach stood on the steps in the secret staircase and spilled forth his story. Like a river bursting its dam, words tumbled from his lips. He told of his abduction, his enslavement by Gresham, the cruelties he had endured, and his eventual release in the grand courtyard. Tears now flowed down his cheeks. Morris listened to his tale in silence, seeming to know that any interruption of the story would lead to Joach collapsing in blubbering tears. It was a tale that needed telling, and Brother Morris simply let it flow from the boy. I didn't know who else worked in league with the Golgotha, so I continued acting like the dumb servant while I explored for a way to escape. I didn't know who to trust. Joach's words finally ran dry in his throat. Morris reached his free hand to Joach's shoulder. "You can trust me." Joach's legs trembled with the brother's touch. It had been so long since any kindness had been shown to him. Morris leaned closer to his face. "Can you make it down the stairs? I think this is a tale that needs sharing with my brothers." He nodded. "You are one tough boy, Joach," Morris said, clasping his shoulder tighter. "Braver men would have folded under the assault you endured. You should be proud." Joach sniffed back his tears and straightened his shoulders. "I did it for my sister." "Ah," Brother Morris said with a slight smile on his lips. "And where is she now? Is she still back home in Wintertown?" "Winterfell," Joach corrected. He had only glancingly mentioned Elena in his story. Feeling protective of her, he was hesitant at revealing the true role she had played, so he had skipped over parts of the story that dealt with witches and blood magics. But was his decision wise? Here was someone who could be trusted, and if Elena was headed to Aloha Glen, she would need allies, too. "If able, we'll get you back to your sister," Morris said as he turned away and started down the stair. Joach did not follow. "Wait," he called. "My sister is not in Winterfell anymore." Morris stopped, swinging back around once again. A trace of impatience twitched his cheek. "Where is she then?" Joach lowered his face, ashamed at having to reveal the part of the story he had left out. "She is coming." Suddenly a deep resonant intoning throbbed from far below. It reached up through the stones and rattled his bones. He found further speech impossible. Each tooth in his skull ached with every rumble. He covered his ears, but it did not help. It was not a noise heard with the ears as much as it was an assault on the whole body. From Morris' narrowed eyebrows and cocked head, the brother heard the rumble, too. What was happening? Joach wondered. Fear finally freed his tongue. "What is that noise?" he muttered, his voice sounding meek and dull compared to the bottomless tones reaching up from below. His voice broke the spell that had swept over Morris. The brother shifted his burden higher under his arm and glanced with suspicious eyes in his direction. "You hear something, Dot?" A fleeting thought that the man was perhaps mad passed through Joach's mind. How could he not hear it? His entire frame vibrated like some plucked bowstring with each note. How could I not? It's huge. He knew it sounded stupid to use that word, but it best described how it affected him. Morris climbed a step closer to him. "You truly hear?" he said with wonder. Then, in a more contemplative tone, "What are the odds of that? What is it?" Morris did not seem to hear his question. "We must hurry. It is the summons." "I don't understand," Joach said as Morris swung around. "Only a handful of people born can hear this music," he explained as he led the way down the stairs again. He kept the pace brisk. "It is the single trait that separates a high FAI from the others of the Brotherhood." "You mean no one else can hear this?" Joach asked, having a hard time keeping the doubt from his voice. "The whole edifice must be shaking with this noise." "No, only those born with a certain elemental ability in their blood, a magic born of the land." Joach pictured his sister's blazing red hand. "But I hear it. It almost tears at me. Yes, the magic must be strong in you. I would love to explore your genealogy sometime, but right now we must answer the call." He increased his pace. "We must hurry." "Still you haven't answered my question," Joach persisted as he followed, almost trotting to keep up. "What is that noise? Where does it come from, Dot?" Morris glanced one last time in his direction and silenced Joach with his answer. It is the song of the stone dragon, the voice of Ragnar K. 22. The summons. Gresham awoke with his heart thundering for the second time this morning. He sat straight up on his bed. Earlier he had thought he heard the name Ragnar K whispered in his ear, pulling him from sleep. But only the spellcast boy shared his cell. Dismissing it as just an echo of some deeply buried memory, he had settled back to his bed. But once reminded, the old memories could not be so easily hidden away. None but the High Fae knew the ancient name of the Stone Dragon, and that sect had been disbanded ages ago, drummed from the Brotherhood, its members long dead. Gresham would have been among them, too, had his cowardice not saved him. Deep under the edifice, he had dabbled in divining the future, but his visions had frightened him. Ripping the star from his ear, he had fled, afraid to face his own auguries. It had proven to be a timely act of cowardice. A moon later, the elders ordered the exile of the High Fae from Alloa Glen. Gresham had then watched from the docks as his fellow brothers were let off in shackles. He never saw any of them again. No, none, but he still lived who knew the name of Ragnar K. Finally content that the whispered name was nothing but a fragmented dream, sleep had found him again. He had rested deeply until, rippling up from the bowels of the edifice, the summons had torn into him. He had flung himself upright, expecting the ancient feeling to disappear like the ghostly name of Ragnar K, but it had not. The raking call followed him from his nightmares into the waking world. It was the call of the stone dragon. The shuddering wail did not fade as he slid his feet to the threadbare rug covering the cold stones. Something was amiss. With the sinking of Alloa Glen, the lower regions of the edifice had flooded. When he had first arrived with Shorkin ages ago, curiosity had driven him to seek out the passages that led to his old warren of cells below the castle. What he had found were just halls drowned in brackish waters and doorways bricked closed. There was no way to reach the chambers below the edifice. Gresham had assumed that the mysteries of the nether regions were secrets lost in the past. That was, until now. But what did it mean? He stood up. His legs trembled slightly. Grabbing his poiwood staff, he sensed the black energies that wormed within the wood of his crutch. It stoked his confidence. He knew not what trick was being played here, but he must let Shorkin know. As he swept into his white robe, a passing concern that his boy had not yet returned skated across his mind, but he let it glide away. It was still early, and the kitchens were probably just completing their morning cooking. The kitchens had been running slow for the past few weeks. He pictured Joach standing dull-eyed by the hearths, awaiting the preparation of his master's meal. If Joach returned before him, the boy would simply wait in the cell for his master's next order. Gresham crossed to the door and left his room. Following the twisting corridors and dusty halls, he reached the praetor's spear and climbed to the roost of his fellow darkmage. The guards as usual ignored him as he worked his way up the tower stairs. Even as his heart pounded with each rumble from Ragnar K, he had to rest frequently on his climb, his old body tired so easily. Finally, he reached the huge iron-bound oak doors and rapped his knuckles hard. Shorkin was not expecting him, and it took 2 more series of knocks before the door finally swung open before him. Gresham bustled into the room, appreciating its warmth and thick carpets after the drafty chill of the halls. But his reception by Shorkin was anything but inviting. "Why do you disturb my slumber?" he asked coldly. The praetor stood in a heavy red robe, sashed at the waist. He had obviously been asleep. His black hair was in unusual disarray, and his gray eyes still gleamed red with exhaustion. Through the windows of the tower room, Gresham could see the sun was well up. He bowed his head slightly, already irked at the youthfulness that mocked him from the other's face. "Something is wrong," Gresham said. "Can't you hear the wailing? What are you blathering about?" Shorkin said with irritation. "I heard nothing except for someone knocking too early upon my door." With the summons still quaking the marrow of his bones, Gresham was slightly shocked that this other, so much stronger in the black arts, felt not even a twinge of the stone dragon's call. But then again, Shorkin was not high FAI and had never sensed the voice of Ragnar K. He did not have the elemental magic and was ignorant of the sect's many secrets. For a breath, he thought of keeping what he knew from Shorkin, but if something were truly amiss, he might need the other's strength. Shorkin, he began, though you are the praetor, there is still much you don't know of this castle. Black fire flared in the other's eyes. The stubborn pride of youth still ran hot in Shorkin's blood. The pet of the Dark Lord did not like someone questioning his knowledge. His words were laced with threat. I know more than you suppose, Brother Gresham. Then perhaps you can tell me all about why this island, of all the others of the archipelago, was chosen as the site of Aloha Glen. A wisp of confusion crinkled the edges of Shorkin's eyes. You don't know, do you? Gresham did not wait for an answer. There is also much you don't know about me. You know I was once a high FAI. It was my prophetic writings that gave you the recipe for binding the blood diary. I don't need a history lesson, Gresham. Ah, but you do. For though you used my visions, you never bothered to wonder about the high FAI themselves. By that time, they had been banished, and being the good little mage that you were, you half accepted the elder's edict that they were heretics, practitioners of sorceries that were not pure gifts from Chi. Had you not wondered exactly what my old sect was doing? I knew enough. Your kind saw divinations of the future. Yes, but how, Shorkin? How? The other shrugged. What difference does it make? The high FAI are long gone. Not completely, Gresham added, enjoying the other's consternation. Though I turned my back on my brothers, I am still high FAI. It is in one's blood. What are you saying? I am saying that at least one member of the ancient order still walks the halls of the edifice. You? Yes, me. One did not simply join the high FAI, you had to be born to it. To become a high FAI, you had to be gifted with a form of elemental magic, a magic that linked you to the dreaming. Shorkin's brows knit together. Weavers. Are you telling me that the high FAI were both mages and dreamweavers? Yes. We used our elemental gifts to enter the dreaming and see glimpses of the future. Shorkin turned and began to pace as he spoke. A bit of excitement had entered his voice as he thought he understood. Of course, the elemental energies alone would not let you pierce time's veil. So you used your chiric powers to bolster your inherent elemental ability. This is amazing. No, Gresham let the words sink in and smiled inwardly as the other stopped his pacing. He loved the confusion on Shorkin's face. The damned fool always thought he knew everything. No, we never used our chiric powers. It had nothing to do with Chi. Some members of the high FAI were not even mages, just weavers. Impossible. Gresham shrugged and just allowed the other to stew. But how? Shorkin finally asked. We had help. Whose? The one who calls to me as we speak. I don't hear anything. Only weavers can hear the summons. Ragnar K calls out for a gathering. Who is this Ragnar K? I never heard of such a one. He is the reason this island became the birthplace of Aloha Glen. Of all the islands, this is his home. He was here before the first tower was built. Who is this person? Not a person. He is a creature of pure elemental power, a nexus of weaving energy buried in the heart of the island. Like a lodestone, his power attracted the mages who went on to build on this island. None knew of his existence until he called out to the mages gifted with elemental magics and gathered them to him. Deep under the rock of the island, the sect of the high FAI was forged by his summons. And what matter of creature is this Ragnar K? I'm not entirely sure. Half buried in the volcanic rock of the island's core is a crudely carved statue of a dragon. Posed as if curled in slumber, it is more just a rough outline than a true rendering. Some say Ragnar K is a spirit trapped in this statue, others say he truly is a sleeping dragon, lost in slumber for so many ages that he has forgotten his own shape, letting it fade into this crude form. Continually asleep, his spirit lives in the dreaming, outside time itself, no longer fixed in the present but flowing throughout time. When we communed with him, we could see glimpses of the future and the ancient past. Shorken's eyes had grown huge. And you told me none of this before? We were sworn to secrecy. After the fall of Aloa Glen, I thought Ragnar K long dead, drowned in his subterranean lair. What do ancient histories matter today? So why tell me this now? Ragnar K is not dead. He has begun to call again. His voice speaks to the magic in my blood. Shorken began to turn away. Then let us seek out this Ragnar K. He could prove a useful tool in the hands of the Golgotha. Gresham snatched at the cuff of the praetor's robe, surprised at how sick such a thought made him. His emotions confused him. What did he care if Ragnar K was consumed by the Dark Lord? Still he did not let go of Shorken's sleeve. We can't do that. The paths below are all flooded or blocked off. There is no way to reach him. I will find a way. With you guiding me, I'm sure we can forge a new path. Black energies began to crackle along the edges of the praetor's red robe. The master has granted me gifts to keep nothing from my reach. Gresham let go of the robe and wiped his hand on his white cloak, as if removing a sticky foulness. As the call of the stone dragon echoed in his head, he regretted his decision in coming here. For some reason, he did not want Shorken near Ragnar K. His hesitation kept his tongue silent on one last matter concerning the dreaming dragon, one other prophecy concerning Ragnar K. Actually, it was more a promise than a vision. When he was most needed, it was said that Ragnar K would wake from his eternal slumber, shake off the rock of the island, and move again. His awakening would mark the beginning of the Great War, heralding its first conflict, the battle for Aloa Glen. Gresham shuddered. No, he did not want Shorken near Ragnar K, fearing he might disturb the giant's sleep. But was the dragon truly slumbering? Why, after so long a time, had Ragnar K begun to call again? And why, behind the song of the stone dragon, could Gresham hear the horns of battle and the clash of steel? Gresham followed Shorken's broad shoulders as he headed for the oaken door, but his knees shook. Somewhere far below the roots of the tower lay a beast Gresham had fled long ago. And centuries later, he was in no hurry to return. Some beasts were best left sleeping. A forest of stone towers glided past either side of the skiff. Here stood the mythic city of Aloa Glen. Siwan had to lean far back to see the tops of the shattered structures. Craning her neck, she stared up at the ancient monuments of the drowned city. Algae and moss choked the bricks of the lower levels, while nesting terns and gulls argued for territory among the crannies of the higher levels. Windows long open to the wind and rain stared back at her, almost accusingly. How dare she disturb the graves of the dead? Siwan found herself cringing slightly from the sight. Swing a bit starboard. Flint called from the tip of the prow. The older man leaned over the edge of the boat and studied the waters ahead for obstacles. He had an oar across his knees that he had been using to slowly paddle them through the ancient byways of the sunken city. They had cut the sail as soon as the boat entered the watery graveyard of leaning towers, cracked domes, and crumbling walls. It was too dangerous to allow the wind alone to guide them through the treacherous maze. Near the bow, Cass swung his own oar to the opposite side of the skiff and gently prodded at the algae-slick brick of a nearby pillar. Crabs clinging to the ancient stones skittered away from the tip of his oar. The boat spun a bit to the right, and Cass began to paddle again. Conch surfaced with a weak huff of expelled air near Siwan's elbow. She reached for his nose, but he sank again, too tired to keep his head above water for longer than a breath. He weakened rapidly as he swam through the choking kelp beds and reefs of brick and stone to keep up with the slow skiff. Emotions warred within Siwan. She knew they needed to hurry if Conch was to reach the healers while he still breathed. But at the same time, she wanted to slow and allow the exhausted conch to rest. Even this dragging pace severely taxed her dear friend's heart. Siwen rubbed at the tender webs between her fingers, nervous and fearful for her mother's bondmate. If Conch should die. Almost there. Flint called with a renewed vigor in his voice. The boat rounded the bowl of an immense tower to get a clear view of the coastline ahead. The city climbed out of the sea in a series of terraces that led up the slopes of the centermost peak of the island. Now closer to the shore, Siwen saw that what had seemed the crown of the mountain was actually a huge castle built on the peak's summit. Sprouting from the top of the massive, towered structure were the skeletal branches of a monstrous tree, leafless and long dead like the city itself. A stray sea breeze chilled her skin. She shivered as the boat glided closer to the shoreline. To either side of the city rose high, sheer cliffs that seemed to reach out toward the tiny boat. Her eyes wide, she studied the world of the land-dwellers. Except for the rare times she would sun herself on an isolated sandbar, she had never walked on land. Though her heart began to beat fiercely in her throat, a part of her thrilled at the chance to explore the paths walked by the banished. She continued to stare at the countless windows that opened onto abandoned homes. "I never imagined there were so many," she mumbled. "What was that?" Flint asked from nearby. Siwen shrank shyly from his gaze, but his concerned eyes loosened her tongue. It helped to talk. "I was just surprised that there were so many of our people banished from the sea." "Banished?" Siwen waved her arm to encompass the city ahead and behind them. "All those homes. I never knew so many of the Marai had been forced from the sea onto the land." The old man's eyes crinkled in confusion for a heartbeat, then relaxed into amusement. He chuckled under his breath. "Oh, my dear child, whoever gave you the idea that the shores were only populated by exiled Marai?" Her cheeks reddened with his laughter. She was half angry, half embarrassed. He reached a hand and patted her knee. "Siwen, not a single Marai has walked the shores of the archipelago for over 5 centuries. The shock must have been obvious on her face. But before the fall of Alassi, the Marai and the fishermen of the shorelines lived alongside each other, working the seas together in harmony and cooperation. It was a time of peace and shared prosperity. But then the Golgotha came, and darkness claimed the land. To escape the reach of the Dark Lord, your people fled to the deep oceans, exiling themselves forever from the corruption of the land. For the 5 centuries of the Dark Lord's reign, no Marai has since returned to the shores of Alassi." Siwen sat back upon her pile of blankets, stunned by his words and story. 5 centuries? But the banished of my people, where did they go if not to the land? Flint shrugged, but Siwen caught a quick glance toward Cast before the old man turned away. "I don't know, but your people were always harsh in their punishments, unforgiving as the sea itself." Wrapping the blanket tightly over her shoulders, Siwen sank deeper into her own thoughts. So then where did the banished go if not expelled to the world of stone and rock? She remembered how a dragon bonded to one of the banished Marai would pine for many moons, the seas echoing with its lost, forlorn cries. The great-hearted beasts only did this one other time when their bondmate died. Siwen's heart grew cold. A stony realization began to settle in her chest. Tears came to her eyes. If what Flint said was true. She choked back a sob, her heart unable to deny his words. If the old man spoke the truth, then those who broke Marai law weren't banished, they were killed. Remembering the pining wail of the dragons, she stared up at the cliffs ahead. Tears blurred her sight, and her stomach began to sicken. She was suddenly less concerned about leaving the sea. Behind her, Cast spoke up into the silence. "Where to now, Flint?" he asked. "I see no port, no dock." "The city's piers are over yonder," Flint answered, waving toward the opposite side of the city. "But we aren't going to the main port. Too many eyes, too many questions." Cast lifted his oar from the water. "Then where?" Flint pointed toward one of the sheer cliff walls to the left of the city. Guide us over there, Cast. Cywin kept her arms wrapped around her belly as the boat slid toward the towering wall of rock. She listened to the little paddled splashes as the skiff was propelled. Head toward that fall of rock just ahead. Flint's words drew Cywin's eyes. His arm pointed to where a section of the cliff wall had cracked and tumbled into the sea. We need to get to the far side of the rubble and out of sight of the main city. Cast grunted his acknowledgement and adjusted his paddling to round the boat toward the rockfall. He used the paddle as a rudder to turn them into a tiny bay formed by the boulders and cliff walls. Cywin glanced behind them. With the view blocked, she no longer saw the towers of the terraced city. She twisted around. Even the sunken section of the city was out of the direct view of the tiny bay. It was as if the city had vanished in a blink. Now what? Cast asked gruffly. Cywin studied the cliff face. Were they to dock here and climb the jagged, damp rock? This is the entrance to the grotto, Flint explained. He raised a hand to his lips and made a sharp, warbling whistle. Not more magic, Cast grumbled sourly. He gripped his paddle on his lap with white knuckles. Cywin shrank down, not knowing what to expect. She prepared for another jump-in location like at the arch. Still, what actually occurred startled her. A section of the cliff face suddenly shimmered and parted into huge folds, revealing the mouth of a sea tunnel behind it. She cringed back from the miracle. Then she spotted the two robed men on either side of the entrance with long hooked poles in their arms. She blinked a few times as the men used the poles to draw wider the entrance to the tunnel. It took her a few moments to recognize what was happening. Cast put into words her own surprised realization. It's not magic, just a camouflaged leather drape, Sealskin actually, Flint corrected. It takes the dyes better when painted to match the rock of the cliff, and weathers well, too. Cast swore under his breath as he turned the prow of the boat to point at the opening. Not everything requires magic, Flint continued. It is a precious commodity and not to be wasted when a simple trick works better. Where does it lead? Cywin asked as the boat swung toward the tunnel. Flint squeezed her hand reassuringly. It is only a little ways. Flint's words proved to be somewhat false. The sea tunnel led deep into the island, twisting this way and that. It took a moment of coaxing to encourage Conk to follow. But Cywin's touch and soft words finally convinced the weakening dragon. She saw the shocked look, mixed with awe, on the faces of the silent entrance guards as they glided into the tunnel. As they traveled, Cywin studied the walls, which were aglow with occasional torches. To either side of the channel was a stone walkway used by the entrance guards. Behind the boat, Cywin could see Conk's nose occasionally surface. The passage was too narrow for the dragon to swim beside them. Even this bit of separation made her edgy. She kept glancing back to her friend to ensure he still followed. Finally, after a time that seemed like forever, the tunnel emptied into a fair-sized subterranean lake. The crystal-calm waters were wide enough to accommodate even one of the larger fishing boats that hunted the sea. There is a dock directly ahead, Flint said, pointing. Cywin sat up straighter. The far side of the lake ended at a small rock beach. She spotted a wooden jetty protruding like a tongue at them. Cast guided the boat toward it. Where are we? Flint had his ear cocked as if listening to something other than the tattooed man's question. He held up a hand for silence, then turned to them, his face much more dour. We must hurry. Time runs short. The summons is already well underway. What are you talking about? Cast asked. The dragon awakens, Flint said, a trace of fear in his voice. Cywin stared behind her at Conk. What did he mean? Of course the sea dragon was awake. Paddle toward the pier, Flint insisted. A group of white-robed men appeared from a nearby tunnel and rushed down the wooden dock. Their clopping steps echoed across the still water. Even from across the lake, Simon could see that their arms were burdened with red, steaming pots. The healers, Flint said with a nod toward the gathered men. He dug his paddle deep into the water to encourage the skiff to a faster speed. They've been waiting since dawn. Cast also lent his strong arms and back to propel the boat toward the dock. Within a few anxious moments, hands were reaching out for flung mooring lines, and the skiff was secured to the pier's end. A relieved sigh flowed from Simon's chest. They had made it. She allowed herself to be hoisted from the boat, keeping the single woolen blanket wrapped over her bare chest. Flint spoke at her side, his voice hurried. We have no time to lose. You must get your bondmate to beach himself up on the shore here so the healers can work on him. Simon nodded. Throwing the blanket from her shoulders, she dove cleanly into the shallow water. Ignoring the frigid snap of the sunless pool, she swam to where Conk rolled listlessly beside the skiff. He swung a large black eye toward her as she touched his neck. His scales were so cold. Her fingers found the rope tether tied around his withers. He needed to be cut free. Her fingers reflexively sought her knife sheath. Empty. She had forgotten it was lost when she had been captured. She kicked to the surface and found the 8 healers staring back at her. Flint stood among them, while Cast was finishing securing the skiff. Cut his tether. She called. He can't reach the shore while tied to the boat. Cast. Flint called out, but the tattooed man had already heard. A flash of silver, and the knot that held the dragon to the boat was severed. Conk's snout surfaced beside Simon. He snorted and shook his head slightly, as if sensing his freedom. Come with me, Simon urged her friend. Reaching a hand to his chin, she encouraged him to keep his nose above water and follow her as she swam toward the pebbled shore. There are healers here who will help you mend. Conk snuffled and bumped at her hand. He would do as she asked. As she guided her friend, Simon soon felt the shore rise under her feet until she could stand in the shallows. Wobbling a bit, she backed until only her ankles were still in the water. Free of the sea, her body seemed weighted with anchors. Both the slippery rocks and her own inexperience with walking on land kept her balance shaky. Conk followed her, heaving himself in short bursts of energy until he finally lay exhausted at the shore's edge. He tried to raise his head for one final push, stretching his neck toward Simon. But it was too much for his weakened body, and his head sank back down to the smooth pebbles. That is far enough, Flint said at Simon's shoulder. My healers can work on him from here. Already the white-robed men were splashing through the shallows, the edges of their robes tied high around their thighs. Stone pots of steaming liquid lined the shores. The smell from them reminded Simon of stewing seaweed, but an acrid sharpness underlay the herbal scent. Flint must have seen her gaze and curled nose. Balm of willow bark and bittersroot. It will give Conk's wounds strength against festering and will ease his pain. Simon nodded, barely hearing his words. The gaping gash on Conk's chest from a spear thrust held her attention. The scaled edges had curled back from the white wound, exposing the muscles and bone underneath. Simon knew the dangers of even minor injuries in the sea. Parasites and contagion soon took root in open wounds, leading to pestilence and the rot of flesh. As she stared, seawater drained out from the ragged-edged hole in splashing gouts with each shuddering breath of the dragon. Witnessing the extent of his injuries, Simon's heart sank. To confirm her fear, she caught one of the healers glance to another and shake his head mournfully. They, too, knew death when faced with it. Oh, Conk! Tears flowed down her cheeks, and her knees began to give way. Flint caught her before she fell. He waved Cass to his side. Help me. She does not need to see this. No, I want to stay in, but her words died into sobs. She felt Cass scoop her in his arms again. I know somewhere warm, Flint said. She can rest while the healers work their medicines. Lead on, then, Cass said in his coarse, thick voice. Flint nodded. As he turned away, he mumbled something under his breath. Though the words were unclear, from his strained and sullen tone, the regret he felt was quite evident. He cleared his throat and nodded forward. "It's just a little ways." The passage from the lake chamber reeked of the healer's willowbark potion. Its scent was a constant reminder of Konk's dire health. No one spoke as Flint led them through the twisting corridor. Siwen lay still in Cast's arms, too tired and scared for her dear Konk to protest being treated like a child. They crossed other side passages as they journeyed on through the maze of tunnels. Siwen tried to pay attention to the path they followed but soon lost count of the twists and turns. Even the reek of the healer's medicinals finally faded. Cast glanced frequently behind him and crinkled his brow in concentration. He hitched Siwen higher in his arms. "I thought you said it was only a little ways," he said after a while. Flint's only answer was an arm pointed forward. He seemed preoccupied, listening, his head cocked to whispers only he could hear. Cast followed with a grumble in his chest. Siwen suspected the big bone man was just as lost and confused by the passages as she. But with no other choice, he followed Flint. After a time that seemed endless in the narrow passageways, the old sailor finally stopped by a torch sizzling in an iron sconce. The tunnel exit was just ahead. From the echo of their footsteps, the chamber beyond sounded large. Flint turned to them, his words and manner odd. "Here is where we need to be," he said. The boldness in the old man had faded to a sullen attitude. He would not even meet either of their eyes. "Come. It is time to see how this endgame plays." "What are you saying, Flint?" Cast's voice had an edge of menace. "Come." He led them into the neighboring chamber. Cast followed, though his eyes searched ahead warily. Siwen shrank farther into Cast's arms as they entered the large cavern. It was roughly circular in shape, the walls embedded with glowing crystals of varying sizes. The source of the glow was the reflected light from a twisted column of woody growth, its cracked and gnarled surface dancing with flows of light. It reminded Siwen of the glowing algae beds that lit the deep reefs of the ocean trenches. The light had a quality that seemed unnatural for this land, for this world, even. Where are we?" she asked. The room was also occupied by other people in white robes, close to 50, Siwen estimated. They were all positioned at various stations along the walls, hands raised to the glowing crystals. Were they other healers? Siwen wiggled free of Cast's arms. It took her a few moments for her legs to support her. She leaned on Cast. The robed men and Siwen spotted a few women's faces among the cowls, glanced toward them as they stepped within the chamber. "I must show you something." Flint led the way across the room. Cast and Siwen followed. Siwen kept one hand on the large man's arm to keep her feet steady, but she soon found her land legs. She took a few steps on her own but stayed near Cast's side just in case. Around her, the eyes of the robed ones followed their course. Whispers passed among these others, not all of them sounded friendly. Flint paused near the glowing trunk that pierced the center of the chamber. He touched his thumb to his lips in respect. "The ancient root of the Koakona," Flint explained, then continued to the far side of the room. Rounding the thick root, Siwen kept a wary watch on its glowing surface. But once she was past it, her eyes saw the far wall of the room. A gasp escaped her throat. Etched upon the wall was a monstrous relief of a sea dragon curled up on itself as if asleep, its wings folded back in slumber. The carved sculpture encompassed the entire back wall of the cavern. The dragon depicted, carved of a stone blacker than the surrounding rock, was gigantic, 3 times the size of any dragon that ever had swum the oceans. But even this estimate was questionable since it lay curled up on itself, its body wound round in a snaking spiral until the tip of its tail touched its snout. Its huge head, with its eyes closed, lay buried in the center of the coil. Even if she jumped, she did not believe she could touch that stone head. "Ragnar K," Flint whispered, awe evident in his tone. The single spoken word drew the attention of a small, robed man nearby. He removed his fingers from a crystal the size of a whale's eye and pushed closer to them. His eyes ran like cool water over Cast and Siwan, then settled on Flint. He pushed back his cowl from his bald head. He, too, wore a silver star earring. "Brother Flint, you should not have brought them." The man's voice was chilly. "They are not of the High Fai. They have not been summoned." "Brother Gerald," Flint said, matching the ice in the other's voice, "I truly wish this burden was not mine, yet it is not Ragnar K that has called them here, but prophecy." "You and Brother Morris are fools," the other hissed, glancing nervously at the dragon sculpture. "I've already communed with Ragnar K, and his dreams this morning are confused, agitated. Something has disturbed the dragon's rest." He glanced significantly at Siwan and Cast. "Nothing will be prophesied this day. If Morris ever answers today's summons, he will find no support for his claim." "Just because you don't share Morris' vision does not make it false," Flint answered. "But he was never a strong weaver. To put so much credence on his visions is foolish." The man now almost trembled with anger. Flint placed a hand on the other's sleeve. "I know his words frighten, Gerald, but they can't be ignored. Other weavers have had similar visions throughout the ages. Ragnar K will awaken. I can tell from your face that you know it to be true. The dragon's dreams are confused because already he no longer slumbers as deep. Like a sea dragon rising to the surface, his spirit wakes." Gerald tore his robe free of Flint's fingers. "You and the others should have been cast out from the sect." Flint shook his head sadly. "Do we repeat history, brother? The High Fai were once cast out of Aloha Glen because of words of doom. Do we now do the same?" Flint's words seemed to shake the man, whose voice receded from his rage. "But Morris speaks of our own doom, the death of our sect." The other obviously sought some consolation from Flint. He did not get it. "We are doomed," Flint said. "The High Fai have protected Ragnar K for countless centuries. After today, we will no longer be needed. It is the time for someone new to take on our burden." Flint reached a hand and gently touched Siwan's arm. The other's shoulders slumped, resigned. "Is she Mary?" he asked in a tired voice, finally recognizing her presence. His eyes, cold before, had softened into sympathy as they settled on her. Flint raised Siwan's hand. Confused by their words, she did not object as Flint parted her fingers to reveal her webbing. "You were always a good fisherman, Flint," the other conceded with a quiet snort. "I heard you netted her dragon, too. In the grotto, injured but alive. The healers worked to save her bondmate." Siwan tired of this misinterpretation and cleared her throat to draw their attentions. "Conk is not my bondmate," she said meekly. Flint patted her shoulder. "Just because you haven't actually conceived a child does not preclude him from being your bondmate. It is your moon's blood that bonds you." I know." She blushed a bit with the intimacy of the conversation. "Conk is my friend, but we are not blood bonded. He is my mother's dragon." Flint's expression grew wide with shock. But the prophecy was clear, the spell of release. He sank to the stone beside her and gripped her shoulders. "Conk must be your bondmate." She shook her head while the small man pulled up his cowl. "I told you Morris was wrong," Gerald said. Relief had raised the pitch of his voice. A deeper voice boomed behind them. "I am not wrong." All turned to stare at the huge, dark-skinned man who had come up behind them. He threw back his cowl, his bald pate reflecting the glow of the root. "Ragnar K wakes. This is certain. I can hear it in his voice." But the prophecy was precise. When the stone dragon moves, the Marai and her bonded must be present for the spell to work or Aloha Glen is doomed. A red-haired boy suddenly bumped his way beside the hulking, dark-skinned man. His hands covered his ears. "It's so loud," the boy cried, his voice raised as if trying to call above the sounds of a storm. He winced in pain. Cywin studied the boy. He seemed to be her own age, and his green eyes contained as much confusion as her own. "It's the boy from the stairs," Gerald said with sudden heat. "Morris, how dare you bring him here? He's a creature of the Dark Lord." "No, he is a strong weaver," the dark-skinned man said. "Ragnar K calls him, too." Gerald backed from all of them. "You break our laws, Morris. Flint. You expose our most sacred secrets to foreigners. And for what? Some diddled vision. The prophecy is not coming true." He pointed a finger so angrily towards Cywin that Cast stepped in front of her protectively. "She arrives without a bonded dragon. The prophecy is proven false." As the man retreated farther, others gathered around Gerald. His rage seemed to be igniting those near him. Mumbled words of agreement began to spread. "They must be cast out," Gerald finally declared in a booming voice, bolstered by the others and his own fear. Even more robed men came to support him. Flint tried to argue with them, but the dark-skinned man placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. "We have failed," Morris said calmly to Flint. The vision was precise. Without the bonded dragon, Ragnar K will die as he wakes. He will drown on the very rock that has held him safe for these many centuries. He cannot be pulled free of the stone without the strength of a Marai and her bondmate. "I'm sorry," Flint said. "I just assumed." She was a Marai, and she protected the wounded dragon. Suddenly a loud crack exploded across the room. All eyes, even Gerald's, turned to the carved dragon. Cywin knew, regardless of the arguments otherwise, that all here expected the stone dragon to move. But it was the boy who pointed out the true source of the noise. "Over there!" His sharp voice drew all their attentions. To the left of the dragon, the stone of the wall churned as if made of molten rock. As it eddied and swirled in slow, heavy circles, it grew blacker, a bruise upon the wall. Soon, where once rock stood, an oily shadow now stained the stone. As they all watched, a fist suddenly burst from the shadowy, churning blackness, a fist that gripped a long staff with black energies crackling down its shaft. The staff seemed to draw the light and the warmth from the cavern. Cywin sickened at the sight of the malevolent force that danced along the shaft. Her belly began to churn to match the swirling shadows. She backed away, bumping into Cast. The strange boy now stood near her shoulder. Only she heard his whispered words. "He's found me. I've led him here." Terror laced his words. From the wall stepped a robed man cloaked in inky shadows. He was hunched and bent over his staff. His face was wrinkled and blotched, his eyes milky with age. Behind him followed a second, taller man, a contrast in form to the first. Straight-backed with smooth features, he surveyed the chamber. His face might be considered handsome, but it was the beauty of a carved stone, cold, hard, and cruel. Cywin shuddered at the sight of them. Her insides quaked. "It is the Praetor," Gerald called from behind Cywin. "We've been betrayed." Flint spoke without hope. "Our doom is upon us." His words reached inside Cywin to her shuddering, queasy belly and lit her innards on fire. Gasping, Cywin suddenly clutched her stomach and fell to her knees, her eyes blind with the rising pain. She rocked back and forth, her arms tight. It had never been this bad. The boy was the only one to bend to her aid. "We must run," he said, trying to get her to stand. Answering him was beyond her, even standing was impossible as the searing pain lanced through her lower belly. "Mother below, please not now." Her prayer was not answered. A final spasm gripped her belly. Blood spilled from between her legs, soaking through her skin-tight leggings, more blood than she had ever shed on any of her moon cycles. "You're bleeding," the boy said, letting go of her shoulder. "Hey, you, she's bleeding. We need to get her out of here." Cast bent over her, pulled down by the boy's tugging arm. His eyes grew wide at the sight. He hurriedly took the scarf from around his neck and reached to stanch her bleeding. Siwen shoved his arm away, but her eyes fell upon the tattoo of a diving seahawk. Free of the scarf, it once again lay exposed on Cast's neck. She froze, her breath held in her throat, her eyes fixed by the red and black tattoo. Her gaze met the hungry stare of the hunting hawk. She could not stop herself, not with her heart thundering so loudly. Unbidden, her hand rose toward Cast. Flint suddenly yelled from nearby, but he sounded far away. "No! You must not!" He was too late. Her fingertips touched the seahawk. 23. As Joch stooped at the foot of the carved dragon, chaos swirled through the cavern. He seemed tossed upon a sea of white robes. Some fled past him, trying to escape the two dark mages, while others surged toward the foul men, knives appearing from folds in their robes. It seemed not all were so willing to forsake their cavern sanctuary to the Dark Lord. From the far side of the cavern, black flames snapped and spit among the white robes. In all the fury, Joch had lost sight of Gresham and the Praetor. Screams and rallying yells echoed across the cavern, but more chilling than the crackle of black fire was the occasional icy laugh that rose from the battle. It was the mirth of a black-hearted conqueror amused by the slaughter and the blood on his hands. Unsure in which direction to flee, Joch simply remained crouched beside the young girl. His mind spun, and his heart wailed with guilt. How had Gresham followed him? The Dark Mage must have known Joch's act was a ruse all along, and he had used Joch as a cat to flush out the rats in the edifice. As he crouched, the song of the dragon continued, throbbing and racing through the marrow of his bones. It sang to his own heart, it sang of release, of escape. Joch wished he could answer it. Beside him, Joch saw the bleeding young girl reach a hand toward her large, black-haired protector. She touched the man's tattooed neck, almost like a lover. "Cast," she mumbled softly, "I need you." But the man suddenly spasmed as if her fingertips were hot coals. A mixture of a gasp and a sigh escaped his throat. Joch reached toward the man to see if he needed aid, but as his own fingers touched Cast's sleeve, his mind suddenly swelled with dragon song. The room vanished around him, and Joch found himself floating high above a midnight sea. Below him, he saw waters dotted with sleek, red-keeled ships, their prows depicting fierce dragons. Thousands of lanterns swung from the ship's riggings, lighting the boats and the seas around them. Yet this was not the sight that caused his blood to thrill. Among the boats, riding the waves like horses in a prairie, were countless sea dragons, smaller twins to the one named Ragnar K, and atop their backs were sleek, bare-chested riders. Joch knew the old fables and put a name to these dragon riders. The mare. Suddenly the view swung closer, as if he were a falcon diving toward the scene. He landed upon the deck of the largest of the ships. Weather-worn and sea-hardened men surrounded him. But he focused instead on a tall man standing on the foredeck. With dark hair peppered in gray, he could have been an older brother of the one named Cast. Yet somehow Joch sensed this was no brother but an ancestor. He knew that what he viewed now had occurred in the distant past. The players were long dead, the boat long rotted and sunk. A smaller, thin-limbed woman stood before this hard man. Her silver-green hair matched that of the girl in the cavern. As the woman raised a tiny hand toward the other's neck and touched the tattoo, Joch noticed two things: her hands were webbed, and the tattoo, some type of hawk, matched the one on Cast's neck. The man, who Joch somehow knew was the leader of these shipbred men, arched back from the small mare woman's touch, his mouth open in ecstasy. Then the woman spoke. "Mark all your male children as they come of age with the poison dyes from the blowfish and reef octopi as we have taught you. There will come a day when we will call you again to our sides, again to be our sharks above the water. Do you make this oath willingly and bind your people to us?" "I do," the man gasped. "Our blood is yours to cast upon the seas." She removed her fingers from his neck. "Then be free until we call you again to claim your dragon heritage." Suddenly the vision snapped away, and Joch was once again in the cavern. Someone had grabbed his shoulders and was yanking him away from Cast and the girl. Disoriented, Joach could not find his footing and fell hard to the stone floor. He glanced up, rolling away a bit, expecting to see Gresham's hoary face. But it was Morris who grabbed at his arm. "Keep back from them," the dark-skinned brother warned. "What's happening?" Flint asked. Morris' eyes shone brightly, almost as if tears threatened. "Don't you see? I was wrong. Ragnar K. warned that a Marai and her bonded must be present for him to survive his waking. Since Ragnar K. is a dragon himself, we both just naturally thought this meant one of their bonded dragons. But can't you see how we were wrong?" He pointed at Cast. The Blood Rider picked up the girl. Joach regained his feet and watched the eyes of the girl's protector glaze over. Joach recognized his dull, slack expression. It was a form of the spell that had enslaved him to the dark mage. Joach could not keep silent. "He's bonded to her," he said. "Just like in the past." The ancient oath. Both brothers glanced briefly at him. Morris spoke first. "I told you the boy was a strong weaver." Cast carried the girl away from the conflict still raging on the other side of the chamber. He hurried toward the exit. "We should follow them," Joach said nervously. He saw how few of the white-robed people still resisted the dark mages. The smell of charred flesh filled the cavern. Bodies lay scattered across the stone floor, their white robes singed by dark fire. Joach spotted Shorkin and Gresham, two black islands in a sea of white. Black flames danced out from them to lap at those who threatened. So far the dark mages had ignored Joach's group. They seemed more interested in the huge glowing root in the center of the chamber. "What should we do?" Flint asked as he watched Cast stride away. "Go to the aid of our besieged brothers? Flee?" Joach liked this last choice, but kept silent by Morris' side. "No, Flint," Morris answered, his voice had a tone of exultation. "The winds of prophecy blow through this cavern. Nothing we do from here will change the outcome." He waved his arm to encompass the entire cavern. "All this is just so much sound and fury. The purpose of the High Fai is ended. It is the time for new warriors to carry on the battle for the light. We are finished. But we must. Shouldn't we?" Flint's hands were clenched into fists. Joach could tell Flint resisted Morris' words. He was not a man used to inaction. "Watch," Morris said simply. He pointed toward the wall behind them all. The sculpted dragon was the same as ever. Joach did not know what to expect. The dragon still called, but since the strange dream of the ships, the song no longer seemed directed at him. Suddenly a small, white-robed man darted in front of the carving. Joach was startled to recognize him as the one who had been speaking with Morris on the stair, Gerald. "You have destroyed us all!" Gerald screamed, his red eyes drilling at Joach. "You led the demons to us!" Morris placed a large hand on Joach's shoulder and faced the raging brother. "Gerald, it was over ages ago. This morning was foretold before Aloha Glen had a name. Be at peace." A dagger slid into Gerald's hand from a hidden wrist sheath. "Not until I cut this pestilence from our home." Gerald leapt at Joach. Stunned, Joach found his legs frozen. He raised his arms and winced down, expecting the man's weight to slam atop him. But it never happened. After a long heartbeat, Joach looked up. A gasp choked out of him, and he scrambled backward. Gerald was stopped in mid-leap, held above the stone floor by a smoky claw. Gerald struggled within its grip until he was tossed aside. His head struck a wall, and he collapsed in a tangle of limbs. "Stand back," Morris warned, pulling Joach with him. "Ragnar K. comes." Free of its burden, the claw reached farther out from the wall. It was a sculpture of the blackest smoke. It stretched toward the floor of the cavern and touched a small wet stain on the rock near the carving space. "Of course," Morris whispered with sudden insight. "Her blood calls the dragon forth." The Marai girl has not bonded. As with all dragons, her scent lures Ragnar K. He cannot resist her call. It is the ancient instinct of his bloodline. As they watched, a dragon's head carved of smoke rose from its slumber to extend toward the blood. Its snaking neck unwound from its coil. Vague in form, it silently edged toward the blood, wisps of smoke trailing up from it as if from a spent fire. It seemed to have no real substance, but Gerald's unmoving body warned otherwise. The dragon hunched over the small pool of blood, drawing forth the rest of its body from the rock. Forelimbs bent tight to the rock, and it snuffled at the scent. Then it raised its huge head and seemed to spot the girl retreating in Cast's arms. The pair had reached the large root and were skirting its edge. On the far side of the root, Joach saw Gresham raise a hand and point. Even with his weak eyes, the old mage had spotted the awakening dragon. Shorkin turned to study the smoky beast. Joach enjoyed the look of surprise on the praetor's usual placid features. "We are powerless to interfere from here," Morris said behind him. "What will happen now is beyond our ability to change." As he spoke, the beast continued to pull free of the rock. Wings of smoke spread from its hunched back to reach for the roof of the cavern. As more of the dragon escaped its rocky prison, it bunched up on itself, its tail snaking free of the stone to whip back and forth like an angry cat. It was a monstrous, hulking shadow crouched over the blood of the girl. Its nose followed the path of Cast across the chamber. Then it opened its cavernous jaws and screamed its lust. Joach fell to his knees, his hands over his ears. The pain ripped through his head. He noticed others fall to the stone, too, some rolling with the agony of the screech. Joach saw even Gresham collapse, his plywood staff rolling from his stunned fingers. "He's killing us!" Flint exclaimed, bent over in agony. "No," Morris said. He had somehow kept his feet, though his face was a mask of pain. He bellows his challenge. Joach noticed that 3 people seemed unaware of the ripping scream. The praetor was unaffected by or simply deaf to the dragon's roar, as were 2 others. Cass stepped over the white-robed brothers as he headed for the exit. The girl lay curled in his arms, her gaze fastened to the tunnel opening. The praetor's attention focused on the pair as they crossed the cavern. Shorkin strode forth to intercept them, drawn to these 2, obviously suspicious of the strength that kept them untouched by the mysterious assault. He raised his arms. Black fire coursed the length of his sleeves. Joach's vision began to blur from tears of pain. The cavern became blotches of light, some dark, some bright. Then as suddenly as it had struck, the roar ended, leaving a quaking hollowness in his assaulted skull. He wiped at his tears just in time to see the monstrous, shadowy beast surge across the cavern. One moment it was a hulking, seething wall of shadows, then in a blink it was gone. It flew in a streak of smoke, a maelstrom of tendrils and clouds as it bore down upon the unsuspecting pair. It banked around the gnarled root in a swirling eddy of smoke. Joach winced, knowing that blood would be shed here. The praetor also spotted its flight and backed suspiciously from it. Behind him, Gresham struggled to rise, using his staff as a crutch. Without turning, Shorkin reached a hand back, and Gresham's staff flew from the old one's weak fingers to the praetor's fist. Gresham, suddenly unsupported, fell to his arms and knees. Shorkin raised the staff before him. His black magics, drawn like lightning to an iron rod, flowed out from the praetor's body to encase the staff in flame. Shorkin held the blazing weapon before him defiantly, ready for battle. But his challenge was ignored. The shadow dragon sped without hesitation past the dark mage to descend upon its true quarry. Just before it struck, Cast must have sensed the approaching menace and swung around, the girl under one arm, a knife appearing in his fist as if from the air. It was a poor match for what he faced, but Cast did not falter. He crouched in readiness as it struck. Cast and the girl vanished into the heart of the smoky cloud. Whether consumed by the dragon or crushed, Joach cringed against what would be revealed. As he pushed finally to his feet, assisted by Morris, he watched the outcome with wide eyes. The cloud roiled about the pair, occasional glimpses of the dragon, a snaking tail, an unfurled wing, a claw that grasped toward the roof, sprouting like sudden blooms. But nothing was revealed of the two buried at its heart. Near the struggle, Gresham had pushed to his feet, still bent with his one hand resting on a knee. He hissed at Shorkin, his words loud enough to reach Joch's ears. "Kill them all before it's too late." The praetor stood his ground with his staff of darkfire raised before him, but he made no move to obey the other. "Now is the only time you can stop Ragnar K," Gresham implored. "If he takes root, he will become flesh." At that moment, the smoke dragon drew tighter around the pair, its tendrils coalesced, and its pall darkened. The swirling smoke became an eddying black pool around them. "Strike now!" Gresham screamed. "Destroy it!" "No!" Shorkin said. "I will have it for my master. The Black Heart will find a use for this magical beast. You fool!" Gresham stumbled forward and tried to grab his staff from the other. Shorkin elbowed him away. "Stand back!" As they argued, the smoky fog suddenly surged up to form the figure of a dragon, its head raised toward the ceiling, its wings spread wide. It screamed once again, a piping roar of triumph. The noise blasted through Joch, closing off all his senses. Blinded, he did not even feel himself fall to the stone floor. One moment he was standing, staring in awe at the dragon triumphant, and the next he was pushing himself off the floor, his teeth aching. He rubbed at a tickle on his neck. His ear bled. This time, even Morris had not been able to keep his footing. The hulking brother shoved to his knees with a groan. Blood welled from his ears, too. Joch raised his head, his temples throbbing with even the slightest motion. Across the chamber, Gresham fared no better. He lay sprawled upon the floor, unmoving. Hopefully dead, Joch prayed. But as before, the praetor stood untouched. He searched around himself, mystified, still unsure what assault kept knocking the room to its knees. He then studied the only other pair untouched by the onslaught. Nearby, Cast crouched, the girl still in his arms. "But, sweet mother, the dragon is gone," Joch blurted. Flint rolled to his knees. "Where did it go?" The praetor was the first to respond in a coherent fashion. He still held Gresham's staff, which was afire with black magics. "I don't understand what quality of magic you two possess," he said coldly, obviously believing the two to be the source of the smoke trickery, "but my master will find you both fascinating." Cast spoke up. "Who are you?" "Ah, you speak." "The bond between Cast and Siwan has been sundered," Flint mumbled beside Joch. The girl spotted the dark mage and struggled to free herself of Cast's arms, but he held her secure. Though no longer obligated by magic, he still protected her. "You'd best let us pass," Cast said with menace. He still had his knife in his hand. Gresham groaned and crawled toward the praetor. You cannot defeat Ragnar K," he warned. "We must flee." Shorkin kicked aside his groping hand. "Flee? They have revealed their magic, now it is time to demonstrate mine." With these words, Shorkin pointed his staff, not at the pair but at the glowing root. Fire lanced out and struck the thick stalk. At first, the root's glow seemed to hold the dark fire at bay, but then fingers of flame spread open like some loathsome black claw and grabbed the root's trunk. The chamber jolted violently with its contact. Morris and Flint both gasped. From its foul grip on the trunk, a river of dark fire now linked root to staff. The staff then began to suck the energy of the root to itself, bleeding the tree of the last of its ancient magic. Under the assault, the taproot began to crumble to dust, its very substance dependent on the magic at its heart. Overhead the roof groaned as its single support faded. Boulders crashed to the floor. As the last of the root's magic was consumed, the well of dark fire could no longer be contained to the staff's length. Black flames cascaded down in fiery torrents and bathed the dark mage in a robe of fire. His entire body now flowed with power. The air grew frigid as the dark fire drank the heat from the cavern. Black ice rippled across the floor from the mage's toes. Where it touched the collapsed forms of any of the white-robed high fai, their flesh cracked and shattered. Who could hope to withstand such a creature? Cast stood his ground. Stand back, he warned again and raised his small dagger higher. Its blade reflected the sick light of the black flames. From inside the tower of black flame, mad laughter echoed forth, the sound drawing the last of the warmth from the room. The praetors stepped toward them. Siwen watched the creature sculpted of fire stalk toward them. She shook her head to clear the spellcast glaze from her eyes. How many other nightmares hunted this cursed cavern? She vaguely remembered that some smoky demon had threatened them, but where had it vanished? And now this fire demon laughed at them and blocked any chance of escape. Cast held his dagger higher and backed away, but she knew what approached could not be defeated by a quick wrist and a sharp blade. She had only to look to the cavern floor littered with singed bodies to know the true danger they faced. She wriggled in Cast's arms. "Put me down," she scolded. "Let me at least fight before it kills us." Cast hesitated a heartbeat, then lowered her to the stone floor. Siwen's legs betrayed her, her weight out of water tricking her limbs, and she fell hard on her backside. "That's helpful," Cast grumbled under his breath. Even when faced with his own death, he had time to insult her. A second dagger had appeared in his other hand. Red-faced, Siwen scrambled to her feet, scuttling backward while doing so. I can fight." She straightened and reached to her belt. No dagger lay sheathed there, but she was not weaponless. Her fingers found the star-shaped crustacean attached to her belt. The stunner's poisonous sting could stop a full-grown rock shark, and Siwen was a skilled wielder of the weapon. She narrowed her eyes and pulled the stunner free, using a finger to flip off the protective shell that housed its stinger. Cradling it in the webs of her hand, she pulled her arm back and stepped in front of Cast. "Fie, girl. Stand aside." She ignored him and studied the figure for a weak spot. It was best to strike a rock shark's eye. "So the little one thinks she has claws," the demon hissed. Siwen ignored his words, too. Studying the creature, she noticed the only part of the demon free of flame was its face. Just as well. She swung her arm, and with an experienced flip of her wrist, the stunner shot from her webbed fingers. It spun and flew true. Siwen had only the feeblest hope the weapon would immobilize the demon, but perhaps it could at least delay the creature enough for Cast and her to escape. Her strange attack caught the demon off guard. He tried to block the stunner with the staff, but he was too slow, and the arc of the spinning sea star curved deceptively. It struck him just below the eye, fastening immediately to the demon's flesh. "What is this th?" Then the demon crashed to his knees. He dropped his staff and dug at his face with both hands. Siwen's blood quickened. She had done it. Glancing back at Cast, a look of pride shone on her face. "Get back, girl!" he yelled. Siwen's breath caught in her throat as she swung around. The demon had managed to rip the stunner from his face. But that was impossible. A stunner always buried its 5 legs deep into the tissue, too deep to remove without a blade. Then she saw her answer. Where the stunner had struck, black flames shot out of the demon's face. His magics had driven the tiny beast from his flesh. The demon rose to his feet, but did not stop there. He kept rising on a pillar of black fire. His face was sculpted rage, his eyes pools of black energies. He spread his arms, and fire lanced forth to shake the roof. Loose rock rained down and rattled like hail upon the floor. "I would kill you now," he boomed, his voice as black as his flames. "But placing you at my master's feet will be a greater punishment." Cass leaned over to protect her from the falling rock. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I should have kept you on Jarplin's ships." Siwen leaned closer to him and did not object to his sheltering embrace. They were doomed, but before they were destroyed she would seek the small comfort of his arms. She raised her face to his. "No apologies, Cast. If I couldn't have gained my freedom," she said, "I would rather have died anyway." She saw the tears that marked his eyes, like rain on rock. His voice was a strained, choked whisper. "Yes, but did I have to deliver you to it?" She reached a hand to his cheek. This time it was no spell that drew her fingers. She wanted to wipe away his tears. No man should die with such guilt in his heart. As her hand touched his face, her eyes grew wide. She finally saw what lay new upon the man's skin. Her fingers brushed across it. The tattoo of the hunting seahawk was gone, and in its place was the finest rendering of a fierce dragon, black wings raised for battle, red eyes ablaze with the hunger for blood. She stared into the dragon's gaze and recognized him, knew him as her mother knew Conch. Her heart leapt toward the dragon as her hand stretched toward him. The tattoo was her bonded, and like all Mare, she knew her bondmate's name. Ragnar K. With her fingers' touch, the world blew out from under her. Joach jumped back, slamming into Morris behind him. Sweet mother! His eyes could not make sense of what was happening. He had thought the dark-haired man and the girl doomed. Shorkin rode waves of flame and crested above them like a striking snake. But now... He had seen the girl reach to touch the man's cheek and neck, perhaps in a tender goodbye or something deeper. But at her touch, the man's flesh blew out from him in sheets and tangles of black scale. His clothes ripped so savagely that a torn shoe landed near Joach's toe. The frenzied motion was a blur of wing and claw. Shorkin shied away from the maelstrom of scale and bone, skirting backward atop his column of flames. Gresham rolled away, almost caught in a splash of the Praetor's fire. "I warned you," the old mage hissed at the leader of the Brotherhood. A roar raked the cavern walls and washed away any further words from Gresham. All eyes turned to where Cast and the girl had once stood. A second roar split the cavern stillness. The girl was still the same, though wearing a dazed expression. She rode atop the back of a monstrous dragon. Thick black legs ground silver claws into the stone itself. Scaled wings, scintillating with sparks of rich colors, swept upward like huge ribbed sails, reaching for the roof. Yet all this was nothing compared to its huge head, eyes aglow with a red fire, jaws open, revealing curved fangs longer than a man's forearm. It stretched its neck again and roared at the two dark mages. This was no smoke dragon, no magical whale. It was flesh and fury. With the force of its roar, the black flames of foul magics were blown back like a candle's flame before a gale. As Shorkin cringed away, the flames were snuffed and stripped from the Praetor's robe, swept away to dash harmlessly against the far wall. The cavern shook with the dragon's thunder and the play of wild forces. Gresham crawled to his knees and grabbed at Shorkin's doused sleeve. "He's too strong. You can't defeat Ragnar K without a heartstone. We must retreat to your tower." Shorkin's hands clenched into fists, his shoulders shook. His black eyes bore murderous hatred at the great beast. Gresham pulled harder on the Praetor's sleeve. "You once taught me to know my battles, to know when it was best to fight. Heed your own words, Shorkin." Shorkin unclenched his fists and backed beside Gresham. The younger mage kept his eyes on the dragon, but the hulking beast kept its place, claws dug deep in the rock. Right now, it simply guarded the girl. As long as the dark mages did not threaten, it only watched them warily, muscles tensed and ready, head low with menace. Shorkin seemed finally to recognize the danger here and pulled Gresham to his feet. "You have much to explain," was all he said to his fellow mage, but his voice was iced venom. He waved a hand to the floor, and a well of swirling blackness opened at their feet. "Wait!" Gresham yelled. But it was too late. The two dark mages fell like heavy boulders into the darkness, vanishing and taking the cursed doorway with them. The floor was once again ordinary stone. The cavern suddenly shuddered violently. Rock dust and fair-sized pieces of the roof crashed to the floor. What was left of the mighty root cracked and crumbled. The walls groaned. Morris gripped Joach's shoulder. We must get out of these lower levels. Come. He led Joach and Flint across the chamber, aiming directly for the dragon. The handful of surviving high FAI in their stained white robes were already hurrying toward the single exit. The dragon seemed to sense the trio's approach. It swung its head menacingly at them. Its wings, which had relaxed slightly once the dark mages had vanished, twitched farther up. Eyes glowed red with warning. Words, unspoken by any tongue, bloomed in Joach's head, "Come no farther." Joach stopped, as did the others. Morris and Flint exchanged glances. They had heard the silent words, too. The girl spoke from atop the dragon. Her voice shook. "He says to come no farther," she warned. Flint answered her. "We heard, Cywin. It's dreamspeak, the tongue of Ragnar K. We've listened to his dreams and muttered words for ages. But I'm surprised you can hear him, too. You've no weaver's blood in you." "We have bonded," she said simply, quietly. "Bonded," the dragon echoed. Morris stepped forward and spoke to Ragnar K. "We do not mean you or your bonded any harm." The girl named Cywin swallowed hard. "What is happening? Who were those demons? What happened to Cast?" "I'm not sure, my dear," Flint answered. "I want to get off this dragon," she said, a trace of worry in her voice. "Fear not, I don't think he would ever harm you, but." "Never harm you," the dragon again echoed. The room shook again, and a large boulder crashed only a few spans away. "We need to leave here," Morris said. "It's about to collapse." Joach eyed the exit longingly, then looked back at the dragon. "I don't think Ragnar K will fit through those passages." "We can't leave him," Flint said. "But the boy is right," Morris argued. "He'll never fit." "I'm getting down," Cywin said, reaching and beginning to slide around the dragon's neck. She shook all over. The dragon snuffled at her but did not try to stop her. "Bonded," he repeated and nudged her chest. His nose flaps parted to take in her scent. "Smell good." Whether from the tickle of its nose flaps or his dream-spoken words, Joach saw a ghost of a smile play about her lips. Then her feet touched the stone, and she almost fell, catching her weight just in time by grabbing an edge of wing. "I must get used to this," she said, straightening. As she pulled her hand from the dragon's flesh, Ragnar K blew inward with a folding of scales and flesh. Neck and tail coiled in on themselves. Wings snapped down and melded into a spinning cocoon of rippling textures. Cywin yipped in fright and stumbled back into Flint's arms. "Steady, my dear," he consoled. In a handful of heartbeats, the flurry of bone and flesh settled into a familiar form. Cast again stood before them, naked as a newborn. All eyes were wide in surprise, but Cast's were narrowed in suspicion. He ignored his own nakedness. What happened? He searched around the cavern. "Where's the fire demon?" So many questions, Flint said with a wry twist to his lips, "but before we search for answers, you'd best cover yourself, Cast. There are ladies present." The large man seemed finally to recognize his nakedness and the red-faced girl who was trying her best to avert her eyes. He grumbled and accepted a cloak Morris retrieved from one of the dead brothers. "What now?" Cast asked, cinching the cloak. It was miserably too small for him, barely reaching his knees. "Much strangeness has happened this day," Morris said as the cavern shuddered again. "But this place is no longer safe, and I don't mean just this cavern, but all of Aloha Glen. We need space to piece this all together, to figure out what truly happened here, and more importantly, to plan. A dark time lies ahead. The Praetor knows he is exposed and will lock down the city with his black magics. I, for one, don't want to be here when he calls the beasts of the Golgotha to the island, not until we're prepared." "I think we all agree with that," Flint said. All heads nodded. "Then let's be off," Cast said, heading for the tunnel. "Wait," Joach said, his eye falling on an object he did not want to leave here. He ran quickly across the floor and reached for Gresham's discarded staff. It still lay on the stone where Shorkin had dropped it. Joach remembered Gresham's agonized cry just before he was whisked away. The dark mage's eyes had been on his abandoned staff. "Perhaps it's best if you leave the foul thing," Flint said. "No. It's his focus of power. He covets it," Joach said as he carefully picked it up. It felt like ordinary wood, if not a bit oilier than most. Tears rose to his eyes, and his words began to choke. "He stole my home, my parents. So I'll take this from him now, and one day I'll return and make him truly pay." Joach's voice hardened. "But first I must find my sister before they do." "What do they want with your sister?" Flint asked. Joach strode past him. He was tired of secrets. "She's a witsy H. 24. Cast followed last behind the others. None spoke. All of them were lost in their own reveries. Cast still could not fathom what had happened to him. He remembered the demon in the flaming cloak descending upon them. He recalled Simon reaching for his cheek, then nothing. The next he knew he was standing naked before the others, staring dumbfounded around him. As he strode behind Simon down the passages, he rubbed at his neck and cheek. It still itched with a mild burn, as if his tattoo had been freshly needled into his skin. What did this girl have to do with all this? On Jarplin's ship, they had shared some strange spellcast union. He remembered the events in great detail: the death of the Hort brothers, the bloody dagger in his hand, Simon's cool bare skin against his arms as he carried her from the ship's kitchen. All this he remembered with a fresh clarity, but this time, he recalled nothing. There was a gaping hole in his memory. And he hated it. What had truly transpired? Why did the Marai girl now glance back at him with a trace of fear in her eyes? The passageway gave a sudden, violent shudder. Cast barely kept his footing. Ahead, Siwen fell to her knees. A cracking roar echoed to him from behind, followed by a roiling wall of rock dust that flew up from the deeper corridors to swallow the company. Choking, Cast pulled Siwen to her feet as the dust cleared. He meant to keep a supporting hand on her. But she pulled from his grip, shying away from him. "Thank you," she mumbled, stumbling forward, not meeting his eye. Flint called back. The dragon's chamber must have finally given way. "We'd best hurry. This whole level may go." The pace increased. The group bunched together in their haste, almost running down the winding passageway. Urgency washed away Cast's noisome ponderings. The Blood Riders knew when to focus on a task, and right now, freeing themselves of this subterranean maze was critical. Answers to the mysteries of today's events would have to wait. The passages were still hazy with floating dust. Cast could barely see the large dark-skinned man who led them, but his words traveled back clearly. "The grotto is our only hope," Morris said, breathless from the run. "Pray the sea channel is still open." Flint answered him. "We may have to swim. There's only the one skiff." "What about Conk?" This from Siwen. "We'll just have to wait and see, my dear. After all that has occurred, I don't know if the healers. If they had enough time to mend your mother's dragon." Cast understood the meaning behind the hesitation in Flint's voice. The seamen feared the healers may have abandoned the dragon, fleeing for their own lives. The red-headed boy named Joach spoke into the long silence that followed Flint's statement. "So there's another dragon?" Cast's brow crinkled with the boy's words. What did he mean by another? No one answered the boy's question. The party became silent except for their raspy, dust-choked breaths as they ran. Just when Cast was beginning to wonder if Morris had gotten them lost, they rounded a bend in the corridor, and the acrid tang of medicinals struck his nostrils. But under its bitter odor was the scent of home, the smell of the sea. They had reached the grotto. The company poured out of the tunnel onto the pebbled shore of the underground lake. Red glazed pots lay tipped or broken on the shore, obviously hastily abandoned. Only one of the 8 healers still stood in the ankle-deep water beside the huge jade-scaled dragon. Bald like the others, but with skin as red as a peeled plum, he raised scared eyes toward them, then his expression settled into relief when he recognized Flint. "Where are the others, Brother Yuan?" Flint asked. "Gone back into the tunnels," the healer said, wiping a damp palm over the crown of his head. "Some ran to aid the others. Some simply ran. One tried to make off with your skiff, but my knife's edge changed his compulsion toward thievery." "And the dragon?" Flint asked, his eyes on the girl, who had already waded into the water to lay a hand on the beast's nose. The dragon was too weak even to raise its head, though it did acknowledge her presence with a weak nudge at her fingers. Joach had wandered near but kept his distance from the pair. "He still breathes," the healer declared, then added in a lower voice, "but barely. The balm of bittersroot has eased his pain, and he rests, but I fear he will not survive." Morris approached Flint. "We must be off now. If the dragon is too sick, it would be best to leave him. To survive this day, we must move quickly. An ailing dragon will slow us." The healer, Yuan, supported his words. "If he moves, he'll die. I doubt he could make it out the sea tunnel before he expires." Flint took their dire news with a darkening frown. "I told her I would save her dragon," he mumbled. Morris laid a hand on Flint's shoulder but remained quiet. Cass knew there were no words that would help. Sometimes life offered only cruel choices. Bloodriders knew this all too well. Still, Cass could not ignore the tears on Simon's face as she knelt beside Conk, pressing her cheek to her friend. "Then there's no hope?" Flint asked. Silence was his answer. "I will tell her," Cass heard himself say before he knew his tongue had moved. Flint glanced at him with a slightly surprised expression. Then his eyes grew serious, and he nodded. Cass walked toward the girl, his legs suddenly heavy. Behind him, Yuan mumbled to the others. "It's a shame that the healing properties of sea dragon's blood can't heal a dragon's own wounds." His ruminations were ignored until Flint suddenly blurted out, "Can the blood of another dragon help Conk?" Cass slowed his pace toward the girl. Did Flint have a plan? The healer's voice was hopeless. "Certainly, but it would take quite a bit. The sea dragon's injuries are severe, and we've only a few drops in the edifice's apothecary, not nearly enough to help this one." Cass sighed. The dragon would die. He continued walking, his boots splashing at the water's edge. "Wait, Cass," Flint called to him. He stopped and glanced back. Flint hurried toward him, his eyes bright. Morris followed. "Siwan," Flint urged, "come over here." She raised her head from her friend's side at Flint's words but did not stand. "He's dying," she said with such despair in her voice that Cass took a step toward her. I know, but this is no time for crying. Your tears will not help him, but something else may." She sniffed and wiped at her nose. "What?" "Just come here. If you want to save Conk, you're going to have to help." Siwan looked at him doubtfully, then pushed to her feet. Joach helped her over the slippery stones to join them. "What do you want me to do?" "I need you to call forth the dragon again." Cass saw the frank terror in her eyes. What was Flint blathering about? Simon's voice shook. "I couldn't. I don't know how." Flint persisted. "What did you do to call Ragnar K last time?" Siwan glanced at Cass. He frowned back at her. Did she expect him to have an answer? Then he felt her gaze shift from his face to his neck. She raised a finger and pointed to his tattoo. All eyes swung toward him. Involuntarily, he took a step back. "What?" he muttered. "What are you all gawking at?" Flint's eyes had grown wide, then he snorted a laugh. "So that's where the little snake ran off to?" "What?" Cass repeated. Flint reached for Cass's sleeve. "Come, he said and tugged him to the water's edge. He pointed to Cast's reflection in the still water. "Look at your tattoo." Cast scowled. What did this fool? Then it was his turn for his eyes to widen. His hand reached up to touch the tattoo etched into his skin during his manhood ceremony. The Seahawk was gone. A dragon blazed upon his skin now. He glanced at Flint. "What's going on?" Flint pulled him back to the girl's side and explained what they had all witnessed in the cavern. As he listened, Cast found it harder and harder to breathe in the moist cavern air. "Are you saying I changed into this dragon, this Ragnar K?" Disbelief was thick in his throat. Flint ignored him. "Child, how did you trigger the transformation?" She refused to look Cast in the face. "I touched him," she waved her fingers, almost apologetically. "On his tattoo." Morris spoke next. "It makes an odd bit of sense. They were oath-bonded when Ragnar K merged with them. His essence must have been caught up in the spell." "Touch," Flint added, his expression wide with sudden understanding. Ragnar K vanished back into the tattoo once the girl dismounted from his shoulders. Just as touching is necessary to maintain the original oath bond, it must be necessary to keep the dragon in the flesh. Flint turned to Cywin. "Can you call him forth again?" Cywin took a step away. Cast was too stunned to move. He did not know how to wrap his mind around the idea that some dragon lay inside him. The boy Joach, fingering the mage's staff in his hands, asked a question that must have been in all their minds. "Why do you want the dragon back?" "I want his blood," Flint said simply, as if it were obvious. "I believe Ragnar K's blood might cure Conk." Cywin's nervous fear faded. "Do you think Conk might live? The Marai use dragon's blood to heal wounds, do they not?" Flint kept his voice calm and quiet. Cywin nodded, then shot a quick glance at Cast. "But I can't ask him to become that dragon again. What if he gets stuck that way?" The same thought had been rolling in Cast's own head. He balked at letting the beast take him over again. What if it refused to return to the tattoo? Then Cywin's eyes found his own. He watched hope and fear mix in her eyes. She refused to ask this of him, but her silence was stronger than 1,000 pleaded words. Cast reached out to her and grabbed her hand. His haste made his fingers rough. He did not want to retreat from his decision. "Do it," he said, and pulled her fingers toward his neck. She resisted at first, struggling to free her wrist. He stared her in the eye, and suddenly old words, buried deeper than flesh, appeared in his mind. "There will come a day when we will call you again to our sides, again to be our sharks above the water. Do you make this oath willingly and bind your people to us?" He answered aloud in the old tongue of his people. "My blood is yours to cast upon the seas." She started at his words. He could see something stir in her, her expression glazing over. Their two peoples were forever linked by blood oaths, promised words, and ancient magics. He saw an ancient midnight sea appear in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, no longer resisting him. He let her wrist free, and she reached to touch him. Sighing, he closed his eyes. Her fingers touched his skin, and he was gone. Cywin sat atop the dragon again, its flesh hot through her thin leggings. The others had scattered to all sides as, at her touch, Ragnar K had unfolded and spread around and under her, lifting her atop his scaled back. She looked down upon the others and could not clearly explain the tears that trailed down her cheeks. "Cywin," the dragon whispered to her, almost a purr, as if tasting her name on his tongue. "Bonded." She found one of her hands reaching to rub his neck, finding the spot Conk like scratched. "Good. Fingers good." The dragon stirred under her, then. "Others are here." The dreamspeak held a note of menace. "They're friends." He seemed to accept her statement, changing his attention quickly. "Hungry. Blood scent strong. Sniffing, the dragon's snout lowered and swung toward the lake. His voice boomed in her head. Little dragon will taste good. Simon noted with alarm that it was referring to conch. Cannibalism among sea dragons was not unknown. No, the little dragon is a friend, too. Flint approached closer to them, Morris at his side. Simon, can you explain to Ragnar K what we want? Flint asked. I think you'll have to convince him. Simon swallowed hard. Ragnar K, the little dragon is hurt and needs help. His fierceness and hot hunger touched her. Pain strong. I will eat the little dragon, and it will not hurt anymore. Simon tightened her voice. No. I wish him healed. Your blood will help the little dragon. An intense feeling of irritation and exasperation entered her from the dragon, but she also sensed resignation and acceptance. Bonded, he said simply, acknowledging her wish. She waved Flint over. He'll do it. Flint drew a blade, but Ewan was at his side and pushed the old man's hand down. I have a bleeding lance, he said, his eyes huge as he stared at the great beast. It will leave less of a wound. Nodding, Flint waved the healer forward. Grab 2 of those pots, Ewan ordered. That should be enough to help the sea dragon. Simon watched the healer cautiously approach the thick neck of the beast. He mumbled something under his breath about drawings in old texts. He slipped a long, slender glass tube wrapped in cotton from a pouch at his waist. One of its tapered ends came to a sharp point. He raised an eye questioningly toward Simon. Tell him this will hurt a bit. Pain? He can hear you. Ewan laid a hand on the great beast's neck. The dragon flinched under the girl. She soothed him, both with her hands and with messages of calm. Searching landmarks on Ragnar K's neck, the healer finally positioned his glass lance. Are you ready? Simon probed the dragon and nodded. He struck fast and sure, deep under a thumb-sized scale. Simon gasped and swatted at her own neck. It felt like the sting of a sea nettle. The dragon did not flinch, though his eyes closed a bit, indicating he felt the prick. Simon rubbed at her neck. So she shared more than just his thoughts. She watched the bright red blood flow down the glass funnel into the awaiting bowl that Flint held. In a short span, both bowls were brimming full. That's enough, Ewan finally said, withdrawing the glass lance. He pressed his fist against the wound. Morris and Flint each held a pot of dragon's blood. What do we do with this? Smear it on Conch's wounds? No, the healer said. He removed his fist from the dragon's neck, then leaned closer to inspect his handiwork. He nodded in satisfaction and with a final pat on the dragon's neck turned to face the others. He sighed loudly. According to old texts on the Mare Ai, the other sea dragon must drink the blood. Great, Flint said with a frown. With a shrug, Morris led the way into the shallows. The boy went with them. It all went smoothly. Just the scent of blood revived the dying dragon. Conch raised his head as the men approached with the 2 pots. He slurped hungrily at the thickening blood as the pots were dumped between his sharp fangs. Flint and the boy helped hold Conch's head up as he drank. Soon both bowls were empty. Is that enough? Simon asked as Conch searched the dregs left in each pot with a long tongue. My blood is strong, Ragnar K answered her. His words proved true. In only a scatter of heartbeats, Conch was able to raise his neck fully from the beach. He even struggled to get his forelegs under him. His injured wings shook and spread, knocking the boy into the water. Look at its chest wound, Ewan exclaimed. The edges pull together like a summer flower's petals at night, Is he going to live? Simon asked with her breath held. My blood is strong, Ragnar K repeated, an edge of scorn at her doubts. Conch piped loudly, trumpeting his returning strength. His nostril flaps opened wide as he drew air deep into his chest. He slid back into the lake until he floated its surface like a dragon-proud ship. Flint stared out at him. He'll live. He should be able to dive safely now and return to your people's Leviathan. Then we can go? Cywin asked, beginning to slide from her perch. Flint held up a hand. Conk can go. He turned his intense eyes upon her. But, Cywin, you are bonded now, to Ragnar K. It is time to let Conk return to his own bonded. My mother. Yes, Ragnar K has another path to take. You sense this, don't you, Dot? She lowered her head. How she wanted to deny the old man. But Cast's words echoed in her head, my blood is yours to cast upon the seas. She somehow knew they were not to be parted. She, Cast, and Ragnar K were bound tighter than the strongest iron chain. Where do we go then? She asked timidly. Flint scratched the thin gray hair atop his head. We need a place to rest and collect ourselves. I have a home on the Blisterberry Cliffs south of Port Roll on the coast. It's not far from the blasted shoals. I chose it for its isolation. It should prove a good place to plan. Plan for what? Morris answered her. For the Battle of Aloa Glen, the opening rally against the darkness that has overtaken Alasea. Prophecy said Ragnar K would unite your two people, Drerendi and Marai, and forge a mighty army. It is this legion upon which the fate of both Aloa Glen and all of Alasea will rest. Hungry, the dragon sent, interrupting them. Cywin felt an echoing gnaw in her own belly. We should be going, Flint said. Cywin prepared to dismount, but again the old seaman held up a hand. Perhaps it would be best if Cast stayed as Ragnar K for now. The skiff is small and will fit only a few people. If you rode Ragnar K. Hesitating, she chewed her lower lip. Sea feeds dragon, Ragnar K argued. She was outnumbered and reluctantly nodded her agreement. The dragon did not wait. Scuffling over the pebbled beach, his claws dug deep, and he slid smoothly into the water. She slipped her feet into the folds by his forelimbs. He was so much bigger than Conk that she could barely reach them. But once she was in place, he tightened his folds snugly, holding her firm against his back. He swam closer to Conk, who waited in the center of the lake. The two dragons eyed each other warily. Little, very little dragon. Cywin bristled a bit at Ragnar K's insult of her friend. He brought me to you. He almost died saving me. I saved him with my blood. Now even. Cywin frowned and let the subject drop. By now, the skiff was rowing toward them. Flint, Morris, and the boy shared the boat. Cywin glanced behind her and saw Ewan waving to them from shore. Flint caught her look. He wanted to stay. He hopes to help from the inside. Cywin saw the worried look in the old man's eyes. He waved her on. Morris was at the oars. He had his robe pulled down to his waist to free his hugely muscled arms and shoulders. He had the skiff skimming behind the two dragons as Flint manned the rudder. Flint called to her. Cywin, can you let Conk know where we're going? Would he be able to tell your mother? Yes, I can have him tell my mother the name of the place. But why? For her to send an emissary there to meet with us. It is time for the Marai to return to the shores again. Cywin nodded. She would do as he asked and so signaled Conk closer to her, but she doubted her mother would listen or respond. Her people had drifted so long in the great deep that lawn-dwellers and the world of rock were no longer a concern to them. She told Conk the message for her mother as they traveled the sea tunnel. Occasionally the rock walls around them would shake, and the sea would swell with tiny, agitated waves. But the walls held long enough for them to reach the end of the channel and escape the tunnel. Bright, Ragnar K commented on the day's sun. Cywin stared out at the sunken city. A large, leaning sculpture of a woman in a flowing robe greeted her as she glided free of the bay. The statue seemed to be staring at her with sad eyes. It seemed as if days had passed since she had entered the sea tunnel with Cast and Flint. In silence, they glided past the towers and half-submerged domes of Aloha Glen, winding themselves away from a city that now faced a greater menace than the creeping sea, a corruption that would swallow the island whole. No one dared speak lest the darkness reach out to them. Once free of the city and into deeper water, Morris ran out the sail with the help of the boy and then led the way. Siwan only had a brief moment to say her goodbyes to Conk. Ragnar K would not let him even close enough to nuzzle her extended palm. With slightly wounded eyes, her mother's dragon swung from her and sank below the waves. She had been right. By bonding, she had lost a part of her that would never return. Hunt now. The dragon rolled a huge black eye at her. Flint must have heard Ragnar K, too. Let him eat. He called out to her. We've a long way to go. She waved her acknowledgement. Slipping the dragon's breathing siphon from between the blades of his shoulders, she slipped it to her lips. She patted Ragnar K 3 times on the neck, indicating she was ready, then realized this was Konk's old signal. But Ragnar K sensed the meaning behind the motion and dove. Her inner lids blinked up as she leaned closer to his neck. She watched Ragnar K stretch to his full length and marveled at his size. He had to be over 3 times as large as Konk. His black wings were rippling shadows to either side. Ah, good water, good hunting. She found herself drifting into the dragon's senses. Just as she had felt the jab of Ewan's glass lance when he drew Ragnar K's blood, now she experienced the rush of water over scale, the varied scents mixed in the sea, squid ink, spore of a school of yellowfin, even the tang of poison from a nest of sea snakes. She heard the echoes of distant whales in the water and, closer still, the noisy chatter of porpoises. She also sensed the strength in his body, his wings, to move with such grace and power. She gloried in the new sensations. How blind she had been to the sea before. Then a new scent was shared with her. It smelled like the finest rare perfume her mother wore. What was it? Ragnar K answered her, shark's blood. She cringed lower to the dragon's back. Suddenly Ragnar K darted to the left. Siwan, sharing his mind, knew his move in advance and compensated by shifting her weight. He spun suddenly over a ribbed reef line and, snaking his neck down, jabbed his muzzle into the black shadows. He snapped his head back, a young male rockshark trapped in his fanged jaws. In a flurry of razored teeth, the shark was shredded into pieces that could be swallowed. Ragnar K skimmed the area, collecting every morsel. Siwan did not urge him otherwise. She savored the kill, the taste of blood in her throat, the satisfaction of a full belly. But mostly, she enjoyed how she and the dragon were united, one heart, one mind, one will. She wanted to experience more. The dragon sensed her wish. I will show you more. He, too, enjoyed the union. Come see, come see. Suddenly he sped in a tight, dizzying circle, flaring out his wings, then shot away. She saw where he intended to go. Laughter echoed in her head, but she could not tell if it was her own or the dragon's. Did it really matter anyway? Joch sat in the prow of the skiff. The huge dragon and the girl had been gone a while now. Morris had kept the sail slack, waiting as the dragon fed. The sun beat warmly on his face. It seemed like forever since he had enjoyed the warmth of the sun. Flint spoke behind him near the rudder. What's keepin' the dang girl? We don't have all day waiting for the dragon to fill its belly. We've still a lot of sea to cross to reach port. Morris just grunted, winding rope into perfect coils at his feet. Joch did not care if they took the whole day. He stretched his body across the prow, the dark mage staff across his knees, and worshipped the sun. He silently prayed that somewhere, across the many lands of Alasea, Elena was enjoying the same sun. He closed his eyes, dreaming his sister safe. For now, the sun drained all his worries away. Suddenly, an explosive eruption blew from the water near the boat. Joch jerked up, a cry of surprise on his lips. The boat rocked back as a huge swell caught the prow. He rolled toward the bow just as the dragon lunged from the water only a few spans from the boat. It shot its entire length clear of the water, a tower of sinuous dragon displayed against the sun. With an explosive beat of its huge wings, the black dragon swung in the air. It twisted and banked, revealing the girl on its back. With another beat, it sailed into the air. It winged high above the tiny skiff, a huge black shadow against the sun. From its glossy scales, sparks of brilliance outlined its flight. Its jaws were open, and a huge roar flowed from its throat. It was not a cry of challenge, but of joy. It headed west toward the coast. From the stunned expressions of the two brothers, it seemed something else had been hidden from their prophetic visions. Ragnar K was more than just a dragon of the sea. "I'm getting too old for all these surprises," Flint mumbled as they all stared at the receding dragon. Book 5. Swamp Witch. 25. At dawn, Elena stood at the edge of the towering cliff. She stared down at the fog-shrouded landscape far below. It was as if the world ended here at the landslip. For as far as she could see, roiling mist spread to all the horizons, a dirty white blanket that hid the swamps and bogs of the drownlands. Nearby, a hushed roar echoed in her ears from where the stream they had been following for 3 days cascaded over the rocky lip. Its waters fell in sprays and torrents to disappear into the blanket of mists. Mycel stepped beside her, Fardale at her heels. "Rill has the horses ready. Aunt Mai, you've not spoken much about what to expect below." The older woman placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's difficult to describe. It truly must be seen to be understood. It is a harsh land, but not without its own dark beauty." Elena turned her back on the sight and followed Mycel to where the trio of horses stood saddled, their packs secured. They would not be riding the horses along the narrow trail that led down the cliff face. The grade was too steep and the switchbacks too sharp, a slip of hoof could kill both horse and rider. From here, they would walk the horses. The trailhead was only a quarter league from the waterfall. Rill finished stamping out their campfire and crossed to join them. "How's your arm?" he asked Elena, as he had every morning for the past 5 days since they had left Shadowbrook. She sighed in exasperation. "It's fine. The moss has not spread any farther." Mycel tried to deflect Rill's continuing worry. "Why do you keep asking?" "As I said before, as long as she doesn't use her magic, the vines will stay quiet." Rill grumbled under his breath. "It harms no one to ask." He gave one final survey of the night's campsite, then waved them on. "Let's be off while the light is still early. It's a good day's trek down the cliff." Mycel nodded, apparently concurring with his assessment. With her crossed scabbards in place, she led the way with her golden-maned gelding. Elena had learned his name was Grisson, a fierce-hearted horse loyal to Mycel's every word. Elena followed behind with Mist. The small gray mare seemed a pony compared to the two larger mounts, especially Rill's dappled steppe stallion, who guarded their rear. "Come on, horse," Rill urged. He had not bothered naming the beast. He simply called him Horse. Still, this seemed to satisfy the stallion, and the mount responded well to his orders. The stallion followed the plainsman without even a tug on the lead. Such was not the case with Mist. As long as no one was in Mist's saddle, the horse felt no compulsion to resist grazing. She kept grabbing at stalks and leaves from bushes at the forest's edge as they marched in file toward the trailhead. Elena had to tug repeatedly on the mare's lead to keep her moving. Soon they reached the beginning of the cliff trail. Mycel glanced back. "The path from here is steep, but there are generally few stones to trick a hoof or a heel. Move with care and keep an eye to the trail." Elena nodded. Fardale, sure-footed and quick, took the lead. And so they began the day's journey down the face of the landslip. It was a slow trek, but even the plodding pace wore on the nerves. The anxious horses nickered continuously at the drop by the trail's edge, seeming to sense the long fall that awaited a misstep. As Mycel had stated, there were few loose stones on the path, but the rock was damp from the mists that rose from the swamps at night, and care had to be taken with each step. Occasionally alcoves in the cliff face offered spots to rest where the horses could back away from the cliff's edge and the party could sit and rub sore knees and calves. At one of these small caves, Erril ran a hand along the stone wall of the alcove. "This has been dug out," he said. "Who built these way stations?" "Swampers," Mycel said. "A rangy and hardy lot that thrive at the edges of the drownlands. They trade in wares collected from the swamps, medicinal herbs grown only in the bogs, the scaled skins of the swamp creatures, feathers from exotic birds, a variety of poisons." "Poisons?" Elena asked. "Yes, that's one of the reasons I initially traveled here, to study their art of poison. It was during my first journey here that I sensed the strong elemental force, a sly, fierce Witch lurking deep in the swamps. Swampers tell tales of her, how strange, naked children would be seen moving through desolate areas of the bogs, but when approached, they would simply vanish. Occasionally one of these swamp children would even enter their raft camps, seeking information. Such a child was once caught and caged, but the next morning, only a mound of moss and vines was found in the trap. But Elena's face grew worried with the stories. She scratched at her left arm. Mycel noticed the motion. "And these caves?" Erril persisted. "Built by the swampers. This is one of their trade routes to the upper lands." Erril nodded, seemingly content with the explanation. For once, Elena was glad when Erril called them to move along. She had had enough talk for one day. So the day wore on. By noon, the summer sun had dried the stone trail, making it easier to march, but the rays beat mercilessly upon them. Exposed on the barren cliff face, there was no relief, no shade, no cool streams to bathe the face. By late afternoon, they welcomed the swamp mists that eventually enveloped the lower trails. The sun's intense rays were finally quieted, and the heat's edge was dampened, but their relief was short-lived. As they worked farther down the trail, the moisture in the air became oppressive. Clothes clung, sweat ran in rivers down their faces. The deeper fog seemed to collect the summer's heat and trap it down here. Even breathing became oppressive, not only from the moist heat, but also from the rotting smell of the swamps. "Swamp gas," Mycel explained as she noticed Elena's curled nose. "You'll get used to it." Elena scowled, doubting she ever would. She breathed through her mouth as she walked the last leg of the trail down the landslip. Even Fardale seemed bothered by the stink. He sent her an image of a skunk spraying a trail. She had to concur. Soon they reached the bottom of the cliff, and the ground spread out before them. Finally being able to separate from one another was a relief. The mists had a certain suffocating feeling, and a bit of free space lessened the cloying sense. Elena glanced around her. The late afternoon light, blocked by the vapors, seemed more like a strange yellow twilight, giving all she saw a sickly cast. Ahead of her, the cliff's base was a tumble of rock and soil. A few scraggly bushes with huge thorns dotted the landscape. Farther ahead, hazed by the mists, was a shadowy wall of darkness, a huge slumbering beast hidden in the fog. Strange birds called from there, and unseen creatures croaked and splashed. Elena suddenly knew what lay ahead, recognizing the slumbering beast for what it was. It was the swamp. Over her shoulder, the towering cliffs of the landslip disappeared into the mists. There was no retreat. Suddenly Fardale began a low, throaty growl. At the wolf's warning, swords appeared in Mycel's and Erril's fists. A figure appeared out of the mists, seeming to detach from the greater darkness ahead. As the swamp vapors shifted, it was clear that the shadowy form was simply a man. Dressed in knee-high boots of a scaly gray leather and outfitted in a tight-fitted jacket made of some strange oily material, he approached their party. Elena cringed back. He was a youngish man with his head shaved to a coarse black stubble. Above a broken nose, his eyes were oddly slanted in a continual squint. But what startled and honestly frightened her was that the side of his face was a boiled mass of scars. One ear was gone, and the left edge of his upper lip was caught in the scars and drawn up in a perpetual sneer. Mysel's reaction was the opposite of Elena's. She sheathed her swords and dashed forward to scoop the man up in her arms. "Jastin! Sweet mother, what are you doing here?" Before he could answer, she swung to face Elena and Eril, one arm still around the scarred man. "This is Jastin, the guide who led me into the swamp before." Elena remembered the story. This was the man who had almost given his life during Mysel's first attempt to hunt the Witch. She stared at his ruined face. Such is the fate of those who venture too deep into the swamps, it seemed to warn. Mycel swung back to face the man. "What are you doing here, Jastin?" she repeated. His attempt at a smile drew a shudder from Elena. His words did nothing to calm her misgivings. "The swamp Witch sent me." By midnight, the bloodhunter reached the deserted campsite beside the stream. The dwarf bent to sniff at the scattered ashes of the dead hearth. It stank of the Witch, a lingering scent no older than a half a day. Torren straightened and stepped toward the cliff's edge ahead. He raised his nose to the breeze rising from the swamps. Poison, the winds cautioned, and decay. In the snatches of gusts, the swamp warned all away with threats of death. Torren crouched at the lip of the towering cliff. His red eyes tried to pierce the blanket of mists below. With the sun setting, the swamp's shroud began to rise, reclaiming the sun-baked cliffs. As he sat still, his stone skin began to harden. Over the past day, the stiffening grew worse with each idle moment. It was the curse of the Dark Lord. If he stopped for too long, the stone would stop flowing, and he would be trapped in an ebonstone shell forever. To make matters worse, the sluggish effect was more pronounced if he did not feed. The stone was always hungry for human blood, and it had been 2 days since he had feasted on a fresh heart. But traveling through such isolated lands south of Shadowbrook had offered little chance to slake this ravenous thirst. As punishment, his skin grew sluggish whenever he paused, warning him against slowing his pursuit of the Witch and scolding him for not feeding. Torren straightened with difficulty from his crouch. He moved his limbs, bending his knees and working his arms. Slowly the stone gave way, and he found movement less of a struggle. He sniffed at the air. The Witch's scent traveled east along the cliff's edge. He followed the trail, smelling the musky scent of horse, wolf, and the 2 others who traveled with the Witch. One reeked vaguely of poison, almost like the swamp. The other gave off a scent that seemed a mix of standy loam and forged iron. His nose wrinkled at the scent, a most ancient iron. He shook his head and continued on his hunt. In less than a league, the scent trail led to a path that headed down. He stopped. He had been sure she intended to follow the landslip all the way to the coast. Why were they heading into the drowned lands? Why risk the fanged, slithering beasts of the endless bogs and fens? For a moment, a worry ran through his heart. Did they know they were being followed? Were they thinking to lose him among the 1,000 scents of the swamplands? Impossible. They could not know he followed. The black dwarf continued toward the trail, having to force his stubborn legs to obey after even such a brief stop. He must feed soon. Even this thought sped his legs down the narrow trail as night fully descended upon the drownlands below. The bloodhunter did not need sunlight to guide his stone legs. The dire flames in his eyes lit his path. Nothing would stop his pursuit of the Witch. Yet, somewhere deep inside the ebonstone shell, wrapped tight around the white elemental flame that fed the black magics of the bloodhunter, laughter echoed up. A tiny sliver of the old Torren, powerless and trapped from interfering, eavesdropped on the thoughts and actions of this creature forged by the Black Heart. The dwarf lord had sought to craft a cadre of Ilgard soldiers bent to his own will, Ilgard who could do what Torren could not, who could free the Trisil from its prison. He had failed and become an Ilgard himself instead. He laughed, not at the irony of this situation but at where the bloodhunter was heading. How could he have anticipated such a twist of fate? With this thought, he remembered his father's sage words, "Look no farther than your own nose for answers to your prayers." How blind he had been! Deep inside the blood hunter, wild laughter accompanied the creature down the cliffs of the landslip. Amid glowpots that kept the night's insects at bay, Elena sat cross-legged upon a woven reed mat and eyed the platter of odd fruit placed before her. Errol and Mycel sat to either side of her, while Fardale hung a bit back. Elena did not know what to make of this offering. She had never seen such fruit and could not even fathom how to eat some of the weirdskin fare. "Did you peel that green bulbous gourd or just bite into it? And what of that fruit shaped like a star?" Elena glanced to their host. Justin was pouring an equally strange brew into mugs before his guests. By the light of the lanterns, the scarring of their host's face appeared even worse. It was a storm on his skin, a roiling mix of wrinkled pink flesh streaked with white bands. Elena kept her eyes averted as Justin left to retrieve the last of their meal. He must have sensed her discomfort and had raised a hood to shadow his face. Errol, his brows dark, scrutinized the man as he left. The trip from the cliffs to Justin's home had been a strange journey for Errol. Justin had refused to explain further about his startling statement that the swamp witch had sent him to meet them. "The story is long and best told over dinner," he had said, then turned to lead them away. Only Mycel's insistence that Justin could be trusted had finally convinced Errol to follow. Even so, the plainsman marched with one hand on the pommel of his silver sword. Luckily, it was not a long walk to the trading town of Drywater perched at the swamp's edge, though town was an odd word to describe the ramshackle accumulation of rafts that supported the crude homes of Drywater. These raft homes were interconnected in a maze of floating piers and rope bridges. A few larger homes of brick and stone were built on the firmer ground above the waters, but most of Drywater grew from the rafts themselves, lopsided dwellings of scavenged wood and woven drapes. Some were even built in the towering limbs of the monstrous cypress trees that overhung the town, the lamps in their windows appearing like will-o'-the-wisps in the branches. By the time the party had reached Drywater, true night had fallen. After leaving their horses in a stable at the edge of town, Justin had led them over a network of floating piers that bobbed atop large, fibrous pods. "Bogweed," Justin had explained, catching Elena's curious gaze at the pods. "Grows everywhere, but we plant it throughout Drywater to help keep us afloat. Won't do to sink in these waters." With only these words, he had continued leading them through the maze of piers and bridges. As they traveled, Justin would wave a hand to occasional fellow townsmen, a wary-eyed bunch with features worn hard by the swamp. But these rough men were not the only denizens of Drywater. A few children peered from behind drapes as the strangers passed. Somewhere a dog barked a warning, seeming to scent the wolf among their party. Around them, as they had slipped through the outskirts of Drywater, the swamp awakened with nightfall, a cacophony of croaking, hissing, and the nesting calls of birds. Even now, as they settled to a late meal on Justin's home raft, the chorus of the swamps continued unabated. Occasionally something larger would grumble from deeper in the swamps, hushing the chorus for a short time. Elena knew from the quality of the sound that it echoed from far over the waters. Elena shivered. For the beast to make such a far-reaching cry, it must be huge. She noticed even their host's face would darken whenever this creature howled through the darkness. As full night swallowed them up, the lights of Drywater began to dwindle around them, lamp by lamp, until only a scattering of lanterns dotted the maze of the town. Somewhere nearby a woman was singing softly to the night. She sang in a language Elena did not recognize. Some lullaby, Elena supposed from the mellow sweetness of the singer's voice, though the melody had a melancholy strain to it. The song touched upon the worries Elena had for her companions abandoned in Shadowbrook. She spoke her concerns to Errol, keeping her voice low. "Do you think the others found Merrick? If the Elvin's still alive, they'll discover his whereabouts. Kral's an excellent tracker, and Tolchuk has a keen nose." Mycel patted the girl's knee. She nibbled on a thick-skinned fruit with a purplish flesh. "In a moon, we will know." Once we're through the swamps, I'll go to Port Royal and seek them out. Elena lowered her face. She wished she knew now what had befallen their companions. The wooden planks swayed slightly as Justin returned to them, his arms laden with another platter. The smell of roasting meat momentarily drove away her worries. Justin knelt upon his own mat and placed the tray next to the others. Even Errol, who had remained sullen and cautious around Justin, sat up a bit straighter. "What's that?" he asked with his usual manners. Justin smiled, his scars twisting the effect into a gruesome sight. Fillet of swamp python. Fingers that had been reaching for the meat paused. Justin stared, baffled at their hesitation. "It's fresh," he assured them. Mycel reached for a slice of the steaming python first. "And if I remember, you know just the right way to prepare it. Not too spicy, but with just a touch of tarragon." From Justin's blushing and sudden concentration on dishing out some boiled root, there was some hidden meaning behind this memory. Mycel turned to them, the ghost of a smile on her own lips. "Try it. It's quite good. Tastes much like spring quail, thought." Errol used his knife to stab a slice of meat and flop it on his own plate. Hunger drove Elena to do the same. She watched Errol cautiously sample a bite first, and only after seeing his satisfied nod did she nibble at the tender offering. The seasonings and sweetness of the meat were quite a surprise. Elena needed no further encouragement to devour the remainder of her slice. Mycel passed a slice to Fardale, who swallowed the sample in one bite. In silence, they consumed their meal, hands reaching for more. Fardale nudged Elena's elbow with his nose, and she tossed him another slab. Justin, his eyes wary, stared as the wolf devoured the meat. Mycel had already explained about Fardale, but the revelation of his shape-shifting nature had not lessened the man's concern. Errol was on his fourth slice before he finally brought up the question that had been nagging him. "Justin, your hospitality has been most generous." He wiped at his chin with the back of his hand. "But we need to know about this swamp witch, and why you claimed that she told you to meet us by the cliffs." Justin lowered his mug. "It is no claim. Just this day, one of her swamp children, naked and filthy, appeared on one of the outlying rafts of dry water. The child asked to speak to me." This last statement was said with baffled confusion. "When I came, the boy told me that visitors would be arriving at the landslip and that I was to meet them. Then when my back was turned, the child vanished. Not knowing what his message heralded, I decided to obey. I had no idea why I was chosen for this duty until I saw Mycel standing by the cliffs. The two of us had searched for the witch several winters back." His fingers wandered to his scarred face. "The witch obviously knew of our connection. And this child told you nothing else?" Errol asked. "He had one message from the witch." Justin glanced to the darkness beyond the lanterns and glowpots. "By dawn's light, you must enter the swamp. And I'm to guide you." Mycel spoke up. "We'd thought to rest a day before facing the swamp. We've journeyed hard and fast to reach here." Justin shrugged. That was the message, by dawn's light. The pleasant taste of python had soured in Elena's mouth. How did she know we were coming?" she asked. "I suspect," Mycel answered, "that it has something to do with the vines on your arm. Its magic must be like a beacon to the witch, marking our progress." "Then there is no way to surprise the witch in her lair," Errol said sullenly. Justin answered his concern. "If the witch does not want to be found, you'll never find her among the swamps, let alone get a chance to surprise her." Errol frowned at the truth in his words. "It does not matter anyway," Mycel declared forcefully. "I suspect the witch will not hide from us nor harm us on the journey. She wants Elena for some reason, marking her with the vines to ensure she comes." "And what about after we find her?" Errol asked. "What then?" No one answered. Around them, the swamp croaked and growled. After a hushed few moments, Errol cleared his throat. If we are to leave at sunrise, perhaps the women should get some sleep. Justin and I will make preparations for our departure. No need, Justin said. After the message from the swamp child, I prepared for a trek, just in case. I have my pole boat already outfitted for the trip. Good, Errol said, standing, then let's check out your supplies. Mycelle still sat on her mat. There is no need for that, Errol. Justin is an experienced swamp rat. He knows better than you what we'll need on this journey. Errol's cheeks darkened with her words. I'd still like to see for myself. He glanced at Justin's scars. Even an experienced swamp rat can make mistakes. Now it was Justin's back that stiffened, but he kept himself civil. If the plainsman wishes to see how I've stocked my boat, he said in a clipped tone, he is more than welcome. Justin led the way. Mycelle persisted. Justin, there is no need to bow and scrape to this buffoon. Justin pulled his hood farther over his head. It is only a short walk to the boat. The two men left with Fardale trailing behind them while Mycelle scowled at their backs. Men, she grumbled under her breath. Then, with a loud sigh, she turned to Elena. We should get as much sleep as we can. Tomorrow will be a hard day. Elena nodded. She wondered silently when a day wouldn't be hard. Mycelle helped her spread their bedrolls on the deck near Justin's one-room shack. The woman frowned at Justin's home. Its walls leaned as if about to topple, and the drapes in the single window were tattered and threadbare. Once he had a much finer house, she muttered sadly. He's not done well for himself since I last saw him. Why's that? Elena asked, rolling out her bedding. Her response seemed to startle Mycelle, as if her aunt had not known she had been speaking aloud. She shook her head and joined Elena. I'm afraid it's my fault. I should not have tried to reach the Witch before. But he was such a brave swamp tracker, full of pride and quick smiles that disarmed my trepidations. His scarring one hand waved to her own face. Should have been mine. He saved me by sacrificing himself to the poison spit forth from the jaws of the king adder. She lowered her face. I dragged him back to dry water and helped heal him, but a part of him died out there. Elena paused in opening her roll. What do you mean? I've seen him looking at the swamp. He used to love the swamp like a man loves a woman. He knew all her secret paths and faces. He showed me sights that took my breath away, ponds of glowing algae in a rainbow of colors, areas where the water steamed and bubbled to soothe sore muscles, regions where moss grew so thick on water that one could walk on it. One time, on one of those beds, we even made Mycelle's soft smile dissolve as she realized to whom she was speaking. But now it scares him, unmans him. I suspect the reason for his poor dwelling has something to do with this fear. A swamper will not fare well if his livelihood frightens him. Elena remembered how his face had darkened with the grumbling of the large swamp beast, the spark of fear in his eyes. Why doesn't he just leave? She shrugged. I wager his scarring had something to do with that decision. He was once a handsome man. Mycelle must have seen the doubt in her eyes. He truly was. I think his wounds reached deeper than just the skin. He hides here now, fearing to leave, fearing to stay. Elena wondered at her words. Will he be able to lead us to the Witch? Perhaps a less nervous guide would be better. No. He was chosen by the Witch just as surely as you were. He needs to take this journey. Still, Elena's question seemed to bother Mycelle. She turned away. Let's rest, Mycelle said. There'll be plenty of time to talk in the morning. Elena did not argue. She slipped off her boots and got into her bedroll. She lay on her back beside Mycelle and pondered all she had learned that day. Overhead, the mists had lifted and thinned with nightfall. The moon and stars could be seen as vague ghosts in the skies above. To the north, the stars were cut off by the towering wall of the landslip. In the distance, lit by moonlight, the cascade of a waterfall was a flow of silver across the black cliff face. Elena wondered if it was the same stream they had followed to the landslip. As she watched, the foggy veil shifted. Suddenly a soft glowing arc of moonlight crested the mists of the falls. Marcel must have heard Elena's hushed gasp of wonder. "It's a moonbow," Marcel explained somberly. "As I said earlier, there is much beauty hidden here, an inner magnificence that even the poisons of the swamp can't hide forever." Elena remained silent. She knew her aunt's words did not refer just to the shining moonbow. 26. Yarl was up before the sun's rays had even pinked the eastern skies. In truth, he had hardly slept. After returning from Justin's boat, he had crawled into his bedroll, satisfied that their guide had outfitted them well. Still, slumber had escaped him. Instead, he had stared at the mists as the moon set, listening to the swamp's constant song. Nagging worries kept him from rest. The journey ahead was a treacherous one, and Errol feared he had made the wrong choice. Why had he so readily accepted Marcel's claim that only this swamp hag could cure Elena? He could have taken the child to Wallowa Glen and let those brothers who practiced the art of healing attempt to free the bewitching from her. And now here was the scarred man sent to take them to the Witch. Errol had been around thousands of warriors about to go to battle. The eve of war soured many a soldier's will and heart, and Errol sensed that just such a weakness resided in Justin. Errol had insisted on seeing the man's boat not just to recheck his supplies, but also to study the man further, away from Marcel. He knew better than to voice such a concern to the swordswoman, since she and Justin shared a history that seemed more than just seeker and guide, so he had pulled the man aside. As Errol inspected the flat-bottomed boat, his concerns about Justin were proven valid. Besides stocking the boat with more weapons than seemed necessary, the man was a sack full of jitters. Any sudden noise jolted him, and when Errol accidentally brushed against his side, the man jumped back as if stung. There was no doubt that Justin bore a timid heart and would fare poorly as a guide on such a risky journey. So, after returning from the boat, Errol lay awake in his bedroll and pondered his choices. He could either follow this frightened man into the swamps or leave with Elena in the morning and travel by horse along the landslip to the coast. As he weighed his options, the moon set, and the stars to the east winked out. Finally, he fled his useless bedroll and faced the approaching morning, no closer to answering his nighttime questions. He stepped carefully around his sleeping companions. Fardale, ever vigilant, raised his head, his eyes bright in the night, but Errol waved him back down and crossed to the darkened rear of the raft. As he relieved his bladder over the side, someone cleared his throat behind him, not in warning, but simply announcing his presence. Errol glanced over his shoulder to see a smoldering pipe glowing in the deeper shadows behind Justin's dwelling. "It's only me," the man said. Errol recognized the scarred man's voice. "Dawn's still a bit away, plainsman. You could have slept longer. I would have woken you with the sun's rising, but..." Errol finished and crossed to where Justin sat in the shadows with his pipe. He leaned one hand against the wall, the wood groaned and tilted under his weight. "I couldn't sleep anyway," Errol said gruffly. From the other man's clothes and tired voice, he doubted Justin had slept either. "The swamp does that to you. It's a constant presence. Even when you shut your eyes, it still paints itself in your mind's eye with its noises." A small shudder passed through the man. Errol slid down the wall to sit beside Justin. The man offered a puff from his pipe. Errol accepted and drew a long, slow drag from its stem. The smoke settled like an old friend in his chest. It was good standy tobacco, an expensive leaf, the best he had sampled in a long time. Considering the state of Justin's living quarters, Errol suspected that tobacco of this quality was a rare treat for the swamp man. He passed the pipe back and reluctantly let the smoke loose from his lungs in a long, low sigh. "Mighty fine leaf," he said. An awkward silence arose between them until Justin finally spoke. "I know what you're thinking, plainsman. I saw your face earlier. Don't think I can't tell when a man has judged me worthless." Errol stayed quiet. He would not lie or pretend otherwise. Elena's safety was too important for any false sentiment. "Since I was scarred," the man continued, "I've had 5 winters of such looks. The other swampers smell my fear and treat me as if I lost both my legs. They wave and nod, but none will go swamping with me. These lands are not a place where you want a man whose hands tremble guarding your back." Errol knew these words had festered in Justin's chest for a long time and needed to be released before any healing could begin. "When I was 10, my daddy was killed by an angry mother kraken. Tore his arm clean off the shoulder. He died before his punt could be pulled back to dry water." Justin took a puff on his pipe, as if dredging up old memories. "Yet, even his death did not make me curse the swamp. I grew up among its sinking sands, quagmires, and bogs. They were my playground, my school, and eventually my livelihood. The swamplands became a part of me as surely as my hand or my foot. Don't get me wrong. I loved the swamp, but I never lost my respect for her poisonous side. Only a dead man ever does so. We have a saying among us swampers, you don't hunt the swamp hunts you." Justin let his words sink in. The embers in his pipe glowed redder as he drew smoke deep into his chest. "So what happened?" Errol finally asked. "I've always known that life and death were a part of the swamp," he explained. "And I fully expected someday to die in its embrace. Every swamper knows she will eventually claim you." Justin paused, pondering his pipe, then pointed to the scars on his face. "But death is easy to face. This was not." His voice cracked as he continued speaking. "After the attack by the king adder, children shunned me, women would shudder as I passed, even men would only speak to me with their eyes cast down. I had known the swamp was a harsh mistress, but I had never suspected the true depth of her cruelty. To let me live, but only as this half-man." Errol nodded toward his own missing arm. "Not all men are whole." He began to push up from the planks. The eastern sky was beginning to blush with the approaching sun. "Perhaps," he mumbled, "but you still have the face of a man." Errol frowned and turned to leave. Justin grabbed at his leg. "I must go with you," he said, seeming to sense Errol's indecision about him. "I don't go to die, or to prove something to myself. I go to answer the Witch's call. She is said to be the heart of the swamp. 5 winters ago, my life was stolen from me in a spray of poison. I will face this Witch and make her answer for this. Even if it means my death." Errol saw the determination in the man's eyes and heard the steel in his voice. Here was probably a glimpse of the man Justin once had been. Still, brave words did not stoke a weak heart for long. If they were to risk the swamps, they would need some sign that this man would not become a hazard to their mission, some proof other than his mere word. A small voice spoke from behind Errol, startling the plainsman. "Whatcha all doing?" Errol turned around to find a small bare-assed boy standing at the raft's edge. He had a finger dug deep into one nostril. "We have to go," he said as he extracted his probing finger. "The sun's up, and a monster's coming to eat you all." The blood hunter had reached the base of the landslip just as the dawn's light brightened the eastern sky. Toran paused to get a bearing on his prey's scent. The swamp filled his nostrils, trying to overwhelm his keen nose. Still, the Witch's magic was like a thread of silver and stone, bright and clear among the myriad odors of the drownlands. Crouching, he sped along the scarp of broken rock and thorny growths at the cliff's base, his nose tracing the path. She was close. Though fearless, the black dwarf still moved cautiously. He did not want to spook his prey. With the sun's rising, the shadows would be few. Through the mists ahead, he saw the buildings of a ramshackle town. He followed the scent trail cautiously. It led first to a stone stable at the edge of town. Toran smelled the horses he had been following for days. He smiled, his yellow teeth bright against his black lips. His prey were on foot now. Only the fleetness of their mounts' legs had kept the witsych from his grasp. Now that advantage was over. Still, to be sure, he slipped around the edge of the building and crept toward the door. If he slew their mounts, there would be no chance of escape. He worked the door open and wormed into the stables. Instantly the horses erupted around him with whinnying cries and stamping feet. The first horse kicked savagely at its door, the crash like a thunderbolt in the narrow confines. He had to work quickly before an alarm was raised. Torren followed the scents to the second stall. Inside he spotted a small gray mare. A trace of the witsych's magic clung to it like the moss on a tree. The beast's eyes were rolled white with fear. It backed from him as he pulled open the stall's door. He meant to step inside when a small voice rose from near his feet. "You're not supposed to be here." Torren glanced down to see a small human child standing in the crisp hay of the stall. He wore not a stitch of clothing. And worse yet, as filthy as the child was, he gave off no odor. The dwarf backed a step to study the boy. "Who are you?" he asked, curiosity staying his hand from snapping the child's neck. The boy's heart would make an excellent fuel for his chase. The child removed a stem of hay from his mouth. He waved it at the hulking dwarf. "Go away. You don't belong here." Torren scowled. Already he had paused too long. His skin grew stiffer and his limbs sluggish from lack of blood. Curious or not, he needed to feed. He reached for the boy. But his hands ended up gripping only piles of damp moss. The boy was gone. Shaking the slimy strands from his stone palms, he caught a whiff of magic hanging in the air. He sniffed at it, trying to capture its scent. But it faded too fast. He rubbed at his thick nose. Why did that brief whisper of magic seem familiar to him? It was like stepping into a room and suddenly getting an inkling that you had been there before. Cursing, he backed from the stall, forcing his sluggish limbs to obey. By now, the horses were wild around him. Both the escalating noise and the strangeness of the boy drove him from the stables. The witsych was close. What did it matter if her horse lived? The witsych would never again see these stables. Skirting the edge of town, Torren crept toward the shadowy fringe of the swamps. Ahead, 1,000 creatures woke to the morning. He meant to circle the town's border by traversing the swamp, staying cloaked by the night until he discovered where his prey hid among this maze of shacks and rafts. But first, an older woman stood near a section of trampled-down reeds at the bank of the swamp. She was busy pulling crab cages from the shallows. Her back was to him as he crept up on her. Only at the last instant did she suspect something and spin around. Her eyes widened with terror at the sight of his monstrous black form, but before her horror reached her lips, one of Torren's fists clamped her throat. She dug at his flesh, tearing her nails on his hard skin. He did not have time to play with her. A sharp snap and the battle was over. He dragged her carcass over to the shade of a low-slung cypress. Ripping open her chest, he fed quickly upon her. For a heart so old, it was especially tender, but perhaps his appreciation was exaggerated from supreme hunger. He feasted, then licked his fingers. Old or not, it warmed his core and loosened his limbs. The fire in him was stoked for the last leg of his long chase. He rolled the body into the water with a small splash. Let the denizens of the swamp share in his bounty. He straightened from his crouch and wiped his hands on his belly. It felt good to feed. Suddenly, from a branch overhead, a snake struck at his face, but its poisonous fangs broke upon the dwarf's stone skin. The bright-colored viper dropped dead onto the muddy bank of the swamp, having finally met something more lethal than its own fangs. The dwarf ground the snake under his heel as he stepped into the swamp. Even among these treacherous lands, nothing was more poisonous than the blood hunter. On the dock, Elena shied away from the swamp child. The boy stood shorter than Elena's waist and wore a blanket around his nakedness at Ariel's insistence. Though he was not the same urchin who had accosted her in Shadowbrook, the boy bore a strange likeness to him. His hair was a different color, more blonde than dark, and his nose was smaller, but something about his eyes marked this youngster as a sibling of the other. Like any other boy, his gaze was bright with curiosity, but behind his eyes, Elena sensed something much older staring out at her. The boy caught her appraising study of him and stuck out his tongue. She blinked at his insult. Before she could react further, Errol called to her. "Elena, join Mycel in the boat. We need to shove off." Backing with a final glance at the boy, she stepped toward the flat-bottomed boat. "A punt," Justin called it. To Elena, it seemed more like a small raft with short raised sides. The scarred man stood near the stern with a long pole in his hand. Bundles of supplies lay stacked at his feet. A few onlookers hung around on neighboring docks, watching their departure and pointing to the odd boy. They all seemed to know this child was a minion of the swamp Witch, and they had come to see what was happening. One blunt voice echoed across the misty waters as Elena climbed aboard the punt. "The swamp Witch has come to fetch Justin," a bearded man said. "Finally she'll put the sorry bloke out of his misery." Elena saw how these words tightened Justin's grip on his pole. She stepped over a few swollen water flasks and crossed to join Mycel on a seat near the bow of the boat. Her aunt, too, had stiffened with the man's words. She glared over at the bystanders as Elena sat beside her. Fardale seemed to sense her aunt's tension and glanced back from where he stood at the prow of the punt, his front paws on the short raised rail. Mycel patted his rump reassuringly, and he returned to monitoring the scents of the swamp ahead. Errol untied the rope from a stanchion on the dock and hopped into the punt. He raised a hand to help the boy into the boat, but the child simply threw his blanket at Errol and stood naked on the dock. "I don't like boats." With these words, the boy jumped into the swamp and disappeared under the green waters. Justin began to pole away from the dock. "Wait," Errol said, his arm reaching over the side to fish for the boy. "He'll drown." A few chuckles arose from the neighboring raft at the plainsman's words and actions. Justin's voice, though, was sober. "The boy is of the swamp. He cannot die." Still Errol searched, his eyes determined to discover the boy's whereabouts. "I wouldn't do that if you want to keep your last arm," Mycel said to him. "One of the first rules Justin taught me was to keep my limbs out of any water that wasn't clear." Errol pulled away just as the back of something large and scaled humped out of the water where his arm had been. Missing its meal, the creature sank out of sight. "Kraken," Justin said. "A young one." Eyeing the water with more respect, Errol slumped to the bench seat behind Elena. He slid out of his shirt and wrung the foul water from his soaked sleeve. Elena watched his muscles work as he struggled one-handed with his shirt. Again, she was amazed at the smoothness of the scar that marked his shoulder. It must have been a sharp blade that cut his arm from his body. Never once during their long journey had he said how he'd lost that limb. As curious as she was about this, she found her eyes lingering on the thin layer of dark, curled hair that marked his chest and ran in a trail down his belly. Her cheeks blushed hotly when she found Errol's eyes on her own. He held out his shirt. "Drape this over the bow to dry," he said. Numbly, she took his wet garment and spread it out across the wood rail beside Fardale. The wolf sniffed at Errol's shirt. She was glad to find something to divert her attention. The sharp noise of a slap, though, brought her gaze around once again. "Cursed bugs." Errol slapped his palm again at his bare chest. 2 spots of blood marked where he had squashed a pair of biting insects. "Light one of the glowpots," Justin said. "Or soon we'll be swamped with blood feeders." The heaviest swarms lurked just outside Drywater's pall of glowpot smoke. Mycel used a taper to snatch a flame from one of the lanterns, then lit the wick of a ceramic pot filled with perfumed wax. A curl of pungent smoke arose. Its scent reminded Elena of boiling razor leaf, used to soothe aches. She felt a sting on her neck and struck at it. Her fingers came back with a drop of blood. Another unseen insect bit her arm. Soon the boat erupted with sharp gasps and the sound of palms striking flesh. Even Fardale whined and pawed at his nose. Only Justin seemed unaffected as he pulled them deeper into the swamps. "I've been living so long in dry water that the smoke of its 1,000 glowpots has not only sunk into my skin but also into my blood," he explained. "The feeders don't much care to take a meal from a swamper, not when they have fresh targets." Elena thought she detected a hint of amusement in the man's eyes. Grimacing, she swatted at another bite. She could not imagine traveling the entire swamp like this. Soon, though, the glowpot smoke grew into a thin cloud about them, driving away all but the most determined insects. Justin continued to pull slowly through the green waters. "There's also a salve made from the herb that's in the glowpots," he said. "It's not as effective, but it'll help. Once we reach one of the swifter currents, you'll need it, since we'll be moving quicker than the smoke can keep up with us." Elena settled back to her seat, relieved that the plague of stinging bites had abated for now. She studied the swamp around her. Dry water had vanished behind a curtain of moss and cypress branches that brushed the oily waters. Again the mists had lowered with the sun's arrival. The light became a hazy, yellow-tinged glare off the water that soon made her eyes ache. Nearby, branches reached for their boat, but Justin was a skilled poleman and kept them from the lowest of the overhanging limbs, where nests of coiled snakes hung like Winterfest decorations, bright yellows and vibrant reds, writhing slowly as the punt passed. Occasionally she would spot one of these fancifully colored snakes swimming in sluggish whips of its tail through the dark waters. Justin saw her attention on one of them. Sweetheart adders, he named them. "Their bite hurts like a flaming brand on the skin but will only make you sick for a day or two." "So why call them sweetheart then?" "Because their bite doesn't kill you. Among the denizens of the swamp, their bite is nothing more than a kiss." Elena settled deeper into the center of the punt. Mycel put one arm around her. "Don't fret, Elena. The snakes are nothing to fear. As long as you don't disturb them, they'll leave you be." "But there are other creatures that aren't so generous," Justin added. "So, once we're deeper in the swamps, keep your eyes and ears alert." As they pulled around a slow curve in the channel, a sweet scent flowered the air. It drove back the smell of rotten eggs from their noses. Elena was startled at how accustomed she had become to the constant stink. The scents of daffodils and lilacs were a balm on her spirit, a reminder of home among these treacherous lands. Justin's voice grew grim. "Keep your heads down." Mycel glanced over her shoulder to him. "Is it a moon blossom?" "Yes, and from the stink, I'd say it's a large one." Mycel hunkered down lower in the punt and pulled Elena off the bench seat to sit on the bottom of the boat. "Stay there, honey." Fardale joined her, on guard. "Strange to find it still hunting this late in the morning," Justin mumbled. They glided slowly around the bend. Ahead, the source of the sweet scent appeared. A monstrous purple blossom the size of a small calf overhung the channel. Its huge petals were curled back invitingly from its center. The boat would pass under those petals, but Justin pulled the punt as far away as possible. As they drew closer, Elena saw the reason for his concern. The stem of this huge flower, as thick around as her thigh and wrapped like a creeper around the branches of a huge cypress, was festooned with hundreds of thorny vines. Yet it was not the long, barbed spikes that drew her eyes, but the poor creatures that hung impaled in their grips. Wrapped in the thorny coils were a few white-plumed birds and a scatter of small furry animals with bushy tails. Nothing moved. As she watched, the vines slowly crept and uncurled, like snakes coming awake with the heat of the day. Elena suspected it was not the warmth of the sun but the smell of their blood that awakened this giant. Frames of old skeletons dropped from its grip to splash in the water as it reached for fresh meat. Vines swung toward their boat, but even Elena could tell they were too short to reach them. She allowed herself to relax. Then, the flower's stalk suddenly convulsed. Its stem lurched farther along the cypress branch, dragging its blossom and vines closer to the punt. A small squeak of fear escaped Elena's lips. "Get down," Mycel warned, planting a hand atop her head and forcing her lower. Yet the sides of the punt were so low that Elena could still see the creeping flower reach for them. Hundreds of vines, some thicker than her arm, unfurled to probe at the passing boat. Justin used his pole to push aside these reaching fingers as the punt glided along. Where his pole touched, the vines snapped around the wood, but its smooth and polished surface offered no purchase for the thorns. Determined, a thick vine slid past his pole and tried to wrap itself around their guide's chest, but Eril was there, sword in hand. His silver weapon flashed, and the flower's limb splashed to the water, severed clean with the one strike of the blade. Justin nodded his thanks to the plainsman. Once past the last of the vines, Justin shook off the clinging remnants of the moon blossom from his pole and rinsed off its surface. Sleep poison, he explained. Wouldn't want to get it on a cut. Elena stared behind her as the moon blossom vanished around the bend, its vines curling in frustration, its petals closing for the day. It would wait until nightfall to bloom again and lure the unsuspecting with its sweet scent. Elena shuddered. Was there nothing out here that didn't want to eat you? Soon they reached a wider channel, where a small current caught their boat and drew it languidly toward the deeper bogs. Justin now only used his pole to guide them, rather than propel them forward. With the easing of his burden, he became more talkative, though Elena suspected he talked more to keep himself distracted than for companionship. He told them which plants contained healing oils and which fruits could kill with a nibble. He spoke at length about the kraken, one of the larger swamp predators, an aggressive, scaled carnivore with razor-sharp teeth that hunted the waters but nested on mudbanks. They were a prized kill. Their skin made an excellent leather, and their meat was rich with fat. He even explained their mating habits. A pair bonds for life, he explained. When you hunt them, you must kill both male and female, or the surviving mate will seek you out. They are vengeful beasts. But the worst is a nesting female. She will attack a boat merely for passing too near her eggs. Only a skilled swamper tackles a kraken hunt. Hopefully we won't encounter any, Elena said. Justin's eyebrows rose with this statement. We've passed 15 so far. Elena's lips parted. She had not seen a single one. They hide in the muddy reeds. Justin pointed his pole. There's one now. It took further clues to finally discover the pair of black eyes peering from between bunches of rushes. Its scaled snout barely poked above the water. It lay stone still, the bulk of its body hidden in the water, but its thick armored tail lay draped on the bank behind it. It had to be as long as the boat. Just a young bull, Justin said, appraising it. I doubt it's even bonded yet. A full-grown adult can grow twice that length, and I've heard tales of kraken giants that can be even larger, beasts that could swallow this boat whole. Elena leaned closer to my cell. Eril tired of these nature talks. Do you know where we're going? He asked Justin. The scarred man nodded. These are well-traveled byways. I plan to take us as far as the swampers have mapped. Beyond that, we'll have to trust my cells seeking to guide us. How much farther until we reach these untracked lands? We'll be there by nightfall. A swamper knows he risks his luck to spend more than one night out among the sloughs and bogs. 1 day out and 1 day back is an old hunting rule. Why's that? Eril asked. After a night, the swamp has your scent and begins to hunt you. Swampers that are gone for more than 5 days are mourned. Only a handful of men have survived longer than that in the swamp, and most have come back missing limbs or badly poisoned. How long were you and my cell out while searching for this witch the last time? 7 days, he said sullenly, glancing to his feet. The longest anyone has risked the swamp. And how far do you think you penetrated? My cell answered. We traveled for 3 days into the swamp before we were forced back. Even that hard-won distance, I believe, only touched the fringe of its dark heart. To reach the core will take easily twice that. Eril pondered this news with dark brows. But this time the Witch wants us to come, Elena said, rolling back her sleeve to expose the vines of choker's nest that wrapped her arm. She marked me with her calling. She won't be hiding from us. Mycel nodded as Elena shook her sleeve back over the vines. Perhaps, she mumbled. But who knows the mind of someone who could live so long in these poisonous lands? Does anyone know how long she's been here? Ariel asked. Justin answered. Tales of the Witch go back for generations. Hundreds of years. Some say since the drowned lands were first formed. Others say it was the Witch herself who sunk this region long ago. Elena sat straighter in her seat. What do you mean sunk? Hasn't this always been swamp? No, Ariel said, his voice a pained whisper as he stared at the poisonous lands. It was once a part of the plains of Standy. The bloodhunter crouched, hidden among the tall reeds in the shallows near the edge of dry water. He had circled the ramshackle pile of rafts to its southern point. His prey scent left the town here and headed into the swamps. He stopped to ponder the path that the Witch chose to follow. Why was she risking the dangers of these treacherous lands? It made no sense, not when it was an easy trek to follow the landslip to the coast. Torren slipped into the depths of the swamp, his head sinking below the green waters. His limbs moved easily as he plodded through the muck at the bottom of the channel. He marched steadily, the fresh blood heating his skin. He relished the new strength in his limbs as he pushed aside tangling roots that snagged at him. Large predators swam toward him, blacker shadows in the murk, bared teeth like beacons in the gloom. But as they neared, it only took a glance of his red eyes to twist them away. A flash of their thick, scaled tails, and they were gone. Swamp eels writhed around his ankles and up his legs, then were poisoned by his touch. Their carcasses floated up, leaving a foul trail in the wake of his passage. As he followed the waterway, he rose to the surface occasionally, not to breathe, since his body had passed beyond that meat and blood fueled him now, but to sniff at the Witch's trail, to make sure he did not stray from her path. With little resistance from the denizens of the swamp, he moved well. He would soon catch this Witch and taste her heart. As the sun crested to midday, he reached a stronger current in the waters. He cursed under his breath. The swift waters would carry the Witch farther away from him, faster than he could march. Scowling, he increased his speed as the sun began its slide toward the western horizon. Still, where the current gave an advantage to the Witch, the night was a bloodhunter's friend. His prey needed to sleep. He did not. He would use the midnight hours to close the gap. So, like a boulder rolling relentlessly down a mountainside, he continued, unstoppable, determination smoldering in the flames of his red eyes. As he continued, Torren again wondered why his prey had chosen this route. Did she perhaps think to lose him among the bogs and fens? He rose and sniffed at the trail. Her spoor was sharp and clear in the humid air. No, he would never lose her trail. Never. Night had fallen by the time the punt glided up to a small island. Rope in hand, Justin hopped to the small dock protruding from its muddy bank. We'll overnight here, he said, tying off the punt. A stone shack stood atop a short rise. Elena stared longingly at the cottage. It seemed much more substantial than its watery surroundings. The stacked rocks that composed its walls must have been ferried here to build this stout structure. Nowhere in the swamps was there such solid building material. Even the door appeared to be ironwood, a tree foreign to these lands. Ariel stepped out next to their guide. He had his sword in his fist as he studied the island for any threat. Satisfied, he waved Elena out next. Mycel followed, her arms burdened with their packs. Fardale guarded their rear. Justin led the way, kicking aside a snake from the path. It slithered into the reeds. Still, Elena kept her eye on its last location as she was led to the cottage. Snakes were sneaky. Their guide pushed open the thick door, there was no lock. But then again, Elena thought, who would be thieving way out here? Justin raised the lantern and surveyed the interior before allowing anyone to enter. He shone the light into every corner and even up into the rafters. His search was quick, since there was not a stick of furniture. The room was an empty cell. Not even a window pierced the walls. "It's safe," he declared, and allowed the others to enter. "What is this place?" Elena asked, creeping carefully inside. Fardale loped past her thighs and did his own search, using his nose for a more thorough survey of the cottage's corners. "It's a hunter's lodge," Justin said. "A place to rest with stone protecting your back. A few other such lodges are built along the edges of the swamp, none farther than a day's journey from the landslip." "One day in, one day out," Erril mumbled. Justin nodded. "Beyond here are areas rarely traveled by any but the foolhardy." With his dire words, the party set up camp inside the stone hut. Bedrolls were spread, and a cold dinner of dried fish and hard bread was served in silence. "We've an early start," Erril declared, dusting off the crumbs from his lap. "I'll take the first shift." "The lodge is secure against predators," Justin said. "There is no need to post guards." Erril stared at their guide. "You'll take the second shift." Elena crawled into her role, glad to leave the others to watch for snakes and kraken. Though she had spent most of the day seated in the punt, exhaustion nagged at her. The constant tension of their journey wearied her even more than the hike down the landslip had. As she recalled the previous day's events, an unanswered question arose in her mind. She rolled to her back and spotted Erril by the lantern. He twisted the lantern's wick to a low blow. "Erril," she said, drawing his eye, "you said earlier that the swamps were once a part of Standy. How is that possible?" She pressed. Mycel paused from climbing in her own roll to glance at Erril. He sighed, apparently resigning himself to this tale. Before the Golgotha came to Alasea, there was no landslip. This region was as flat as the rest of Standy. Even the neighboring archipelago once numbered twice as many islands before the region sank. His voice grew distant, his gaze wistful. This was beautiful country here, scattered with wooded hills and countless brooks that flowed from the teeth to the coast. When I was young, I used to hunt deer among these lands with my father, and once even a long time ago, his voice trailed off with some private memory. "Then what happened?" Elena asked, pulling him back from his memories. Erril's eyes focused back on her. He scowled. "We were naive, blind to any thought that Alasea could ever be conquered. But one day, tremors and quakes shook the lands, heralding the arrival of the Dark Lord to our coasts. It was as if the very land were repulsed by his foul touch. At first, we thought it only a natural phenomenon. Quakes were not uncommon in the coastal areas. To further this misconception, word reached Aloha Glen of a huge volcanic eruption far to the north. It was told that the sun disappeared under a blanket of soot for almost an entire moon, and whole forests were turned to stone by its ash and heat. When the smoke finally cleared, a monstrous cone lay where only flat land had once spread. Barren and burnt black, it was a smoldering blister along the coastline. What was it? It was the birth of Blackhall. Gasps met his revelation. Blackhall was the seat of the Dark Lord, a great mountain that had been carved and hollowed into a sprawling subterranean city. Erril continued his story. As the clouds of soot faded and the tremors calmed, we assumed the worst was over. Then after a time, rumors were heard of strange and vile creatures spreading forth from the mountains. Horribly deformed monsters and pale, winged creatures. "Skeltum," Elena said in a hushed voice. Erril nodded. "Our leaders investigated, sending out scouts, but they never returned. By the time we realized that Alasea was under assault, it was too late. The Dark Lord was firmly entrenched in his volcanic fortress. It was at this time that his Gulgothal armies arrived in massive fleets that stretched across the horizons. They attacked Aloha Glen first. For many moons, the oceans of the archipelago ran red with blood, yet still we prevailed. The magic sustained us. The plainsman's eyes were bright with past glory. Then slowly the fire in his gaze soured. But she abandoned us. As we fought, mages lifted their hands for power but pulled back only stumps. Without our magic, the tide of battle slowly turned. Dwarf armies and Gulgothal dog soldiers reached the coasts and began their march to the Teeth, aided by the Dark Lord's beasts and black magics. We could not withstand their forces. After 10 winters of slaughter and bloodshed, only Aloa Glen still stood against their ravages, with enough pooled magic in her to sustain a long siege. From this last bastion, we struck at the Black Heart's dominion of our lands. As long as Aloa Glen stood, there was hope in the people. Rill faced the floor. Then one day a mighty quake tore into this region. During this upheaval, not only did the archipelago sink until only the tallest mountaintops remained above the waves, but even this wedge of coastline tore and slumped from the higher plains. Rivers tumbled over the new cliffs and swamped this region. Ripped open by the cataclysm, hot vents heated these waters, and the creatures of the coastal marshes and bogs spread inland to claim this new territory. And so the drowned lands were born. Silence met his tale. Finally, Mycel asked, "But what happened to Aloa Glen?" Rill grew somber. "During the assault, we thought the whole island would sink, but at the last moment, the quake ceased and the highest levels of the city still stood above water. Fearing further attacks, the mages sought to hide the island, to let the Dark Lord think the city sunk and defeated. The Brotherhood used almost all the remaining magic to build a cloaking wall against prying eyes, impenetrable without the magic of one of 3 wards. From this hidden post, the surviving mages fought to wage a war of stealth against the Gulgotha. But it was a mistake. With the disappearance of Aloa Glen, the people of Alasea lost their heart." Rill's face hardened, his brows furrowed deep. "By hiding, we handed the final victory to the Dark Lord. But how did he sink these lands?" Elena asked. Rill shrugged. "It was never discovered." Jastin spoke up for the first time, his voice a worried murmur. "As I said before, some say it was the swamp Witch. Rill rubbed his stubbled chin and straightened. "Whatever the cause, it grows late." No one spoke against this statement. Each was left to his own thoughts as bedrolls were pulled up to necks. Elena's left arm itched with its vines, keeping her awake for a long time. As soft snores rose around her, Elena's thoughts were still plagued with all she had learned. If the Witch was powerful enough to sink these lands, what did she want with Elena? Nearby, Jastin moaned in his sleep and thrashed against invisible attackers. And if the Witch had been hidden for so long, scarring and killing those that approached, why reveal herself now? Outside, the swamp's nightly chorus of hunters and prey was a constant reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. Elena pulled the edge of the bedroll over her head to muffle the keening screeches and warbling croaks, and she tried to imagine she was home in her own room in the orchards. She failed. Still, after a time, exhaustion did finally claim her, and sleep swallowed away her fears. She slept deeply, too tired even to dream, until someone grabbed her arm. Her eyes flew open, a gasp on her lips. "Hush," Rill whispered, and pulled her from her bedroll. Elena struggled free of her blanket and stood. She had no idea how long she had been sleeping but sensed it was well past midnight, yet still far from morning. Rill shoved her behind him as he faced the ironwood door. Jastin and Mycel were already out of their bedrolls. Her aunt had her 2 swords, and Jastin clutched a long skinning knife. Beside them, Fardale stood with his hackles raised. The wolf's silence was unnerving as he stared intently at the door. Glancing around her, Elena did not understand the danger until the quiet of the room penetrated her. Not a sound disturbed the night, not a single croak, whistle, or hiss. Beyond the door, the swamp lay dead quiet. Pushing aside a wall of dense reeds, the blood hunter crept onto the island, ropes of soggy moss clinging to his shoulders. A flutter of frogs fled from his step, splashing into the shallows. Ahead, the stone cabin lay at the top of a short hill. He approached its rear cautiously. The scent of the witch led here. He stepped to the rock wall and sniffed at it. Even through the rock, he scented her spoor. His lips pulled back to grin at the night. He had finally caught up with his prey. He circled the cabin, pleased by what he discovered. No windows opened in the walls, only a single door. There was no escape. His quarry was trapped within this stone prison. He crossed to the only entrance and crouched before the ironwood door. Here her lingering scent was strong. He straightened, glancing behind him to ensure that their boat was still tied to the dock. Through the mist, he saw the punt rocking gently in the night breeze. Grinning, he faced the threshold, savoring his victory. Raising his arm, he let fire dance in his stone palm. His polished black features reflected back the flames as they grew fierce. Once satisfied, he thrust his hand to the door. As his ebonstone flesh met wood, the door exploded away from him, shredding into thousands of ironwood darts that blasted into the chamber ahead. Before the debris settled, Torren stalked through the cloud of trailing smoke. He found the cabin empty of all but a scattering of rumpled bedrolls. Dismayed, he marched into the room and searched its corners. No one was here. As flames ran in streams across his stone skin, he turned to the door, staring out at the night. She may have slipped his snare this time, but now he knew his prey was wary. He took a step back into the swamps, determined to show her the skills of a true hunter. Soon, he thought as he entered the dark waters. Soon I shall taste her heart. 27. In the distance, a muffled explosion echoed across the swamp. Elena did not need to turn around to know it came from the stone lodge they had just fled. The boy spoke the truth, Mycel whispered. Someone is stalking us. Elena stayed ducked down as the strange boat sped along the swamp current. She stared at the small naked boy who stood at the bow of the vessel. Red-headed and freckled, he was clearly one of the Witch's swamp children. This time, she did not shy from the dirty child. If it had not been for the boy's timely arrival, all of them would have been trapped in the stone cabin. The child had come knocking softly on the lodge's door shortly after Elena had been pulled from her bedroll. Erril had warily peeked out to discover the boy standing there. The fiery-headed youth had hissed at them to leave before they could even collect their supplies. Leave it, he had scolded. Dead men don't need bedrolls. At first, no one had moved. Finally, Mycel had sighed and sheathed her twin swords. The Witch knows these lands. If she says run, we'd better heed her minion. The boy had grabbed her aunt's arm, obviously relieved to find an ally, and practically yanked her toward the door. The monster comes. Hurry, Dot. Erril was less convinced. He kept a hand gripped on Elena's shoulder. At the door, the boy had raised his gaze to the tall plainsman. I do this to save your Witch. If you wish to die, then stay. But let the girl live. Even Elena could tell it was not a mere boy that spoke. It was the swamp Witch. Grumbling, Erril had finally relented and pushed Elena forward. The boy quickly led them out the door and away from the dock. This way. He had insisted. He guided them to a crudely constructed craft nestled among the reeds. It was smaller than their own punt, but with no supplies, the boat was roomy enough. It seemed to be constructed of tightly woven strands of some thick vine and was encrusted with a layer of yellow moss. While Fardale sniffed at it, Jastin had studied the craft doubtfully, then shrugged and stepped into it. The others followed as Jastin searched for the pole to work the boat. Before he could finish his search, the crude vessel had simply slipped away from the bank on its own and glided into the deeper waters. Now, as the echoes of the explosion from the lodge died around them, the small boat picked up speed. It's traveling faster than the current, Jastin commented, wonder and fear equally mixed in his expression. Without a lantern, the swamp was a black cave around them. Even the stars and moon were masked by the night's clouds and mists. Only a fool travels the bog at night, Jastin mumbled near the stern. The boy glanced back at his words, his face twisted with exaggerated fear. "Then I'd better run home," he said, and toppled overboard. Ariel's arm reached out for the boy, then he caught himself with a dour shake of his head. "I hate when they do that," he said under his breath. "I think the witsy tires," Mycel said from beside Elena. "I wager it takes immense concentration and strength to create one of her moss children. If she's forced to move and guide the boat, she probably can't maintain the child any longer. There are limits to an elemental's ability." "We should have used more caution," Ariel said. "Who is to say the boy's talk of monsters was real?" "I felt a stirring," Mycel argued. "Something strangely muted, but corrupt. I couldn't tell for sure what it was, except that whatever pursues us has been touched by black magics." Her statements silenced the conversation. It felt uncomfortable to speak in the darkness anyway, as if their mere voices would bring some new foul creature into their midst. Yet the swamp held no such qualms. The music of the night returned to claim the darkness. Strange, warbling cries echoed back and forth across the waters, and under it droned a constant croaking, chirping, and creaking. Something huge suddenly splashed into the water only a stone's throw away, or at least it sounded that close to Elena. She huddled closer to Mycel. Her aunt put an arm around her. "Why don't you try to sleep?" she whispered in Elena's ear. Darkness hid Elena's incredulous expression. Sleep would never claim her this night. As the boat glided through unknown dangers, her eyes slowly grew accustomed to the blackness. The darkness was not as complete as Elena had first suspected. In the distance, strange glows would shine forth in the mists for a few heartbeats, then fade away. Closer, swarms of sparking insects swept away in huge clouds from their passing boat. Occasional hanging ropes of moss glowed a soft green from branches overhead, some even pulsed languidly in the night breeze. At one point, the vessel swept through a dark pond, but in its wake, the disturbed algae blew bright with an azure hue, leaving a brilliant trail behind them. The wondrous sights were not lost on the others. "There is much beauty here," Mycel whispered. "But beware its pretty face," Justin answered her. "Among the bogs and fens, beauty is often used to lull the unwary to their death. Remember the pleasing scent of the moon blossom." As if to support his claim, a viper swam past the bow of the boat, its body gleaming a radiant crimson as it twisted through the waters. "Still, beauty is beauty," Mycel said with a sigh. So the night passed. No one slept. But as nothing directly threatened them as they traveled, they were able to relax and, in some small way, appreciate the wonders hidden among these lands. For brief moments, Elena could almost understand Justin's ability to call the swamps home. At long last, the skies to the east began to lighten with dawn. And while the sun was welcome, the calm of the night was shattered by what the new light revealed. Around them, trees had grown so high that their crowns vanished into the foggy clouds above. Boles of these swamp giants were as big around as the stone lodge they had fled, and monstrous tangles of huge roots rose from the waters, creating twisted arches over the channel. Creatures of leathery wings and sharp claws hung upside down from these roots as they passed beneath them, wings wrapped like cloaks around their sleeping bodies. Walls of webs also lay draped across the snarls of heavy roots, with spiders the size of small dogs hunched in their center, fangs dripping a red oil as their boat passed. Elena glanced away. The spiders reminded her too much of Vera and I's poisonous demons that had plagued them last spring, like an ill omen warning them away. She turned to study the swamp channel. Under them, the waters were no longer green but a deep black like a starless night sky. In the dark channel, beasts churned and swam. Schools of fish darted around the boat, and even from above, their sharp teeth could be clearly seen. Wide wakes marked the paths of unseen beasts, obviously curious and drawn by their boat. For a brief moment, a huge white fin rose from the waters ahead, then sank back down. A gurgling splash drew Elena's eyes to the right of the boat. A striped python as thick around as an ojiri's chest was writhing from its perch in a fork of a tree and slipping into the black waterway. Before its full length slid into the depths, the boat had passed out of sight. but other snakes lay around them on all sides. Nests of pale vipers lay as thick as piled snow along the muddy banks, while their more colorful cousins hung in choked tangles from low-lying branches. Everywhere Elena looked, the swamp squirmed and crawled with deadly menace. Yet nothing approached the boat directly or threatened immediate harm. They let us pass," Justin mumbled. "The Witch's magic," Mycel said. "It must be keeping them back." Eril spoke from behind Elena's shoulder. "And what if this Witch decides not to be so accommodating after we meet? How will we ever get out of here?" No one had an answer. As the boat shied around a slow bend in the channel, what Elena had thought was a small island buried in a bed of floating moss opened a huge black eye and stared at her. It then sank from view in a swirl of bubbles. Elena hugged her arms around her body. Even the rising warmth could not dispel the chill that had settled around her heart. Her hand rubbed at the moss under her left sleeve. How were they ever to escape these swamps, especially without her magic? Justin stood near the stern of the boat and grabbed at fruit hanging from a vine overhead. He managed to collect half a dozen, dropping them at his feet, before the boat slid past the fruited canopy. "Fanapples," he named them, settling back to his seat. "Though I've never seen them so large." He passed them around. Without their supplies, they did not even have water to share. While Fardale rolled one of the large redskin fruits across the bottom of the boat with his nose, sniffing at it, Elena needed both hands to grasp her own. Her eyes crinkled. This was like no apple she had ever seen. Following Justin's example, she simply bit into it. As her teeth pierced the fruit's skin, sweet juices ran down her chin, and she found the flesh of the apple crisp and oddly cool. It wasn't until her mouth was full that she realized how hungry she was. She devoured the fruit in silence, as did the others. Too soon, she had gnawed it down to its core. But even then she did not stop. She chewed on the seeds inside and discovered they tasted a bit like hazelnuts. Satisfied and full, she found the nervous chill in her chest strangely abated. Just the act of eating, the small achievement of survival in these poisonous lands, fortified her resolve. She leaned back, the tension fading from her shoulders. She would live today. So the remainder of the day passed. Elena even found herself dozing during the late afternoon as they glided, undisturbed, past horrors that would turn a brave man to stone. As she watched, now less concerned with something attacking her, she was able to appreciate the cycle of life in this strange place, the mother kraken with her tail wrapped around a nest of eggs, a pair of long-legged cranes with beaks like swords leading a line of fledglings and showing them how to hunt the shallows, the obvious courting ritual of a pair of rock turtles as big around as mountain boulders. Even here, poison could not keep life from continuing. Eventually night again swallowed away the swamps, and Elena sought truly to sleep. Her belly was full from a late meal of something Justin called it potato weed, a fibrous tuber growing in chains that he had snatched from the waters. It was not all that tasty, but it was filling. Content, she drifted toward slumber, her head cradled on Fardale's side as the wolf lay curled at the prow of the boat. At least this night, nestled among friends, Elena felt safe. Still, deep inside her, she suspected this peace would not last for long. So she would savor this moment. Tomorrow's worries could wait on the dawn. She closed her eyes and let the poisonous lands lull her to sleep. The blood hunter pushed through the deeper swamps. Here the waters ran with creatures far larger than himself, but still they shied away when he drew near. The foulness of his stone skin repelled the beast's keen noses. Torren surfaced again to check the scent of the Witch. A trace of lightning burned in the air. Back at the island, he had soon enough caught his prey's scent. He had studied the trampled rushes and reeds. Another boat had awaited the Witch, one hidden in the shallows. After tearing apart the muddy bank for further clues about her unknown support, he had discovered nothing. He was forced to pursue her on foot, slogging through muck and fighting the ever-thickening growth of roots and moss. He had trailed her throughout the remainder of the night and the following day. From the way her trail grew faint, she traveled faster and was leaving him far behind. Still, as night descended again, he pursued her. As long as there was a trace of scent, she would not escape him. Eventually she would slow or stop, and again he would catch up. But this time, he would be better prepared. With these thoughts clouding his attention, he failed to notice a huge predator that had swept closer than most dared. It was only when the beast was upon him that he finally grew conscious of the attack. Before he could move, its huge jaws clamped around his waist, dragging him from the muck. Teeth with serrated edges wore at his stone skin. Torrent's flaming eyes stared into the large black eyes of the scaled creature, monster studying monster. The swamp lizard used the weight of its tail to thrash and twist at the stone dwarf. Torrent found himself tossed about like a child's doll in a dog's mouth. The creature weighed easily 5 times his own bulk. Any ordinary dwarf would have been long dead. But Torrent was no ordinary dwarf. He was at no risk of drowning, and his stone skin resisted the teeth of the creature. As its clawed front legs scrabbled at him, searching for a weak spot, he simply waited. Like most cold-blooded creatures, this beast was designed for a sudden attack and a quick kill. Prolonged fighting was not in its nature. It would soon tire. The dwarf's assessment proved true. Soon the creature's thrashings subsided. Yet it was not exhaustion that weakened the monstrous lizard but the touch of poison in the bloodhunter's skin. Now the creature's waning struggles were aimed at dislodging the foul prey from its mouth, seeming to sense the corruption it held as its bloodlust faded. But Torrent would not be denied his kill. He hung on to the beast's snout, refusing to allow himself to be tossed off. In only a few heartbeats, the beast lay still and floated to the surface with Torrent caught in its dead jaws. He pried himself free and pushed the lizard away. Near the bank, he spotted the lair of the scaled creature in the muddy reeds. Eggs like big speckled rocks filled the hollow of a shallow nest. No wonder the beast had attacked when no other creature would dare. The mother's instinct to protect her offspring had doomed her. Torrent shoved the she-lizard's bulk out of his way. Dumb beast. He stalked back into the swamp. The Witch's trail had grown even fainter while he had battled the monster. Silently he cursed the creature and its maternal instinct. How awful it must be to be guided by forces beyond your control, to be a puppet to primitive instincts. The bloodhunter rose to the surface and sniffed at the air. Near dawn, the bull kraken nosed its dead mate, then searched its nest. The eggs were still intact, but without his mate, the clutch would not survive. His nest was as dead as if it had been trampled. He raised his nose to the sky and trumpeted his pain and rage. His thunderous call silenced the swamps for leagues around with its echoes. Once done, he returned to his mate, nuzzled her, and wrapped his tail one last time around her. Massing 3 times her size, he held her tenderly, pulling her close to him. He lay in her embrace until the rage in his heart would not let him hold still. He broke free with a thrash of his mighty tail, striking a tree near shore and snapping it in half. He sniffed at her snout, confirming the scent of the one who had killed his bonded. Then he sank beneath the waters. His death hunt began. The sun awoke Elena just after dawn. She uncurled from Fardale's side and stretched to greet the morning. The wolf stirred at her motion but did not wake. Elena glanced at the rest of the party. Everyone slept. She was the only one awake. Even though it was obvious that Justin had been left to guard the last watch of the night, he had not made it to morning. He sat near the stern of the boat, his chin resting on his chest. Gentle snores rose from his sleeping figure. Elena worked a kink from her neck and glanced at the morning mists around the boat. Nothing but walls of swirling fog encircled their vessel. Her first thought was that the mist still hid the surrounding trees and banks. But as her eyes cleared of sleep fog, she realized the mists were not that dense. She sat straighter and, in a slight panic, glanced all around her. Her sudden motion stirred Fardale enough that his head rose from his paws. He yawned so large that all his teeth shone bright in the dawn's light. He pushed slowly to his own feet as his eyes surveyed the waters around the boat. Then he stiffened. His gaze swung to Elena. A picture formed in her mind's eye: a wolf flies off a high cliff and falls through empty air. She knew what he meant. She shook Mycel's shoulder and woke her aunt with a start. Mycel sat up, instantly alert. "What is it, Han?" Elena waved her arm to encompass their surroundings. "The swamp is gone." Around the boat, the growing sunlight revealed the proof of her words. The mists were thin enough that their view stretched for at least a league in all directions, and nothing lay around them. Even the hue of the waters had lightened from a deep black to a clearer blue. By now, the rest of their party had awakened. "The channel must have emptied into some lake," Justin said as he stared around him. His voice was low and embarrassed. He would not meet Eril's intense stare. He knew he had failed his watch. Eril sighed loudly at the featureless surroundings. The swamp noises still carried to them across the waters, but the croaking and screeching were clearly some distance away. The boat had traveled deep into the lake. Mycel settled back down. "The Witch still draws the boat. Swamp or not, we are heading toward her." "Or she might be chasing us off," Eril said harshly, "getting us lost when we weren't looking." He glanced meaningfully to the stern where Justin Saturday. The swamper did not acknowledge Eril's words. He just stared out at the waters, but Elena saw his cheeks redden. Suddenly Fardale growled from the prow of the boat. All eyes swung in that direction. Through the mists ahead, a large dark mass appeared. The boat sped toward it. As the fogs parted, it soon became clearer. Sheer steep cliffs rose straight from the waters to reach for the skies. "It's an island," Elena said. Her eyes strained to pierce the mists. "No," Eril said, "it's not." The mists lifted with the sun's warmth to reveal more of their destination. What had initially appeared to be cliffs were now revealed to be walls. Stone and mortar climbed from the lake's waves, their ancient surfaces draped in curtains of moss and lichen. Black holes of old windows stared down at them as the boat curved around the huge structure. From these windows, huge leather-winged creatures burst forth, disturbed by the boat's passage. Their cries raised the tiniest hairs on Elena's arms. She craned her neck back. The structure rose high into the morning skies. Far above, Elena spotted battlements topping its crown. As the boat glided around its base, the walls curved so gently that it became clear the structure was a tower of immense girth. "I know this place," Eril hissed. "You do?" Mycel said, her neck bent back. "It's Castle Drac," Eril said coldly. "Or what's left of it. This is the tip of its highest tower. The rest of the foul place must be drowned below us." He studied its mossy walls with his lips curled as if ready to snarl. "As much as I hated losing these standy lands when the plane sank, it was a consolation to know Castle Drac had been destroyed." "Why?" Elena asked. Eril shook his head. "It was the keep of the Assassin's Guild, a caste of poisoners and men who moved in shadows. Unwanted children of many lands, bastard children, babes born into hardship, deformed births, were sold like cattle to the lords of the castle. What became of them? They were apprenticed as assassins, though some tales said a portion of the children sold were used for the training of the others, living targets for the black skills." Elena's eyes grew round while Eril's brows darkened further. "But that was just one of the rumors surrounding Castle Drac," he continued. "Some stories spoke of treasures buried deep in the castle's roots, stored blood money from the centuries of exorbitant fees collected by the caste's assassins. And other tales warned of weapons so sinister of nature that only the skilled hands of an assassin could wield them without harm to their bearer." As Eril finished, the boat glided around to the far side of the tower, where a stone stair curved out of the water to wind up toward the distant battlements. The vessel glided to the narrow staircase and finally stopped its voyage. The boat was silent as everyone stared up the mossy stairs. The day's heat had already begun to build, and a sheen of sweat glistened on their upturned faces. "It seems that something survived in Castle Drac," Mycel said. "The Witch," Justin added needlessly. No one made a move toward the stairs until Elena noticed water seeping into the bottom of the boat. "We're sinking." Errol and Justin quickly hopped from the vessel and helped Elena and myself out onto the narrow stairs. Just as the boat sank into the depths, Fardale leapt free. On the stairs, the wolf shook his legs to dry his paws. The party stood clustered near the base of the staircase and watched their only means of escape drift down into the depths of the lake. Huge fins soon cut through the waters, curiosity drawing predators to the sinking craft. Errol herded the party farther up the steps as one of the beasts briefly surfaced. A large black eye rolled into view, its huge maw lined by hundreds of shredding teeth. "It seems we've arrived where the Witch wants us," Mycel said. "And means to keep us," Elena mumbled, eyeing the circling fins. Errol waved Mycel forward. "Let's see what this Witch wants." Her aunt led the way, with Fardale at her heels. The stairway was only wide enough to allow two persons to walk abreast, so Errol kept close beside Elena as they climbed the stairs. Justin followed last, guarding their rear with his long skinning knife. They climbed in silence until the waters of the lake were far below, and yet the tower staircase still continued into the mists. The steps had to be trod with care since moss slickened the heel and vines threatened to betray a toe. Due to their cautious pace, it was well past midday when they finally reached the top of the stairs. There, they found a large iron door blocking their way into the tower. Elena glanced up. The battlements crowning the tower lay only a few stories farther up the structure. Above these fortifications, a large brass cauldron hung over their heads, stanchioned between two stout posts. The brass was green with age, and ropes of moss hung from its supports. Mycel noticed Elena's stare. The cauldrons were used to pour flaming oil upon the tower's attackers. Any army that attempted to take the tower would find these stairs to be a trap. "Did you notice the small holes along the walls as we climbed?" Elena nodded. She had thought them just old mouse burrows. Mycel explained their real use. Defenders would thrust sharp pikes through those holes at the enemy as they climbed the stairs, stabbing at them and shoving them from the staircase to topple to their deaths. With her nose crinkled, Elena shied away from both the cauldron and the mouse holes as Errol tried the iron door. He found it latched tight. "What now?" he asked, facing the others. "Maybe we should knock," Elena offered. Errol glanced at her as if she were daft, but Mycel merely shrugged. "Why not?" Shaking his head, Errol unsheathed his sword and used its silver pommel to strike the door solidly 3 times. This close, the clang of silver on iron stung the ear. Its call echoed over the still lake waters. Once the ringing sounds died down, Errol faced them. "Any other ideas that you'd dot?" The sharp click of a latch's release from behind him halted any further comment. All eyes turned to the door. With the tortured screech of rusted hinges, it slowly pulled open. They needed no orders to retreat down a few steps. Errol moved in front of Elena, his sword still raised, its tip pointing at the door. At his side, a tight growl flowed from Fardale's throat, while Mycel stood beside Elena, both swords in hand. From the doorway, a tall vision of slender legs and supple curves stepped forth. She wore a white silk gown finely embroidered with green leaves, yellow buds, and twisting curls of tender vines. Her hair, framing a heart-shaped face adorned with full red lips and large blue eyes, hung in a fall of auburn curls to her waist. Her smile was warm and inviting. Not a flicker of guile marred her features. "Welcome," she said, her voice soft and even. She did not even seem to see the swords or knife pointing in her direction, but simply stepped back and waved a sculpted china hand toward the tower's entrance. "Please feel welcome. My boys have prepared a warm meal for you weary travelers." Even now the odors of baked bread and honey flowed out from the open doorway, and somewhere a roast was smoking above a hot fire. As tempting as the smells were, no one moved. "Who are you?" Her smile faded to a bemused grin. "Why, the Witch, of course. Now please do not fear. I mean no harm." Mycel moved first, but suspicion ran thick in her words. For someone who means us no harm, to bewitch an innocent child with a choker's nest makes us doubt the sincerity of your heart. Her aunt's words seemed to wound the woman. Her smile faded to a serious expression. I must apologize for the crudeness of my invitation. But to reach all the way to Shadowbrook tapped my resources to an extreme, and it was vital that the wits come here before proceeding to Wallowa Glen. The mention of the sunken city, their secret destination, loosened Airill's tongue. How do you know so much about us? Come inside. I will explain all during dinner. Still no one moved. Free the child of your bewitching first, Mycel said. Then we can talk. The wits bowed her head and beckoned Elena forward. Come to me, child. Let me see your hands. Elena glanced to Mycel, who nodded. Cautiously, Elena climbed the stairs to the door's landing, slipping off her gloves. Mycel and Airill followed her. Her aunt sheathed one of her blades and gripped Elena's shoulder in one hand. As Elena reached the landing, 2 swords guarded her, Airill's gleaming silver to her left, Mycel's steel blade on her right. Still she had to force herself not to flinch as the wits reached for her bare hands. But the woman's touch proved gentle and undemanding as she knelt before Elena and examined her fingers, palms, and wrists. She first studied Elena's ruby hand. Witchfire, she muttered, and glanced briefly at the sun. It was sinking toward the western horizon. Sighing, she picked at Elena's vine-encrusted fingers for a few moments. Finally, she clasped both of Elena's hands between her own and gazed into Elena's eyes. You don't know half your true strength, child, she whispered so quietly that Elena doubted the others even heard the words. As the wits pulled back, Elena caught a whiff of her perfume. The scent was oddly familiar. Before Elena could recall where she had smelled the scent before, the wits released her hands and straightened up to face the others. She took a step back. I'm sorry. I will not be able to lift the spell until nightfall. To either side of her, the 2 swords raised higher. I tell you the truth, she said with sincerity. I have not expended such energy and brought you all this way just to kill you. I have a need of this child's magic. But to aid me, she must have access to her powers. The weed, she said with a nod toward Elena's left hand, is not a means of stealing her magic. It was the only way I could ensure she would come and hear me out. Once free of the spell, the choice of whether or not to assist me will be hers and hers alone. Either way, you all will be free to go afterward. All I ask is that she first hear my plea. The swords pulled back slightly. Mycel spoke first, her words directed at Airill. She is the only one who can lift Elena's spell, she argued. We can at least listen to her story until the sun sets. Airill scowled, but even Elena knew the problem could not be solved on the point of a sword. He lowered his blade. The gracious smile returned to the wits' face. Come then. Come inside and let us exchange stories over dinner. She led the way into the tower, moving with such grace that Elena felt like a plodding cow behind her. Again Elena was struck by her tall lithe figure and cascade of curled tresses. Jastin's prior warning repeated in her head, among the bogs and fens, beauty is often used to lull the unwary to their death. As Elena followed Mycel past the iron door and into the shadowed entry of Castledrak, it was more than just the stony coolness of the hall that shivered her flesh. In the enclosed space, Elena again caught a whiff of the woman's scent and finally recognized its pleasant fragrance. She recalled the deadly flower that had smelled so sweet and again pictured its vines embracing its prey in a thorny grip. Silently, she named the source of this scent, Moonblossom. Erril studied the woman across the oaken table from him. As the others sampled the delicacies offered to them, he found no stomach for the assortment of dark breads and jams, or the slender pods of a swamp bean swimming in butter and lemon, or even the roasted steaks of a wild boar. Instead, he sipped at his mug of bitter ale and studied their hostess. The wits had tied back her auburn curls with a green braided ribbon as she oversaw the serving of their dinner. As they made their introductions, She had given her name as Cassadar but offered nothing more as she went about checking on the spitted boar or stirring a kettle. Once the meal was underway, she settled in a seat opposite the table from Erril, but her eyes were only on Elena. The girl sat next to him, nibbling at a slice of bread slathered in berry jam. From the girl's tense shoulders, Erril suspected the weight of the Witsich's gaze unnerved the girl, but she need not have been so worried. Mycel was seated to Elena's far side. The girl was safe between their two swords. The rest of their party, Jastin and Fardale, shared the Witsich's side of the table. The wolf crouched on the floor beside the Witsich's chair, nosing his plate, while Jastin sat stiff beside the handsome woman and tried his best to keep his scarred features away from the light. The only other occupants of the huge dining chamber were the Witsich's servants, 3 of the swamp boys clothed in brown pants and white shirts. The trio now watched from beside the crackling hearth, eyeing the table like hungry hawks, awaiting a mug to refill or a dirty plate to replace with a clean one. The woman's eyes finally met Erril's stare, a bemused smile on her lips. "You teem with so many questions, plainsman. Perhaps I try your patience and should now talk." "You misjudge me," he replied. "All I wish is for Elena to be rid of your bewitching. I care nothing for your story or your words." His harsh statement did nothing to remove the amusement from her eyes. "So you have no curiosity about a Witsich living in Castle Drac?" He just stared. "Well, if he doesn't, I do," Mycel said. "Cassa, how did you come to live in these swamps?" Her gaze moved to the swordswoman. "Come to the swamps? Why, I've always been here." "It was the swamps that came to me." Mycel's eye twitched with this declaration. "Are you saying you've been here since the land sunk?" "Even longer, I'm afraid. I was apprenticed to the assassin's caste a decade prior to the Great Cataclysm." All seated at the table wore shocked expressions, but it was Mycel who spoke. "That would make you over 500 years old as Erril." "But that's impossible. Or does some magic sustain you?" Cassadar shrugged. "I am rich in elemental magics. But you know this and know my power. Though vast, it cannot stop time's aging." "Then how did you, The Witsich held up a hand. "You dwell on the trivial." "Yes, she does," Erril said. He knew a way to test the veracity of this Witsich's statements. "If you speak the truth, then prove your words. Show us your assassin's mark." He had expected her to balk and seek some excuse, but instead she leaned over the table closer to one of the thick candles and tilted her head to the side. She fingered back the trail of curls from behind her right ear to reveal a small tattoo of a bloody dagger done in red and black dyes hidden there. She ran a long painted nail along the hilt of the tattooed blade, tracing a vine wrapped around the handle. A small flower bloomed just at the apex of the hilt. "Nightshade," she said, naming the deadly plant. "I was a poisoner." The disgust could not be kept from Erril's face and was clearly noted by Cassadar. "Poison is just another weapon," she said. "Like your sword or Elena's magic. Why do you judge it so harshly? It takes as much skill to master the art of poisoning as it does to master your sword. How much nettlebur will kill a man versus incapacitating him? Which poisons kill quickly and painlessly, and which kill slowly and tortuously? How do you lace a blade so the merest scratch will either fester a wound or kill instantly?" She nodded toward the spread of food. "And how do you prepare poisons that the tongue can't taste?" She smiled at their glances of horror. "Fear not," she said. "I told you I meant you no harm, and my word is good. If I wanted you all dead, I could have done it in 1,000 ways. So, Erril, if you are done testing me, perhaps we can move to more appropriate topics." Erril was undaunted. "One more question. What happened to the other members of your foul caste?" "Foul caste? You do seem a well of prejudices, plainsman. I would have you know that the master who ran this keep was as noble a soul as you. He cared for the rejected, cast out children of both Alassi and lands beyond and paid good coin for the honor. He fed us, clothed us, treated our injuries, and taught us to survive. And at the last, he gave his life freeing the surviving members as the waters rose to claim the castle. So I will not have you disparaging his good work. Good work? Ariel said. He created killers. And what do your schools of swordplay teach? Do they teach you how to use your swords to knit wool into sweaters? Death is death, and the art of stealing a life is no nobler at the point of a blade than from a powder mixed in a drink. But what of rumors that some of the weaker children were used as sport in training? Just that, swordsman, rumors. In the libraries here, I have read the histories of the assassins cast as far back as the foundation of Castle Drac. We served the land and its lords as justly and evenly as any knight. The assassins here were oath-bound to our elder members. The elder council judged the worth of any assignment before undertaking it. We did not kill on the whim of some errant lordling who needed an inconvenient person eliminated. Ariel snorted. So you stabbed folks in the dead of night, but you did it nobly? Some matters are better dealt with quietly. Sometimes a battalion of mounted swordsmen is not the best way to solve a problem. Sometimes it takes a well-placed knife or a hidden poison to make a problem go quietly away. Cassadar nodded toward my cell. Sometimes poison in tiny jade vials solves many future dangers. My cell's eyes widened. So you know of my work? The swamp Witch waved one of her boys over to her and placed a hand on his shoulder. These are my children, constructs of moss and illusions. They are my eyes and my ears in the swamp and around its edges. There is little I don't know that occurs in my lands, including the city of Shadowbrook. When the Witch arrived, I watched and listened. And suspected that in her magic lay a chance of salvation. Salvation for whom? My cell asked. She held up a hand. In due time. What I can tell you now is that your other companions in Shadowbrook did escape the destruction of the keep and are already on a barge toward the coast. Elena sat up from where she slouched in her chair. Did they find Merrick? The elf-in? Yes, he is injured but lives. I am afraid I can't give you much more detail than that. It taxes my strength to stretch my reach that far. But I can tell you this, when they broke the keep, something escaped, something that has since been trailing your party. The thing that tried to attack us at the lodge? Justin asked. She nodded. I have been unable to get a clear look at it, something black and foul of form. Its dark magic obscures my vision. And after being thwarted at the lodge, it grew more wary and stays hidden in the waters. I lost it somewhere in the deep swamps. But little passes through that area without my help. A grudging respect for this Witch grew in Ariel with her tale. She had managed to hone her elemental gift over the centuries into a formidable tool. Yet could she be trusted? He wished he had Kral here to judge the truth of this woman's tongue. So why did you help us? To offer your Witch a bargain. And what is this offer? Ariel asked. I will free her of the bewitching no matter what she decides, but I can also offer her a tool that will prove invaluable in her war upon the Black Heart. All I ask in exchange is a small promise. Ariel's eyes narrowed. What is this promise? That when you are finished with this tool, you return it to its original lands and its rightful place. Where is that? Elena asked meekly. Cassadar stood up from the table. She glanced sadly at Elena. Before we bargain, I must first put aside all illusions. Standing, the Witch reached up with her arms, and with a slight shake of her body, as if slipping from loose clothing, her illusions fell away from her. Trailing vines and mounds of moss fell away from her body until her true form was revealed. Before them hunched a misshapen creature, squat of form and pale of skin. Her back was bent with age, and her pendulous breasts drooped like rotten melons. Her face, as she shied from the light, was more wrinkles than features. Only her ebony eyes still shone with the keenness and intelligence of the one named Cassadar. Erril knew what he was looking at. He had fought such creatures on the battlefields with the coming of the Dark Lord. "You're a dwarf." Elena watched Fardale and Jastin dance back from the revealed Witch. The wolf growled and retreated around the table. Soon their entire party clustered on the far side of the room. The stout oaken table stood between them and the dwarf. "I am a dwarf," Cassadar admitted as she kept her face in shadows. Even her voice was a harsh grabble compared to its smooth tones from a moment before. "But as you disparaged the assassins a moment ago, you now misjudge my people." "Misjudge?" Erril spat. He had his silver sword in hand. "It was your armies that ravaged our lands." She lowered her head, as if its weight were too heavy. "I know. But before you lay blame, hear my story." "We have no time to hear your sick tale," Erril declared hotly. His cheeks had darkened to a deep red. Elena had never seen him so disturbed. "Between your people and the dog soldiers, we were slaughtered. I saw a cousin of mine torn to shreds by the beasts leashed to dwarf overlords." They laughed at his screams. "And you ask me to hear your tale?" Erril's voice had risen to a sharp pitch. "May your people be forever cursed." Elena saw how his words wounded the Witch, how her back seemed to bend under his assault. Finally she raised her face toward him, tears ran in rivulets across her marred features. "If it gives you any relief from your sorrow, we were cursed, plainsman." The pain rang clear in her hoary voice. "We were cursed before we ever set foot upon your lands." Before Erril could vent more bile, Elena placed a hand on his arm. He glanced down at her, his eyes aflame with rage. She had to tense her knees not to balk from his gaze. "I wish to hear her story," she said softly. He started to argue. She squeezed his arm. "No, I will hear her out." Erril pulled back and could only nod, obviously fearful of even speaking lest he lose control. Satisfied he would mind his tongue, Elena turned to the dwarf. "I will listen to what you have to say." The creature nodded but remained quiet, collecting her thoughts and composing herself. When she finally spoke, her voice was hushed. "In the southern mountains of Golgotha, we lived in peace, trading our forged goods to the human settlements of northern Golgotha and sometimes even across the waters to neighboring lands. That is how I remember my people and our homeland. I still remember racing in the tunnels as my brothers and I played games of sneak and seek. I remember our scolding mothers and proud fathers. I remember the strike of hammers on anvils echoing through the valleys, and the flames of 100 forges glowing like stars across the mountains." She dwelt in her memories in silence for several heartbeats. When next she spoke, her voice had hardened. But then it all changed. A troop of deep miners discovered a vein of ore leagues under the mountain. They had never seen such a stone, blacker than the darkest tunnel and impervious to any tool. Undaunted and determined to mine this vein, they used the kingdom's strongest hammer to attack the stone. They employed the trisil, the hammer of thunder. Its magic-wrought iron was said to shatter any stone. And this claim proved true. The stone was mined and given the name Ebonstone by its discoverers. At first, it was greatly treasured, every dwarf lord lusted to work a piece, to prove his skill at fashioning the new ore. Bowls, cups, plates, swords, even statues were carved from the material. But then something happened. The stone began to warp and bind our people in ways we did not understand. The lands, too, began to sicken and poison. Volcanoes grew, and the ground constantly shook. Gases and ash soured the skies. Poisonous beasts, the Mulgotrot and Skaltum, began to appear from pits deep under the mountains. From somewhere, the Dark Lord arose among our people, almost as if out of the bowels of the land. Some said the Black Heart was a dwarf, one who had succumbed to the stone's black magic, while others said he came from the stone itself, released by our miners from an ebonstone tomb. No one knew for sure, but all knew that the corruption of our people was underway. Some tried to fight it, some fled from it. My parents sold me to the assassins, not for the silver from the sale, but to get me from those lands. I was sent out here to Alasi before the stranglehold of the Black Heart was complete. Cassadar turned her gaze to Eril. I, too, saw the result of the Dark Lord's hold on my people. It was a dwarf army that came to Castle Drac and slaughtered my teachers and friends here. They came with beasts and monsters and laid siege to our keep. I saw the deadness in their eyes and knew them thralls to the Evanstone and its master. We tried to enlist the aid of surrounding hamlets, but our messengers were spat upon and reviled. So much for the nobility of your Standy clansmen. It was now the Witch's turn to grow angry. She glared at Eril. But they paid for their pettiness. To our castle came a blackguard, the foulest of the Ylgard. Where the Ylgard are bound to their ebonstone talismans, the blackguard were fused to the stone itself. Their very skin was impenetrable ebonstone. We attacked this foul creature with every weapon and magic in the castle's arsenal, but all failed to pierce its stone skin. It was an unstoppable storm that swept over us, killing all in its path. While we fled up the tower, it marched to the roots of our school. Only I had an inkling of its true purpose. Only I understood the weapon held in its black fist. It had come to Castle Drac with the Trisil. Why? Elena asked as the Witch paused her story. Why did it come here? Cassadar wiped at the beads of sweat on her brow, as if she were experiencing it all again with its telling. Do you have a map? Eril nodded, his brow wrinkling. Cassadar waved a hand for her boys to clear a space on the table. Her servants, as ever, were quick. Spread it out, she instructed Eril. He did so, unfolding his map and flattening the parchment with a pass of his hand. His growing interest in her tale was clear in his eyes. It was the history of his own lands. Keen curiosity had damped his prior rage. The Witch bent over the map. Across the world, there are points where the land's core magics rise close to the surface, locus points of its energies. She traced a crooked finger along Eril's map. If you follow the southern and northern cliffs of the landslip to where they meet in the west, do you see where the cliffs point? Toward the teeth? Eril asked, obviously unsure of her meaning. Cassadar sighed as if exasperated with a foolish child. Elena, though, stared closer at the map. It points to the southern Fong, she said. The dwarf woman's eyes swung to Elena. Very good, child. So it does. She placed a yellow, cracked nail on the map. The southern Fong is one such locus of the land's deep magics, as is the northern Fong. Have you never wondered why the ancient mages placed their school in the shadow of the northern Fong? Elena spoke up, remembering when she had received her amulet from her uncle in the hidden chamber under his cottage. My uncle Bull said that the mages may have chosen Winter's Eyrie because of the rich elemental energies in the area. And so the founders of Castle Drac chose this site. From these two fangs, potent magics flow out like snowmelt from the other peaks to form channels and rivers of energy through our lands. Below the cellars of Castle Drac lies just such a river. It fed this entire region all the way to the archipelago. What does this have to do with the sinking of these lands? I am coming to that. You see, at first, I also failed to understand what the blackguard was doing skulking through our cellars with our people's most treasured possession in its foul fist. So I followed the creature. It ignored me, believing me a member of its dwarf army. The creature delved deeper into caves under the cellar, places I don't even think the founders knew about. But the blackguard moved unerringly, as if it were on the scent of some prey. Finally, it came to rest in a huge cavern, as large as a ballroom. Along the floor lay a thick vein of pure silver. She glanced up from the map. But even I could tell it was more than precious metal that ran through this vein. The magic contained therein sang to the elemental powers in my blood. Though only crudely trained in my magics, I knew that here lay a font of pure power. Before I could react, the blackguard stalked to this vein and smashed it with the Trisil. The hammer tore the vein of silver, and the entire world shook. The cavern swelled with magic as the channel burst. It bathed me in the raw magics, swelling me with potent energies. As the quake settled, I touched my magic. How could I not, since it was everywhere? Vines and moss bent to my will, sprouted from rock, and attacked the blackguard. I knew what the creature did was an abomination to the land and had to be stopped. So I thrashed at it, but its stone skin was impervious to my magic. Vines cannot choke stone. Undeterred, the blackguard raised the tristle again and hammered at the vein of silver. Even more violent quakes occurred. I swear I heard the land itself split with this second strike. I knew if the hammer struck again, the vein would be completely severed, and these lands would be forever lost. I renewed my attack. As I lashed out at the blackguard, my probing vines discovered tiny chinks in its stone skin where reverberations from the use of the tristle had cracked its ebonstone armor. I sent my smallest vines and mosses through these chinks to attack the dwarf inside. I tore at him and shredded him from the inside. As he fell dying, the tristle tumbled from his raised fingers to strike his head. The hammer split the blackguard's stone helmet and revealed the dwarf inside. With death near, he was finally released from the Dark Lord's enslavement. He turned to me with eyes that recognized the horrors he had committed. Cassadar closed her own eyes and was silent for a breath. I knew this dwarf. She opened her eyes, and her gaze bore upon Eril, daring him to doubt her. It was my own brother, the one with whom I played sneak and seek in the tunnels of our childhood home. As the waters rose, it was his dying thanks, as he choked on my vines, that finally chased me from the chamber. Sick at heart, I did not think to grab the tristle but simply ran. Exhausted by her story, Cassadar sat down on her chair. The hammer still lies down there, under the roots of Castle Drac, awaiting its next master. The Dark Lord has never tried to retrieve it? Elena asked. No, he used the tristle, then cast it aside, just as he did my people. She glanced to Elena. But I believe your magic can call the tristle forth from its watery grave. I will show you how, but only if you swear a promise to me. To return it to your lands, Elena said, recalling the Witch's previous request. The Witch nodded. Use its power to break the ebonstone might of the Black Heart. Avenge my people, then return it to Golgotha. Legend has it that as long as the tristle is returned to our homeland that our people will survive. Return it, and I pray the legend will prove true. Elena felt her pain. But why don't you return it yourself? Cassadar lowered her face. I wish I could. But when the vein of silver ruptured and I engaged my magic to attack the blackguard, the magics mixed and a part of my spirit was drawn into the land itself. That is how I've lived so long. She turned a tired smile upon Elena. I am no longer just a dwarf, I am also a part of this land, this swamp. I can never leave. Elena's look of sorrow drew a small chuckle from her. Don't pity me, child, she said. I love these lands. When I called these moss constructs my children, I was not lying. This entire land grew from me, and I cherish all of it. Here is my home. Though I may be lonely sometimes, I am content. Silence settled around them as her story ended. No one knew what to say. Finally Elena spoke. I will try to do what you ask, she said. If given a chance, I will return the tristle to your homelands. But, she held up her moss-shrouded hand. I can't do it like this. Will you lift your spell? Cassadar pushed back from the table and stood again. No, she said, to the shock of the others, you'll do it yourself. The power to dispel the bewitching has always been yours. Elena's eyes grew wide. But if I engage my magics, the vines worsen. Come, the swamp Witch said. I will show you how. Cassadar led them to a staircase and guided them up its twisting course to the castle's top. As Elena stepped out into the night air, she was surprised at how clear the sky was above the castle. Stars shone brightly, and a half-moon glowed crisply in the early evening. Around the castle lay a blanket of swamp mists, but the tower itself rose higher than the clouds, thrusting its battlements up to the clear night sky. Elena breathed deeply. Free of the swamp's gases, the air smelled almost sweet. "It stinks up here," Justin said with a crinkled nose. "You've just never smelled normal air," Mycel said, clapping her friend on the shoulder. As the other members finished gazing at the wondrous sights, Cassadar approached Elena, waddling on her squat legs. "When you first arrived and I examined your hands," she said, "what did I say to you?" Elena remembered the Witch's whispered words. "That I didn't know half my power." The Witch nodded and knelt beside her. "So true." She picked up Elena's two hands. "Why do you only use your right hand for magic?" Elena's brows furrowed. "What do you?" Erril interrupted. "Because a mage can only bear the gift of chi with one hand." Cassadar glanced in his direction. "It is not chi we are dealing with here, is it? It is not a male mage that stands before me." After Elena's arrival in Shadowbrook, I searched ancient texts and scrolls in the castle library. Some scribes wrote of Sycophant bearing two forms of magic, witchfire from the sun and coldfire from the moon. "We know that," Erril said. "Elena has practiced both. If she renews in sunlight, she bears the power of fire. If she renews in moonlight, she bears the power of ice. This we already know." "Yes, but did you know that Sycophant bore both at the same time?" Cassadar seemed to enjoy their surprised expressions. "An old text spoke thusly," she continued. "Like two faces of a coin, so the Witch of spirit and stone bore her wild magics, fire in her right fist, ice in her left." "That's impossible," Erril said. "But have you ever tried?" Cassadar asked, searching all their faces. "I didn't think so." While the others debated, Elena studied her left hand and its twisted vines. Surely, as Erril had said, such a thing wasn't possible. Before anyone could say otherwise or before her own fears could dissuade her, Elena raised her left hand into the moonlight and wished for power. She gasped as her left hand vanished. The vines fell free from her arm, dead as if the roots had been cut off. "Elena?" Erril said, finally realizing what she was doing. With her body trembling, she pulled her arm down. Her missing hand returned. Horrified, she held both arms up to the sky. Her right and left hands now matched. In the moonlight, both now swirled with the ruby stain of blood magics. 28. The blood hunter made better progress once he reached the lake in the heart of the Drownlands. In the open water, the tangle of roots and the centuries of moldering debris that had clogged the narrow channels cleared from underfoot. The lake's floor, a soft clay, was cluttered with only an occasional uprooted tree that had flushed into the lake from recent floods. As in the swamps, huge creatures lurked here too, beasts with quick tails and arcing fins. A flurry of tentacles suddenly swept out of the dark waters to wrap around the hunter's face, a beak-like mouth gnawing at his stone ear. He did not even bother to reach for it. His skin's poison killed the attacker within 2 steps, and it fell away dead. Other lake creatures investigated but kept their distance. A school of blue phosphorescent fish swam close, then with a flash of bright light, darted away in unison like a startled flock of sparrows. Yet his flaming red eyes saw none of this. He plodded through the muck, determined to reach his prey this night. Soon the lake grew so deep that even his magic-wrought vision had difficulty piercing the midnight waters. Nervous at his poor sight, he forced his way to the lake's surface and tested the air. Lightning still scented the winds. She was close. As he struggled to keep his stone form afloat, he peered ahead. In the distance, seen as a phantom through the moonlit mists, rose a huge structure. He squinted his eyelids. The black magic sharpened his vision enough to pierce the whirled layers of fog. A structure of stone and mortar, draped in vines and moss, rose from the waters and reached toward the moon. He stopped paddling and sank back into the murk. She was there. The Witch's spore marked the night breezes flowing from the ancient structure. As soon as his feet settled into the clay of the lake floor, he forged on into the depths of the lake. He now knew where he was going. This time he would stay hidden in the deep waters. She would not sense him and slip away again. As he marched, something huge passed nearby, its form hidden by the black waters. Only a shifting of shadows and a flash of an eye revealed its presence. Then it was gone. Fearing nothing, he pushed on. Soon the waters grew so deep that even his stone skin felt the depth's pressure, and the inky darkness was complete. He did not see the submerged castle until it suddenly loomed up directly in front of him. Out of the gloom appeared the lower levels of the castle, whose tower protruded from the lake. Its first floors lay half submerged in silt and clay. Tumbled stones marked where ancient battering rams had toppled its outer walls. He climbed past the piled and crumbling rubble to the inner courtyard. Ahead, wide doors lay open to the lake, shattered by old axes, and pikes. Broken windows still held shards of glass, appearing like the fanged mouths of aquatic predators. Torren pushed into the lower levels of the submerged castle. Furniture and human bones lay underfoot, both crumbling to a soft mire under his stone tread. Algae lay thick upon the wall sconces, and waving fronds of kelp grew from between the bricks of the floor. Overhead, an ornate chandelier in the grand entryway now drooped with curtains of a thick black moss, reaching like limp fingers toward him. As he continued toward the staircase, crabs scuttled from underfoot and a freshwater lobster scooted behind a large porcelain vase. Schools of darting fish fled his intrusion into their home. Another of the tentacled creatures shot a soft green cloud of glowing dye at him and vanished in its wake. Undeterred, Torren paused at the base of the grand staircase, its marbled steps now slick with algae. He meant to mount the stairs and begin the climb, but deep inside him, something stirred, a sliver of spirit that called him down rather than up. For a moment, he pictured a treasure awaiting in caves below the castle. Frowning, he shook his head at this odd thought and shoved aside this errant desire, ignoring the small scream deep inside him. His path lay up, not down. The blood hunter took to the stairs and began the long climb toward the lake's surface. His savage grin chased away his momentary hesitation. Creatures fled from his approach, and ancient bones smashed underfoot. Somewhere above awaited his true treasure, the tender heart of his prey. Elena lowered her hands. At her feet lay the remains of the choker's nest vines that had plagued her. While she should have been happy to be rid of them, the cost was too high. She stared at her left hand. Whorls of dark ruby stains slowly swam across her skin. She raised her gaze to find Eril's wide eyes fixed upon her left hand. The usually stoic plainsman wore an expression of horror. Elena remembered how he had always shied away from the touch of her right hand when its stain was exposed. Now, with both her hands cursed with dire magics, she felt as if a barrier had been raised between her and the plainsman. As long as her left hand had been normal, she had been able to reconcile herself with her Witch heritage, claiming herself at least half a woman. With her left hand plain, she had been able to touch the world like any normal person. Staring into Eril's stunned face, she knew a part of her had died with the choker's nest. As Cassadar had dropped her facade and revealed the dwarf inside, Elena was forced to shed her own illusions. She was not an ordinary woman. She was a Witch. Tears rose in her eyes, and she sank to her knees atop the tower. Mycel appeared at her side and swept her up in her arms, kneeling beside her. "Hush, child," she whispered. "You are strong enough to handle this. You have your mother's intelligence and your Aunt Phila's backbone. But I'm so scared," she sobbed. She could not meet her aunt's eyes. Mycel pulled back and wiped the tears from Elena's cheeks. Then she raised Elena's hands, not showing any shyness about her ruby flesh. "These are not curses," she said. "These are your wings. Like a fledgling teetering at the edge of a nest and scared to fly, you will overcome your fears and learn to soar." She clasped Elena's hands between her own and leaned close to Elena's face, staring her in the eye. "A hawk without its wings is not a hawk. This is who you are, Elena. Do not fear what makes you soar above others. But I don't want any of this. Mycel settled back to her heels before Elena. You are no longer a child, Elena. Sometimes responsibilities are thrust upon you when you are least prepared. Growing up means bearing the burden of responsibility as best you can and doing what must be done. Elena sniffed back tears as Fardale nudged her arm with his nose. She glanced to his amber eyes. Images entered, wolves standing together as a pack. Bitches fostering each other's litters while others hunted. Males teaming up to bring down a deer. Elena understood. In this matter, she did not stand alone. She was part of a pack. She placed her palm on the wolf's cheek, silently thanking him. Then, taking a deep breath, she pushed to her feet. Mycel stood beside her, a hand still on Elena's shoulder. Elena stared squarely at Erril for a silent heartbeat. The plainsman's stoic demeanor had returned, but in his eyes, Elena noted a glimpse of genuine concern. Cassadar shambled over to them. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for all this to upset you. It's not your fault, Elena said. I needed to learn this eventually. Cassadar nodded but seemed suddenly distracted. She glanced out toward the mist-shrouded night and stared silently. Is something wrong? Elena asked. The dwarf woman did not move. I'm not sure, she finally mumbled. I thought I sensed something, but then it was gone. Erril nudged Mycel. Are you sensing anything unusual? Mycel's eyes narrowed. There are too many whirling magics about this castle for me to see clearly. They all turned to the dwarf woman. She remained frozen for a few moments more, then shook her head and turned to them. I don't like this. Perhaps we'd better see about retrieving the tristle and getting you all on your way. Come, she said, glancing back one last time before leading them toward the tower stair. We must go down to where the lake has claimed the castle. She guided them back to the kitchens, where the remains of their meal had already been cleared by her servants. She continued past this chamber and deeper into the interior of the great tower. At the end of a curving hall, they reached a wide staircase winding down toward the heart of the castle. Fresh torches flickered in bronze sconces, marking the way down. Come this way, Cassadar said. It's a long climb, but it's all downhill. Erril stayed by Elena's side as they took to the stairs. Ever wary, he kept his hand on the pommel of his sheathed sword. You don't have to do this, Elena, he said. Free of the Witzch's curse, we can leave for the coast at dawn. No, this tristle may prove a potent weapon against the Dark Lord's black magic. It's foolish to pass by such a tool. She glanced up to Erril. Besides, I gave my word. He nodded, almost as if she had passed some test. She felt a momentary flash of ire at his attitude. The journey continued in silence. Mycel and Jastin were ahead of them, conversing with Cassadar in low tones. Fardale padded silently behind them, a dark shadow on the stair. Halfway down, they came upon one of the swamp boys waiting with fresh drinks and a platter of cheeses. They rested for a short time. During this break, Mycel stepped up to where Erril and Elena sat on the stair. I've been talking with Cassa, she said, settling beside them. Has she had more of those strange feelings? Elena asked, worry itching at her resolve. Mycel patted the girl's knee. No. All seems quiet. Then what were you talking about? Erril asked. I was curious about the fusing of her spirit with the land. I find it interesting. I've traveled through other marshlands and swamps along the coast but have never encountered such a poisonous land as this. Well versed in toxins myself, I can assure you that the variety of venoms in these swamps is astounding. What of it? Erril asked, fingering a chunk of a peppered cheese. Mycel lowered her voice. I have a theory. I think these lands are a reflection of her spirit. Somehow when the land took a part of her essence, I think it also took a bit of her knowledge of poisons taught to her by the assassins, utilizing her skills as a poisoner for its own protection. Is that possible? Elena asked. I thought that the land's elemental magic was just raw power. Do you think there is some form of intelligence in this magic? Something that could interpret the memories of the swamp witch and put them to use? Mycel shrugged. I don't know, but I find it intriguing. She nodded farther down the stair, to where Justin and Cassadar were still deep in some discussion. But it seems I'm not the only one who finds the witch's company interesting. The dwarf woman laughed at something Justin said. The swamper waved his hand in the telling of some story. He, too, wore a grin. His shyness with his features was absent as he talked with Cassadar. It seemed that compared to the racked and wrinkled form of the dwarf, Justin did not find his own scars so troublesome. Elena glanced to her aunt. A slight frown shadowed Mycel's lips as she stared at the two of them. Perhaps we've rested long enough, Mycel said. I'd like to retrieve this dwarf hammer and be on our way with the first rising of the sun. We've still a long way to reach the coast. Her aunt pushed to her feet, drawing them after her. The last leg of the journey was made in silence, everyone lost in thought. The remainder of the descent passed slowly. Just as Elena was wondering if the steps would ever end, the staircase suddenly widened enough that a battalion of men could have marched the steps abreast, and the stairs soon emptied into a cavernous chamber. Decaying frescoes marked the high ceiling, and 4 huge chandeliers, long and dark, hung down, their burnished surfaces now stained with green and black scars. The party perched at the last step, unable to proceed into the grand room since the chamber had no floor. Instead, the placid surface of the lake reflected the dark chandeliers and faded frescoes in its black mirror. Here the lake claimed the rest of the castle. 2 torches marked where the staircase entered the waters. Their flaming light failed to reach the far side of the huge room. It was as if only the lake lay beyond this last step. Elena stared out across the dark surface. How do we proceed from here? She asked. What am I supposed to do? Cassadar waddled over to her. One of her boys, naked this time, trailed behind her. When she reached Elena's side, she pulled the child up in front of her. I have tried to send my children after the trysil. I know where it's hidden. Using their small hands, it took me nearly a century to clear the debris and discover the route to the cavern where the trysil lay lost. But only living hands can grasp its handle and carry it forth. So are you saying someone has to go down there? Eril asked. The dwarf woman nodded. Her eyes settled on Elena. Me? Elena asked, her voice high with shock. Yes, she answered, placing a hand on the swamp boy. One of my children will guide you. But how am I to breathe? Or even see through this murk? Let me show you. I've had hundreds of winters to practice. She waved her boy into the waters. Without hesitating, he simply walked down the steps into the lake. Come closer, Cassadar urged. Come see. They all knelt by the water's edge. Deeper in the lake, the figure of the naked boy glowed in the depths. His flesh shone with a soft green phosphorescence, the same hue as some of the glowing mosses seen on their travels here. Now watch. Cassadar said. It took me many winters to crossbreed a type of coastal air bladder with some of the local molds. I then built one of my children from it. She waved her arm across the water. As they watched, lit by the mold light, the boy's skin began to bubble. From his pores, air flowed out. After a few moments, the agitation of bubbles cleared, and the boy stood in a clear pocket of air. Mycel glanced to the swamp witch. Can you expand that bubble enough to allow someone to travel with the boy? Not before now, Cassadar said and turned to Elena. I did not have enough magic. But in Shadowbrook, I sensed your raw power and suspected you might have the magic to accomplish it. What am I supposed to do? Elena asked. I have the barest control of my magics. Skill is not what I ask. I need only your raw energy to fuel my creation. She waved her hand over the water, and the boy climbed back out, dripping wet, unchilled by the dank waters. And how do I empower your creation? Elena asked. Cassadar nodded toward the boy. He needs your blood. Now wait, Eril said. I've heard just about enough of this nonsense. Even if what you say is true, I won't have Elena climbing into the depths of this lake for a hammer. And if you think... Elena ignored him. How do I give the boy my blood? Nick your palm and grasp his hand in your own. I'll do the rest. Elena remembered sharing her blood with both Uncle Bol and Eril when they were injured. Cassadar was not asking her to manipulate her magic, simply share its power, as she had done with the injured men. She nodded at the dwarf woman's words and drew her Witch's dagger. Its silver blade shone bright in the torchlight. Eril suddenly grasped her wrist. I can't let you risk yourself like this. Mycel stood at Eril's shoulders. Perhaps the plainsman is right. This sounds more dangerous than it's worth. Elena stared both of them down and yanked her arm from Eril's grasp. I will take that responsibility, she said, using Mycel's earlier words. She placed the tip of her knife to her left palm and dragged a line across it. Blood welled blacker than her ruby skin. She turned. The naked boy had come beside her and had his tiny hand raised up toward hers. Elena instinctively reached to accept the offered palm, but then she hesitated. She stared into the boy's face and realized this was the boy who had accosted her on the streets of Shadowbrook, same mud-colored hair, same small, slightly pug nose. She recalled the last time she shook hands with the little urchin. I won't hurt you this time, he said, noticing her hesitation. I promise. Elena was suddenly unsure. Whom should she trust? Should she listen to Eril and Mycel? Or should she trust this Witch who had taught her a new side of her magic? She stared into the boy's eyes for a heartbeat, then gripped his hand with her bloody one. She would trust herself. Yarl watched as Elena shivered in the knee-deep waters. She had stripped down to her undergarments and waited as Cassadar finished her preparations. As Eril studied the girl, he sensed it was more than the cold waters that rattled her teeth, but his further protests against this endeavor had only firmed Elena's resolve to attempt it, and now his words only fell on deaf ears. It'll be cold at first, the swamp Witch explained to her as she stood beside the girl in the waters, but once you're submerged and the bubble envelopes you, you'll warm up. Elena nodded. As you walk the stair, keep close to the boy and keep a firm hand on his fingers. Cassadar reached and clasped her own hand around the joined fingers of the boy and the girl. Never let go. The dwarf woman studied Elena for a moment more, then slowly passed her hands over the boy's naked flesh. Where her wrinkled palms touched, the boy's skin burst with sharp light. She nodded at this result. More than enough power, she mumbled. And with only a few drops of your blood. She straightened and backed from the waters. No wonder the Black Heart fears you. Should I go now? Elena asked as Cassadar stepped from the waters. Yes, child. Proceed slowly. Give the air bubble time to grow strong around you. Elena's eyes met Eril's for a moment. He could see the fear in her gaze and knew her vulnerable. He sensed if he pushed hard right now she would fold to his wishes. He opened his mouth to do just that, but his heart would not let him. He stepped closer to the waters. Be careful, Elena. I know you can do this. She smiled weakly at him. A mixture of pride and determination firmed her stance. She straightened her shoulders and, with the boy guiding her, she moved down the stairs into the deeper waters. Now it was Eril's turn to shiver as he watched the lake swallow her away. He had to hold himself back from diving in and pulling her back into the air and light. His hand had closed to a tight fist. She'll be fine, Mycel said at his shoulder, but her voice quavered, betraying her worry. From where he sat beside Erril, Fardale nosed Erril's fist. The wolf sought reassurance, too. Erril let his hand relax and found his fingers working through Fardale's fur. "Elena can do this," he repeated. He watched the boy's light flare brighter in the waters. From the depths, the silent tableau of boy and girl glowed like the lamplit stage of a mummer's act. Elena fought to keep beside the swamp child. The buoyancy of the water did not seem to affect the boy. He simply stood on the step as if no water eddied around him, whereas Elena, using the boy's arm as an anchor, struggled to keep her footing. Suddenly the bubbles again burst forth from the boy and swallowed the scene away in a flurry of phosphorescent froth. Erril held his breath until the bubbling cleared and he saw Elena. A huge pocket of air encased the pair now, lit from within by the boy's glow. No longer buoyed by the waters, Elena stood on her own feet on the steps, hand in hand with the boy. Though she was soaking wet and obviously shaken, Erril could see the relief on her face. Cassadar's magic was working. "It's hard and takes all my concentration," the dwarf said as she knelt at the water's edge. "But her power is rich and malleable. We will succeed." Elena raised her face and stared up at them from the water's depths and waved. Erril and Mycel returned her salute. With their acknowledgement, Elena followed the boy down the steps and off into the waters. Soon their progress across the room was only evident as a fading glow on the surface of the waters. Then that, too, was gone. As Elena walked with the boy, the wall of water around them distorted the surroundings of the submerged castle. It was like staring at the world through a carnival mirror, she thought. As fish would dart up, their features would swell large in the curve of the bubble's walls. Huge eyes would stare back at her, then in a flick of tail, vanish. Though a trace of fear still ran through her blood, a sense of wonder also thrilled in her. She was strolling through the bottom of a lake. Who else ever had a chance to do such a thing? Her mouth gaped as she studied the ruins of the castle. With the stairs draped in algae and moss, she had to mind her footing, but her eyes were constantly drawn to the preserved remains of Castledrak. Tapestries still hung on the walls, billowing slightly at their passage. Ornate oil lamps hung from chains, home to tiny creatures that ducked into hiding as they passed. Carved pine tables marked landings, their wood preserved for centuries in the brackish waters. Some furniture fell apart as their pocket of air pushed back the waters, the old pieces unable to stand on their own any longer. Just when her fears had faded to a vague sense of worry, she came upon her first skull. The flesh had long been nibbled away by the denizens of the lake, leaving the white bone bright against the green kelp draped on the stair. She gasped and raised a hand to her throat to stifle back a scream. "You're hurting my hand," the boy said from beside Elena. Thankful for the distraction, Elena tore her eyes from the horrible sight to look to the boy. "I'm sorry," she said, and loosened her hold from its terror-tight grip. "There'll be more," the swamp child said. The assassins put up a fierce fight to keep their castle. Suddenly the boy pointed to an eel as long as 4 men as it writhed past their bubble. "Look! It's pretty!" His boyish exuberance startled Elena. Cassadar had explained to her that the children she created were more than just moss golems. Though they were forged to her will and could not disobey, they also had a rudimentary intelligence that flavored their behavior. The swamp witch could direct them and communicate through them, but her actions were shaded by the creation's own personalities. "Cassa, if you can hear me," Elena said, "how much farther?" The boy turned his small face up to her. "She says it's a long ways yet." The boy picked at his nose as he spoke. "We have to switch to a different staircase soon. Then it's a straight climb to the cellars." He examined his finger to investigate the success of his mining, then leaned over to wash his finger in the waters beyond the bubble's wall. Elena winced as his finger pierced the bubble. She feared that breaking the seal would somehow disrupt the spell, but nothing happened. The magic sustained the bubble. He licked his finger dry. "We'll leave the tower stair farther down and cross the castle proper to reach the back stair to the basements." He began to hum a tune as he continued down the wet stairs. Suddenly a huge dark form passed overhead. It trailed tentacles as thick around as her own thigh. She shied down away from it, but it shot past with a flurry of suckers and limbs. "Awa! Don't be such a scaredy puss," the boy scolded. "She won't let any of the boogies get us." Elena swallowed hard and nodded. She had to fight to loosen her grip again. "Over there," he said sourly, pointing to a doorway at the next landing. "We have to leave here, cross through the servants' hall, past the kitchens to the main hall, then follow it to the main stair. And I'm getting hungry. Do you have any cake?" "No, I'm afraid not," Elena said, feeling less and less sure of her guide. "Maybe when we're done." "I like mine with dollops of cream," he confided to her as if this were of utmost secrecy. With this revelation, he led her through the landing's doorway and into the main body of the castle. As they progressed, Elena was glad she had a guide. Castle Drac was a stone maze of rooms, halls, and cubbyholes. Alone, she would have been lost among these many twists and turns. While walking, Elena kept her eyes from the growing number of piled bones, both human and otherwise. It was not just ordinary beasts that had assaulted the ancient castle. She passed one especially large skull whose shape she recognized and gave it a wide berth. A shiver passed through her. She recalled her own battles with the winged dreadlords of the Black Heart. The name Skeltum still gave her nightmares. She hurried past, glad this battle was long dead. By the time they reached the huge main hall, the boy's constant humming began to grate on Elena. "Casa, must the boy do this?" she asked the empty air. The boy glanced up to her and stuck his tongue out at her. "You didn't have to tell on me." He sighed loudly and bunched his shoulders, sulking, but at least he was silent. She followed him to the back staircase. The way from here descended into a deep darkness. The black waters seemed to suck greedily at the boy's moss light. The boy turned to her. "Do we really have to go down there?" She squeezed his hand and nodded. "Yes, we do." The blood hunter heard a whisper of echoed voices pass through the waters. He paused and cocked his head, straining for its source. For some time now, Toran had been lost in the tangle of halls and rooms of the castle, unsure of how to reach the tower stairs. Backtracking and pushing through debris had eaten up volumes of precious time. Then he had heard the voices and begun to follow, hoping that these voices were echoing down from above and could be used to track his way through the castle. Still, the acoustics under the water played 1,000 tricks on his stone ears. He could not be certain he was going in the right direction as he followed the voices, his only clue in this sunken maze. Soon he spotted a narrow staircase ahead, and his heart thrilled. Here must be the tower steps. As if to confirm his suspicions, voices and snatches of words again reached him. He grinned in the dark water, scaring away a large lake trout that had investigated too closely. Surely he had reached the tower. He forced his legs to move, again feeling the growing torpidity in his stone skin. He had not fed now in over 2 days, and the Ebonstone had again grown hungry and sluggish. Still, he did not let this disturb him. He would soon feast on the heart of the Witch and regain his strength back 100-fold. Grinning, he pushed through the portal that opened onto the stairs, but when he discovered where the steps led, the smile crashed from his face. The narrow staircase wound down, not up. This was not the tower stair. Consternation stopped his feet. This was the wrong direction. Then again the voices reached him. He swung his head. There was no mistaking the source in such close quarters. The smattering of conversation arose from below. His eyes squinted at the dark descent. Was he picking up a trace of light flowing from far below? He took a step toward it, then stopped again. He did not have time for curiosity. The Witch lay in the tower above. He did not have the luxury to investigate the oddities of this drowned castle. He took a step back, but deep inside him, something fought with renewed vigor. Down, 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 this strange compulsion urged. Again a picture of some vague treasure flashed across his vision. It seemed to be some weapon, no, some trophy. A flood of desire surged through him, urging him to seek this treasure. He shook his head. The witch was his goal, not some buried treasure. Yet, still, he could not retreat from the stare. It was not the stiffening stone that trapped him, but indecision. Maybe he didn't have to fight this strange compulsion. Maybe both goals could be met. Whoever was speaking from below might know the way to the tower. And if not, his skin was starved for blood, and it would be good to feed before confronting the witch. Both curiosity and hunger could be slaked by what lay below. His decision made, the blood hunter began his descent down the stair. Deep inside him, something howled with glee. Elena had to move with delicate care. She no longer stared through the bubble's wall but kept her eyes on the rubble that lay strewn across the cellar floor. Its algae-slick surface sought to betray her footing with every step. She could not risk a fall and lose her handhold on the boy. If the bubble should break, she sensed the weight of the deep water would crush her instantly. So she and the boy carefully picked their way across the jumble of boulders and bricks. The source of the strewn rubble soon became clear. The far wall of the cellar chamber had been exploded by some ancient force. The stone and brick lay ripped open to reveal the black caverns beyond. Just a little ways, the boy directed. Into the caves and down a level is the chamber where the trysil lies. She nodded. The two of them helped each other through the burst wall. Just as they stepped into the caves, the boy suddenly glanced over his shoulder, back into the cellar. His next words drove Elena's heart to her throat. "Something comes," he said. "Hurry!" The boy sped into the deeper caverns. Lest she lose her grip on the child, Elena had no choice but to follow. "Wait! What is it?" She hissed at him, fear keeping her voice low but urgent. "She's not sure," the boy said, referring to Cassadar. "This deep, she can't sense that well. She's tiring and needs all her concentration to keep the magic working." He yanked on her arm to urge her faster. "For her to sniff it, whatever it is must be close to us." Elena needed no further urging, she would have sped past the boy if she knew the way. They dodged past fingers of rock that thrust up from the floor, while more stone fingers pointed at them from the cavern roof as they ran. "Over there! Over there!" the boy urged, panic in his voice. He dragged her down a stone chute that emptied into a wide cavern chamber. Elena stared through the wall of water around her. The chamber here bore its own light. It came from a bright river that split the cavern's floor in half. It was the vein of silver that Cassadar had described. The elemental magic in the silver glowed brightly, but its luster was strongest where the river entered the chamber from the rear wall. The glow in the silver channel nearest them, though, was only a weak shimmer. This section of the river contained only a feeble trickle of magic. Elena saw where the bright channel abruptly became this weak dribble. Midway along, a section of the silver had been torn away. The collapsed bulk of a dwarf lay near this damaged section. The boy tugged her toward the rip in the silver. "Hurry!" he urged. "Get the trysil." Elena sensed the boy's words were no longer his own but that Cassadar was speaking directly through the boy. She followed him to the body on the floor. It was not scavenged bone, but a statue of black stone. Even sprawled on the cavern floor, Elena recognized the squat form and thick limb. It was a dwarf. The statue's head, though, was marred, cracked into shards of black stone that lay around its shoulders. Only here did bright white bone jut forth from the statue, a thick-browed skull. "My brother," the boy said. Even through the panic, Cassadar's sorrow rang clear. The swamp child pointed to an object that lay near the statue's damaged head. The trysil. Elena knelt and reached for the weapon. There was no mistaking the ancient talisman of the dwarves, the hammer of thunder. Its wooden haft, as long as Kral's axe handle, was decorated with scrollwork and runes and ended in a forged iron hammerhead as big as a pair of Ojiri's fists. Its iron shone red, as if blood had been used to forge its might. Elena hesitated. She could not possibly lift this massive weapon with only one arm, and she dared not let loose of the boy's hand. Still, the fingers of her right hand wrapped around the haft. Gritting her teeth, she pulled hard, determined to carry it. To her amazement, the hammer rose at her touch as if it were but a light broom. She held it up, her eyes glowing in the silver light. "Beware, child!" the boy suddenly screamed. "Behind you!" Hammer in hand, Elena swung around to see a monster stalk into the chamber from the other caves. At first glance, she thought that the black dwarf statue had somehow come back to life. Lit by the silver light of the river, the black form pushed into the room. Elena's eyes grew wide at the horribly misshapen form. She remembered Cassadar's mention of something foul escaping the keep at Shadowbrook and pursuing them. Somehow Elena knew that here approached that dark hunter. "It's another blackguard," the boy moaned. "How?" As it neared, even through the distortion of the water, Elena recognized the familiar shape. It was a stone-encased dwarf like Cassadar's brother. Its grin of yellowed teeth shone bright against its black lips. It spoke as it stalked toward them, its voice sounding drowned but its words comprehensible. "Where is the ch?" it said as it neared. Elena and the boy retreated from it, but it stood between them and the only exit. As they stumbled back, the boy's hand began to tremble in her own. The bubble of air began to expand wider around them, reaching toward the creature. "What are you doing?" she asked the boy. The swamp child's skin shone with a deeper glow. Elena could almost see through his skin to the tangle of vines and moss in his core. Whatever magic was being employed, it taxed the boy's illusion. He gasped as he spoke, tears glistening on his cheeks. "I'm trying to clear a space so you have room to maneuver." "Why?" "You must fight the blackguard," he said. "Use the trisil." Elena's breath froze in her chest. The creature had to weigh 10 times her own weight, all stone, muscle, and bone. How could she battle it with only this hammer? If she could access her magic instead, maybe she'd have a chance. But she could not let go of the boy's hand and had no way to pierce the skin of her right hand and release her powers. Raising the hammer between her and the creature, she was glad for its solidity, but she held no hope in its dwarf magic. She continued to back up as the bubble expanded. The stone dwarf stepped into the pocket of air. It still wore its grin as it left the lake. Waters hissed and steamed from its stone skin as it entered their bubble. "Now where is?" It stopped as if its stone skin had suddenly frozen. Its nose raised to sniff at the air in the bubble for a few heartbeats. Then its eyes, flaming pits in its black head, fixed on Elena. "You!" Its grin spread wider. "You're the ch." Elena raised the hammer higher in a trembling fist. The blackguard's fiery gaze narrowed at the threat, as if gauging its danger. Then its eyes grew wide with recognition, and the foul flames dimmed in their sockets. It stumbled forward a step, and a small voice arose like a vapor from its foul lips. "The trisil," it gasped. At long last." The boy pushed in front of Elena. He spoke with the voice of Cassadar. "Remember your heritage, Lord of the Dwarves, and fight the Black Heart's control. Let us pass." The small voice was like a hissing whisper. 2SS strong. The flames in the demon's eyes began to grow fiercer. "Fight!" the boy screamed. "For our homelands. For our people." The fire in the pits of the blackguard's eyes flickered. "I can't stop." His gaze suddenly swung to meet Elena's. His voice became a strangled gurgle. "Beware," he moaned, his words etched with sorrow and guilt. "Beware the Legion." Then the flames blew savage. Twin pyres of black magic flared from the demon's sockets, and it roared at the cavern roof. Both Elena and the boy stumbled back. She knew the small flicker of resistance and the demon had been vanquished. "He's gone," the boy mumbled, and fled to Elena's side. The blackguard's gaze descended upon the cowering pair. A wicked smile stretched its stone lips. Before Elena could react, the stone dwarf lunged at her. Blindly, she swung the hammer but knew it was too late. Yet, for some reason, the dwarf's leap began sluggishly, almost as if a bit of resistance still held some weak grip over its stone skin. Whatever the reason, her swing of the hammer had time to complete its arc, managing a glancing blow to the blackguard's head as it bowled toward her. The boy, with surprising strength, yanked Elena out of the demon's barreling path. Again, the creature's sluggish response kept a stone hand from grabbing at her as she and the boy rolled aside. Scrambling away, the pair barely kept their feet, their hands only connected by their fingertips now. Elena quickly regained a secure grip on both the boy and the hammer and faced the beast. The blackguard swung around and raised a hand to his head. A section of his stone skull fell off with this touch. The Trysil had lived up to its legend. It still had the potency to shatter ebonstone. As it probed its injury, Elena bit at the thumb that held the hammer. The demon, wise now to her weapon's power, would be more wary in its next assault. She needed her magic. She bit deep and finally tasted blood and went to reach for her witch fire. "No, child," the boy suddenly warned. "Don't call forth your magic. Its power is too wild and may disrupt my spell, but you've given me an idea." As the dwarf picked another piece of loose ebonstone from the side of his head, he tossed it aside and hissed at them, "You'll pay for that." With no further warning, he charged. "Stand still," the boy yelled at her as Elena began to flee. Suddenly the bubble of air crashed down around them. The force of collapsing water shook the very roots of the castle. Elena screamed, but the falling waters stopped only a handspan away from her nose. She was not crushed or drowned. Such was not the case with the blackguard. Caught by surprise, the sudden weight of water crushed the dwarf to the stone of the cavern. The boy yanked on Elena. "Run," he urged. "We must get away." They fled around the creature's sprawled form, giving it a wide berth even as it began to push back to its knees, stunned but quickly recovering. "I'll try to delay it," Cassadar said, speaking through the boy as they ran from the cavern. "I can use the damage of the Trysil to my advantage." Elena needed no further urging. They fled as fast as they could run. Climbing the endless stairs, Elena's breath soon became a flame in her chest. But she ignored the pain, terror driving her forward. From deep below, a bellow of rage pursued them. "What's happening?" Yarl snapped at Cassadar. The swamp witch still knelt at the water's edge. Her wrinkled skin ran with sweat. Her shoulders trembled with exertion. Justin knelt beside the witch, a hand on her bowed back. "Quit yelling at her." He spat at Eril. "Can't you see how much this strains her?" Mycel stood next to Eril. "Justin, we need to know, is Elena alive?" Cassadar's voice was a croak. "She lives. She flees. I do what I can to sustain the magic around her and attack what pursues her." Tears ran down her cheek. "I'm so sorry," she cried. "I didn't mean to risk her life. But my people," her voice trailed into sobs. Justin rubbed his hand on her back. "You didn't know. Do not whip yourself." He glared at Eril. "If she is to help save your little witch, she could use your support and not your accusations." Eril bit back a retort, but he could not fault the swamper's words. Right now, Elena's safety lay in the hands of this dwarf woman, and as much as it frustrated him, he would have to accept it. He could not even imagine the battle raging under the calm black surface of the lake and sent his prayers into the waters, willing his strength to Elena. As he waited, his lungs ached from curbing his screams of frustration. His hand began to shake. Over the long journey, Elena had become more to him than just a witsy, and in this moment of impotent rage, he had to admit that more than fatherly concern shaded his emotions. He swallowed hard, refusing to allow himself even to name this other feeling. He pushed such thoughts aside. He must be ready. Casadar moaned nearby. I can't stop him, she mumbled to the lake. I keep trying to slow him, but his stone skin is more poisonous than my own venoms. And when I try to attack him through the damaged patch on his skull, he keeps ripping my vines away before they can take root and spread. And Elena? Eril asked, this time not yelling. She flees and draws near to us, but the blackguard has regained his bearings and is quickly closing the gap. Eril ground his teeth and pulled forth his weapon. Mycel already had her blades out. Fardale growled at the lake. Eril raised his silver sword. Hurry, Elena. Come to me. 29. Elena limped as she ran, half using the hammer as a crutch. She had twisted her ankle on a loose stone in the stair. Only a frantic grab at the wall had saved her from tumbling back down the steps and losing her grip on the boy's hand. Trying to ignore her protesting limb, she struggled on with the boy. Pain and terror warred in her. Her burning lungs, aching side, and throbbing ankle all slowed her pace, while her panicking heart and racing blood urged still more desperate speed. He comes, the boy said beside her. Casadar no longer spoke directly through the child. The Witch's full attention was on keeping the black dwarf from their heels. The boy sucked his thumb as he ran, his eyes wide with fear. I don't want to die, he mumbled around his thumb. Elena had not expected a survival instinct in the moss children. We're not going to die, Elena assured him and herself. She increased her pace, now pulling the boy. After passing back through the castle proper and reaching the tower stair, she knew the way. She sped up the stairs toward the distant surface of the lake. The boy stumbled to keep up, his small legs struggling to match her pace. Don't leave me behind, he cried. I won't. The boy suddenly moaned. He's right behind us. He's already on the stair. Elena did not bother to glance over her shoulder. She bent, and using her grip on the boy's hand, she threw him over her shoulder onto her back. Hang on! She yelled. He squealed with fear, but his other arm wrapped around her neck. Using the hammer as a balance against the boy's weight, she ran. Luckily the boy was lighter than a real child and not much of a burden. Her ankle screamed, but fierce fire had hold of her blood. She leapt like a deer up the steps. Back in her family's orchards, she and Joach had raced each other down the rows of apple trees. Though her brother had a longer stride, Elena had often still beaten him. She put every motive strength in her limbs into this last sprint. Overhead the dark waters suddenly brightened. She allowed herself a moment of relief. It was the torches at the surface. She sped on. The boy then screamed in her ear. He's here. The child tried to climb over her back. Elena glanced behind her. The hulking black creature lumbered up the steps behind her. He was a distance away, but his stride ate up 3 steps with every one of hers. Clinging vines fought at him, but he shrugged them off, hardly seeming to slow. His flaming eyes spotted her, and his pace increased. With her attention turned, Elena's foot slipped on some loose kelp, and both she and the boy stumbled to the steps. The boy was up first. Go, child! He screamed, Casadar again. Swim for the surface. The boy will slow him. As the child said these words, tears flowed down his cheeks. He didn't want to stay. Elena hesitated a moment, her heart going out to the terrified child. Then the little fingers let go of hers. Go, he mumbled in a tiny voice. The pocket of air shrank quickly around her. The monster was bearing down on them. Not wasting the boy's sacrifice, Elena dove through the bubble and into the lake. The buoyant water shot her toward the surface as she pushed off the stone stair. Bellows of anger rose with her. Before she knew it, Aril's arm was around her, hauling her up the last steps and onto the dry stairs. Mycel helped hold her upright as her twisted ankle gave way. Dropping the hammer from her numb fingers, Elena turned to where Cassadar knelt, orchestrating the fight against the creature. "The boy?" she asked. No answer came from Cassadar's trembling form. At the Witch's side, Justin just looked Elena in the eye and shook his head. "She's too weak." "Don't fret," Mycel said. "The boy's not real, Elena." Elena's lips grew tight, and she turned to Mycel. "Give me my dagger." Mycel obeyed, retrieving Elena's silver blade from her discarded clothes. "We need to retreat up the steps," her aunt urged. "Regroup when it pursues." "No," Elena said. She sliced a deep cut in her left hand, the one that had held the boy's hand, the one that had been born in moonlight. Suddenly, behind her, the waters erupted in the still lake. Elena swung around on her good ankle. The black dwarf rose up, the boy's throat clutched in one fist. From the child's body, a tangle of vines burst forth and thrashed at the black skin of the creature, seeking purchase. Yet the battle was doomed, for where the boy's vines touched stone, they curled and died. Blood dripped from Elena's slashed palm as she raised her arm. Where the red drops touched the lake, ice spread out across the waters in spidery traces. Elena touched the magic inside her, igniting it. Ice raced from her heart out to her hand and burst forth in a blaze of blue fire. Power again sang within her, and she let it rage. She cast out her magic into the lake. Cold fire met the struggling blackguard and stunned him with its sudden frigid touch. Elena continued to pour her magics forth, letting the magic run wild. This was no subtle spell, but raw power. A scream echoed up from her throat as she cast out her cold fire. The lake froze around the blackguard, trapping the creature in its tight embrace. Only its head, upper torso, and one arm were still above the ice. Elena poured forth more of her magic until the lake was frozen from wall to wall. Only then did she close her fist and stanch her river of cold fire. As her eyes cleared, she blinked her frosted lashes and checked her handiwork. In the iced arm of the blackguard, the stone beast still clutched the small boy. There was no movement from either. Elena sank to her knees, her hot tears like fire on her cold cheeks. "You did it," Eril said, kneeling beside her. Cassadar also stirred from the water's edge. Her eyes were wide with wonder at the frosted ice. The swamp Witch pushed to her feet, swaying slightly with exhaustion. With Justin assisting her, she crossed to the discarded trysill. Justin lifted the hammer so she could examine it. "Elena, you've accomplished a miracle," she mumbled, fingering the carved haft of the trysill with reverence and awe. Elena did not answer, her eyes still fixed on the child frozen in the grip of the blackguard monster. But at what cost? She silently wondered, thinking of a boy who liked his cake with a dollop of cream. Fardale was the first to notice something was wrong. The wolf stared out at the lake, and a wary growl flowed from his throat. As Mycel hurried to get Elena into her dry clothes, Eril stepped beside Fardale and studied the lake. He didn't see anything strange, the black dwarf still lay frozen in the ice's grip. He rested his hand on Fardale's back and noticed the wolf's hackles were up. "Do you sense something?" Fardale took a step back from the lake's edge just as a sharp crack burst from the ice. Everyone jumped at the sudden noise. All were instantly on their feet. Eril at first thought the noise was the ice breaking up, but he quickly saw he was wrong. It was not ice shattering, but stone. The ebonstone dwarf was cracking apart. Its thick skull fell from its shoulders and rattled across the ice, breaking into even smaller pieces. Its arms snapped from where it protruded from the lake to crash like an axe tree. As the limb struck the ice, it too shattered into hundreds of ebonstone shards. Nothing lay within. It was as if the dwarf had been a hollow shell all along. Soon all that protruded from the frozen water was its upper torso, like a black egg embedded in the ice. Fardale continued to growl. Eril was unsure if any danger still lay out in the lake, but he had had enough of Castledrak. "I don't like this," he said. "Let's get away from here." Cassadar had finished wrapping the trysil in a cloak and passed it to Mysel's care. "I think you should," she said, her eyes still fixed on the remains of the blackguard. "Something smells wrong here." As if hearing her words, a thunderous clap exploded, shaking the tower with its boom. One of the chandeliers above the lake broke with a screech of bolts and fell with a clatter to the ice. Chunks of painted plaster rained down. Erril shoved Elena behind him. The girl hopped to keep her weight off her injured ankle. "Out," he yelled. "Now!" In the center of the frozen lake, the torso of the dwarf had split open. Like some dark chrysalis, the stone peeled back in curled sections. From the heart of this foul structure a bloody mist arose above the ice, followed by the squirming, writhing mass of something pale as a corpse. It squeezed forth, contorting and swelling as it escaped its ebonstone womb. Its body, the size of a large draft horse, plopped to the ice. Steaming a red mist from its pores, it rolled sluggishly. Then, like a butterfly fresh from its cocoon, it shook free moist wings, and a long sinuous neck curled from where it lay coiled close to its body. It turned large white eyes in their direction, searching blindly. Then huge flaps opened to sniff at the air, drawing it toward the huddled group on the stair. It spread its wings and opened its wet maw and screamed at them, a keening wail. Erril did not wait for the creature to gain its bearings. "Back up the stairs," he ordered. He waved the others onward. "Take the double doors at the next landing," Cassadar yelled, struggling in Jastin's arms up the steps. "A shortcut." "No time," Mysel yelled. They had not even climbed a dozen steps when the creature screamed again, its wail more strident. Still too weak to fly, it rose on a tangle of snake-like appendages and used its wings to propel itself across the ice at them. Its large bulk moved slowly, but its tentacled appendages were faster, like striking asps. A flurry of albino limbs shot up the steps after them. Erril knocked Elena to the wall as probing appendages snatched at his legs. He swiped with his sword, severing the thick fingers. Where they touched, his pant legs smoked. He kicked the squirming sections away from his boots. The creature was sick with burning poisons. On the far side of the stair, Mysel fought the tentacles with her twin swords. She guarded over Cassadar and Jastin as the pair slowly climbed. Her blades were a blur before her. Erril was impressed with the havoc she wreaked. Splashes of poison smoked on her skin, but she ignored them. Erril borrowed the plan of the others and slowly crept up the steps, herding Elena behind him. Progress was slow. Snaking limbs were everywhere. Suddenly Mysel yelled, a piercing cry. Erril glanced across the sea of tentacles and saw that a thick limb had wrapped around the swordswoman's waist. One of her blades had been knocked away, the other was wrapped in the grip of smaller tentacles. Mysel was pinned. Erril spotted the woman's fallen blade. It had landed near Jastin's feet. "Grab the sword," he yelled to the swamp man. "Help free Mysel." The man stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror. He did not move. Cursing the swamper's cowardice, Erril tried to push Elena faster, but the girl slipped past him and stumbled down a few steps. Blue flames danced along the fingers of her left hand. "Elena!" "I can slow it," she yelled back, already raising her hand. "Free Mysel." A wave of cold fire shot from her fingers to slam into the bulk of the beast as it reached the base of the stairs. The force stopped its charge toward the steps and slid its bulk back across the slick ice. The tentacles were dragged along with it, clearing a path for Erril to cross to Mysel. He dashed over and hacked at the thick limb wrapped around her waist. Her face was contorted with agony. Her clothes smoked, and when Erril finally sliced away the limb, he saw it wasn't just her shirt that smoked, her very flesh lay burned around her waist. He glared at Jastin. "Help Mysel up the stairs." Jastin came out of his shock and took Mysel under one of his arms as Cassadar led the way up the stairs. Fardale, who had no weapon and had been hanging back from the fray, suddenly barked and raced down the stairs past Erril. Erril swung around. Elena stood before a wall of lashing tentacles. She washed her cold fire over the snaking limbs, keeping them at bay, but the magic did little else. Where her blue flame struck the creature, its pale flesh grew red hot and resisted the ice with some inner fire of its own. Elena was losing her battle, and one of the appendages was creeping along the roof, over Elena's head, out of her sight. The treacherous limb now reached toward her unprotected back. But Fardale raced to protect her. The wolf leapt off the steps and flew through the air. He snatched the creeping limb in his jaws, and his momentum tore the appendage away from Elena. The wolf landed on his paws and gagged the limb from his mouth. The fur around his muzzle lay singed, and his tongue, lolling from his jaws, had been burned black. Elena switched hands, obviously hoping fire would work where ice did not. She had already bloodied her right hand, and scarlet flames now danced in her palm. She sent a shaft of witchfire at the beast. Its flaming touch had once pierced even the formidable protection of a skeleton, but the magic seemed to have little effect on the foul creature here. The beast mewed at the assault and was driven farther back onto the ice. But where the stream of magical fire struck, its pale flesh grew black, like frostbit skin, and doused the scorch of the flames. The beast remained unharmed. Fardale loped up the steps while Erril hurried down. Burdened with his sword, he urged Elena back. "The Dark Lord has grown wise to your magics," he warned. "We must flee while we can." Elena ignored him. Her skin ran with sweat, and her face was pale. She raised her right hand again. Flames roiled to a sun's radiance in her fist as she built the magic to a fierce heat. Erril did not know what she thought to accomplish. "Elena?" The girl thrust her arm toward the beast and released her magics in a mighty rush. The fire struck, not at the beast, but at the ice under its tangle of tentacles. Her fire ripped into the ice, and the lake exploded under the creature. Steam swelled through the chamber. In a single breath, what had been ice became water once again. Through the steam, Erril caught glimpses of the beast's flailing appendages and beating wings. Caught off guard, it struggled at the sudden change of its footing and lost. The beast sank into the waters. "Wise girl," Erril commended her. But Elena was not done yet. She raised her left hand and sent forth her cold fire. Steam became icy mist, and the lake froze over where the beast had sunk. Once again the room was solid ice. Elena lowered her arm and turned to Erril, her eyes still raging with her magic's use. "We can go now," she said. "I don't know how long the ice will hold it, but perhaps long enough for escape." She tried to mount the stairs on her own but swooned with exhaustion. Erril had to drop his sword to catch her. Justin appeared at her other side. The swamp man's and the plainsman's eyes met over the girl. Justin's face shone with shame, but also with determination. He held Elena until Erril could retrieve his sword and sheath it. "I'll take her from here," Erril said coldly as he scooped the girl up in his one arm. He headed up the stairs. Justin hung back a moment, then followed. Up at the next landing, Cassadar, Mycel, and the wolf awaited them. "This way," the swamp witch urged, leading the way through a set of doors off the stairway. "This hall will take you directly to the exterior stair." Erril followed Fardale into the passage. The wolf padded forward, ears cocked tall, listening for any new dangers ahead. The footsteps of the other members of the party echoed on the stones behind Erril. He hurried with Elena cradled in his arm. She had one of her arms hooked around his neck, and she leaned into his chest. "You did well," he whispered under his breath. She raised her head. Did you say something?" "No, just hang on. We're almost out of this cursed castle." Suddenly a massive quake shook the tower. The stone floor danced under his feet. Erril almost stumbled atop Elena. He caught himself just as the explosive crash reached his ears. It broke loose, Elena said as he regained his balance. Let me down. Ariel ignored her. He wasn't about to let her out of his grip again, not until she was safely away. At the end of the passage, Cassadar worked at the secret door. Just beyond here, the dwarf woman said, is the stair that runs along the outside of the tower, the steps that you all climbed up earlier. Elena pulled her arm free of Ariel's neck. I'll be safe here, she told the worried plainsman. Go help Aunt Mai watch the hall. Ariel nodded, lowering her carefully to the floor. Then he leaned close to Elena, exacting a promise from her with his eyes. Don't go outside until I return. She nodded her agreement. Satisfied, he slipped down the hall to where Mycel and the wolf guarded their rear. Nearby, Jastin stood in the swamp Witch's shadow, his face lowered, his eyes somewhere far away. Cassadar talked as she worked, clearly anxious. This was an old camouflage door used by the assassins to sneak up on the rear flank of any marauding force that attempted to climb the stair. In the past, there were nomadic robber bands that the catch finally released with a snap, and the door sprang open a bit. The swamp Witch wiped her hands and stood. There we go. Jastin called to the others, his voice cracking slightly. The door's unlatched. While the others hurried forward, Cassadar hauled the heavy door wide open. Beyond the threshold, the night breezes greeted them. It was still dark, and the moon had long since set. Daybreak must be near, Cassa said. The swamp mists are always thickest upon the lake just before morning. Elena had to trust her judgment. To her it was the darkest night outside, and sunrise seemed no more than a fanciful dream. Mycel hurried them forward. We'd best hurry. I heard something in the hall just as Jastin called. As if to emphasize her point, a wail erupted from behind them. No one had to say what monster made such a noise. It's close, Ariel hissed. Everybody outside so I can get this door shut. They rushed out onto the stairs, boots flying down the steps. Ariel stood by the door, attempting to drag it closed. Even in the dark, Elena saw the veins bulging at his temples, the muscles of his arm bunching thick. The door was stuck. Ariel? Stay back, Elena. Mycel placed a firm grip on her shoulder, silently telling her to obey. I need time to build a boat, the Witch said from the water's edge. He must get that door closed. A second bellow of rage erupted from down the hall, then the monster's shrieking changed in pitch. It had spotted Ariel. The plainsman's attack on the door increased. A reddish mist flowed out into the night from the open threshold. Elena's fist was at her throat. It must be almost atop him. Suddenly, a questing tentacle shot out and snatched at Ariel's neck. The plainsman gasped as his neck burned. Unarmed, his hand scrabbled at the choking limb. Before anyone else could react, Jastin raced up the steps, his skinning dagger clutched in his hand. Reaching Ariel in a heartbeat, he slashed savagely at the appendage. Its acid blood etched his dagger and burned his hand and arm. He screamed, not in pain from the poison's burn, but in a rage pent up over many winters. He ravaged the limb with his knife until Ariel fell free of its grip. Hurry, Ariel choked, and threw off the limb. Together, both men forced the door and slammed it shut. Leaning against the door, Ariel patted Jastin on the shoulder. Thank you. Just then something huge crashed into the door, the shock so intense that Ariel was knocked outward by the concussion. The plainsman cartwheeled his arm at the edge of the stair, but one arm was not enough. Jastin reached for him and missed. Ariel tumbled off the stair and crashed into the lake below. Ariel! Elena ran to the stair's edge. Even in the mist-shrouded starlight, Elena saw huge fins arise and cut toward the ripples in the lake. Ariel's head bobbed up, and he swam with vigorous kicks toward the lowest stair. But again, one arm made a poor swimmer. The fins closed quickly upon him. Don't fret, the Witch said, appearing beside her. Cassadar waved a thick arm across the water, and the fins turned away in unison and sank from view. "I don't have time to build a boat," she muttered as Ariel neared. "I'll have to improvise." With these words, Cassadar threw herself off the stair to land flat on her belly atop the lake. Instead of sinking, her flesh blew out in a nest of vines and moss, some glowing brightly in the night. "I told you I was more than just dwarf." Then her form was swallowed away as a raft of vines and moss formed around her. Her voice, though, still rose from the tangle of vines. "Hurry! Climb on board!" Everyone hesitated a moment, uncomfortable with climbing atop the vessel that was built from an old woman's body. Then another concussion shook the tower steps as the beast slammed into the door again. Ariel swam up to the edge of the boat and clambered up. "What are you all waiting for?" No one needed further prodding. The party scrambled onto the living raft. As soon as all were on board, the raft took off across the waters, quickly gaining speed. Cassadar's voice arose from the floor. "I'll not be able to talk with you much longer." Fardale sniffed at the raft, his ears cocked and his head tilted. Powering the raft, Cassadar continued, "Taxes my elemental abilities, and the farther from the castle I travel, the weaker my skill will become." Ariel ripped off his soaking shirt, freeing his arm of its clinging grip. He checked his sheath. His silver sword was still in place. "Will you be able to get us across the lake?" "Yes, but after that, I must return to Castle Drac, to my nexus of power. From there, I can guide you all the way to the coast." "But what about the beast in the castle?" Elena asked. "I don't think it will remain there long. Hopefully just long enough for you all to get lost in the deep swamps. Then I can return to my castle." But Cassadar's hopes were not to be realized. A thunderclap suddenly roared over the waters. All eyes turned to the castle. The dark tower still stood like a shadowed island behind them. Against its black stone, a white form could be seen, aglow in the starlight. "It's burst through the door," Mycel said in horror. From the prow, Elena stared back and watched the beast take to the air, its wings huge white sails to either side. They cut through the mists like a predator's fins slicing through the lake. But Elena knew that no wave of Cassadar's hand would save them now. She glanced to her own hands. Both her palms were still red, no longer with the dark ruby of before, but with a weak scarlet. Her powers were low. She stared skyward as the beast turned on a wing and dove toward them. Tendrils of its snaking appendages hung all the way to the lake now, leaving small ripples in the still waters with their foul passage. Earlier, when Elena had been at full strength, the beast had resisted her magics. What could she hope to accomplish now? Still, she slipped free her Witch's dagger. Ariel stood near the stern of the boat, bare-chested with his sword in hand. Mycel stood armed beside him, marking the progress of the beast against the speed of Cassadar. She could see that they would not escape the lake. Seeming to sense her gaze, Ariel glanced over his shoulder at her, an apologetic look in his eyes. He knew they would not survive this. Still, he raised his sword. At least he would die fighting. And so would she, Elena decided. She drew the tip of her silver blade across each palm, then sheathed her dagger. Cupping her hands on her knees, she stared as the blood welled into her palms and released the dam of her magics. As she allowed the power to sing through her blood, each hand began to glow. The rose of her right hand grew into a fierce crimson, while the rose of her left hand burst forth with an icy azure luminescence. Here were the two sides of her power, and both were now useless. Elena stared at her glowing hands. Suddenly her eyes grew wide. What if? Elena shot to her feet, moving so suddenly the boat rocked. Ahead of her, Ariel grunted, shaken off balance. He glared over his shoulder at her. It was too late to explain. The beast had reached them. As it swept over the fleeing boat, its appendages writhed and tangled under it, grabbing at the raft and its occupants. As the others fought the beast with their swords, Elena saw Fardale yanked into the air by a coiled limb of the monster. Justin leapt after the wolf, flying over the edge of the boat, his knife clamped in his teeth. The swamp man caught the vine-like appendage with both hands, then loosened one grip to snatch the dagger from his mouth. As his palms burned, he sawed at the limb, a scream frozen on his lips, until the appendage severed and both he and the wolf tumbled into the lake. Elena knew this was just a test of their strength. She stared up into the night sky. The main bulk of the beast glided on its huge wings. Its pale eyes seemed to study the boat, then suddenly it focused directly on her. It was no dumb beast that hunted them. A malignant intelligence lay behind this creature's dead eyes. She knew the Dark Lord watched and guided this beast. It studied her for a heartbeat more, then a scream of triumph burst from its throat as it dove toward her, wings tucked for speed. "Everyone down!" Elena screamed, not bothering to see if she was obeyed. From here, she knew the battle was hers alone. She raised her arms. Not just her right or her left, but both. She brought her two red hands together and entwined her fingers. This time she did not unite Witch and woman, but coalfire and witchfire. She thrust her joined fists at the diving monster and let her magic rage forth. The power blew out from her with such force that Elena was knocked backward. She had to anchor her legs to keep her feet. From her fists, a rage of cracking lightning, searing flames, and shredding winds swept out. The lake screamed with her magics. Thunder boomed across the waters. Elena knew the name of this awesome power. Stormfire. This new magic ripped into the beast, halting its dive. Like a fly in amber, it hung trapped as crackles of lightning danced across its flesh and savage winds tore its wings to shreds. Flame followed and laid waste to all it touched. The beast writhed within a ball of fierce energies, wailing and thrashing its appendages. Elena poured every last dreg of her magic into the creature. Finally its skin cracked, its tentacles curled and blackened, and its wings became bone and ash. It crashed into the lake with a final keening scream. Waves and swells rocked the boat, everyone standing was knocked down. When the boat's rocking finally calmed enough, Ariel sat up and glanced to Elena to make sure she was safe. She leaned up on an elbow and gave him a nod. No words were needed. A voice called out from the lake. Mycel crossed to the vessel's edge and helped Justin crawl into the boat. He dragged the sopping wolf behind him. Fardale's fur was burned in thick swatches, but the shapeshifter lived. Ariel crawled over to Elena as the remaining swells died down. He helped her sit up. "What was that magic?" he asked. "Stormfire," Elena said breathlessly. Ariel stared at her, then took her hands one at a time and examined them. He had no qualms about touching her soft white skin, bare of magic. He glanced back to her face, wonder in his eyes. "How, Dot? You told me mages in the past could only bear magic in one hand." She squeezed Ariel's palm as emphasis. Ariel nodded and kept his hand in hers. "But I can wield both," Elena said. "And since no one but Sisycopa could wield two magics at once, I knew the Dark Lord could not be prepared for such a united attack, so I took advantage of his blindness." Elena smiled shyly up at Ariel. "But even I didn't expect such a show." Ariel pulled her into his embrace and hugged her hard. "You continue to amaze me, Elena." She leaned into him, relishing his warmth and scent. She hoped this moment would never end. Then the lake erupted in a huge wave and jarred them apart. The boat almost flipped with the force of the sudden surge. From the waters to the side of the boat, a huge head burst forth, burnt and scarred, borne on a long sinuous neck. Its maw swelled open, lined with thousands of shredding teeth. Its blackened eyes searched the boat, blind but still able to sense its prey by scent. It struck at Elena. She screamed and raised her hands, but no power lay there. Ariel threw his body atop hers, knocking her down and protecting her with his own life. Suddenly a second surge rocked the boat, knocking the vessel back from the beast. Ariel pushed up to sea. Elena followed. Up from the lake rose a monstrous, scaled head, huge jaws hinged wide open. Its teeth, shining in the light, were as long as Elena's forearm. With a whip of its huge tail and a clacking roar, it burst forth, snatched the Dark Lord's creature by its long neck, and shook it savagely. The pale beast squealed its death cry, thrashing in the jaws of the huge swamp creature. With the beast already weakened, the lake monster finished what Elena had started. It twisted and tore at the pale creature until the head of the burnt beast fell limp in its jaws. The swamp reptile, still holding its prey clamped in its huge jaws, rolled a huge black eye toward the raft, then sank below the waters. Jastin spoke from the edge of the boat. A bull kraken. Was it called up by Cassadar to save us? Elena asked. The swamp witch's voice rose weakly from the floor, just a whisper. No. It was no magic of mine, but. Jastin stood at the boat's edge, staring out at the black waters. His wet clothes clung to him. He turned to the others, no longer hiding his scars. I know these swamps, and I know the kraken. That roar before the bull attacked was a cry of revenge. Jastin turned back to stare at the lake. These swamps are my home, he said, his voice a blend of warmth and pride. Out here, creatures know how to survive. Elena sensed he spoke of more than just the bull kraken, and from Mysel's sad smile as she stared at Jastin's back, she knew her aunt must also suspect the extra meaning behind the swamp man's words. Though still scarred, something vital had finally healed in the man. Sighing, Elena stared out across the calming waters and remembered Mysel's words back at the painted pony in Shadowbrook, not all wars are won with swords and magic. Elena studied her white hands. Somehow those words made her happy. 2 days later, it was still difficult to say goodbye. Even though the swamps had held such horrors, Elena would truly miss her new friends, allies forged in fire. But with their party's wounds treated and their plans finally laid, they were ready to strike for the coast. So, as the sun rose on the day of their departure, the party stood on an island at the edge of the large swamp lake. Errol busied himself with packing the boat while Fardale nosed the plainsman's handiwork. Mysel and Elena still faced Jastin and Cassadar, finishing their goodbyes. From here, the witch would guide them directly to the coast. You could still come with us, Mysel said to Jastin. He shook his head. I have the horses to attend to, he said. Jastin was going to arrange to have their mounts, still stabled in dry water, join a swamper's caravan to the coast. Elena had insisted that Miss not be abandoned. The mare would not thrive as a swamper's mule loaded with gear, stopping every fifth step to chew razor grass, and refusing to budge until her belly was full. No, Mist would not make a good workhorse. Jastin stepped back from Mysel. Their trials at Castle Drac had revitalized the scarred man. He hardly seemed like the sullen man they had first met. He now held his back straight and spoke with good humor, unashamed of his scars. Besides, he said, my home is here in the swamps. Elena saw how his words wounded her aunt, as did the brief glance Jastin gave the witch as he mentioned his love of the swamps. Her face sad, Mysel turned away and straightened her shoulders. Elena saw the resignation in her eyes. Some flames gone to ash could not be rekindled, even when a small spark was still left. Then I guess we'd best be off, Mysel said with false cheer. As she walked away, her aunt held a hand to her side, where the poisons of the tentacles had burned deep. But Elena suspected it was more than just the wound that pained her. So Mysel and Jastin parted, more than friends, less than lovers, leaving only Elena to say her goodbyes. She hugged Jastin and turned to Cassadar. The witch had redonned her magical garb, standing again as an auburn-haired beauty. Her slender hands reached to Elena's gloved fingers. You bear the heritage of Sisycopa. There is much power in your hands, she said, then raised a palm and rested it against Elena's chest. But your true strength will always come from your heart. Remember that, child. Elena's eyes misted up. And please remember also your promise to me, she continued. You're my people's only hope. Elena nodded. I will see to it that one day the trysil is returned to its rightful place." Cassadar smiled, and they hugged. The illusion of the Witch was so strong that even with her arms wrapped around Cassadar, Elena could not discern the ancient dwarf hidden within the moss magic. At last they parted company. Elena's group climbed aboard the boat and settled in. With a soft bump, the vessel receded from the bank, moving on its own, borne away by Cassadar's swamp magic. Elena, sitting at the stern, turned for one last view of Jastin and Cassadar. The pair still stood on the mossy bank, arms raised in farewell. Elena noted how the Witch slipped her hand into Jastin's as she waved them off. Elena smiled. So it seemed Mycel was not the only one with an interest in Jastin. This small display of affection by the Witch did not pass unnoticed by Mycel either. Her aunt's cheeks reddened, and her wave of farewell was perfunctory. She quickly swung back around to discuss some detail with Eril, bowing her head away from the scene behind the boat. Elena was glad her aunt had turned away and missed what transpired next. Just as their boat disappeared around a bend, Cassadar raised a hand to the swamp man's cheek. Where she touched, the man's scars vanished, swept away by moss magic. Jastin examined his face with tentative fingers, wonder in his eyes. But as he turned toward Cassadar, Elena caught a glimpse of something more in his eyes, something that suggested Cassadar's interest might not go unrequited. Elena smiled to herself and twisted forward. Jastin had always said he loved the swamps. Now perhaps he'd have a chance to prove it. From near the boat's bow, Eril suddenly cursed as he rubbed a balm the Witch had given them on his raw neck. His skin lay blistered and red from where the poisoned tentacle had touched him. He then wrapped the wound with a bandage and settled deeper in the boat. "I'll be glad to be rid of these poisoned lands," he muttered. "As will I," Mycel echoed, her voice a whisper as she glanced one last time behind them. Elena placed a hand on her aunt's knee. There was no medicinal salve that could soothe this pain. All Elena could do was offer Mycel her support. Her aunt gripped Elena's hand and did not let go. It would be a long trip to the coast. 6 days after leaving Castle Drac, Elena stepped on the first solid ground in what seemed like ages. Her feet were slightly unsteady after the many days of traveling through marshy soils and bobbing on rafts through swamp channels. She adjusted her pack to balance herself and tested the ankle she had twisted on the flight up the castle's stairs. Only a dull twinge remained, like a distant memory of its former pain. Beside her, Fardale stretched each of his legs, arching his back and relishing the release from the boat. The wolf clearly enjoyed the clean sunshine after the constant mists of the bogs. Elena studied the swaths of clipped fur on the wolf's torso. His burns were scarring well. The swamp Witch's salve was helping the other's injuries, too. Eril stepped next to her, wincing slightly as his pack brushed his bandaged neck. Mycel walked carefully behind him. She had sustained the worst injuries. The poison ring around her belly still pained her often. Luckily, the hike from here wasn't far, half a day's journey at most. Eril knew someone who owned a remote cottage among the bluffs, a place where they could hide and rest while their wounds healed. It was the promise of the cottage of real beds and hearth-cooked meals that kept the party moving. Yet the luxuries of a clean bed were not the only motivation for their hard pace. In less than half a moon, Mycel would need to journey to Port Roll and search for the other members of their party. Elena looked forward to seeing Kral, Tolchuk, Marek, and Mogweed again. She missed them dearly. With their boots on real ground, Eril led them on the last leg of their long journey from Winter's Eyrie to the coast. As the sun climbed the sky, he guided them east toward the ocean, aiming slightly south. The land rose gently higher as they left the marshlands and entered the rolling coastal hills. Birds called and rabbits bounded from their path as they left the poisons behind them. The air was scented with green meadowgrass and purple jonquils, while patches of honeysuckle swarmed with the buzz of bees. Summer claimed these hills, but the heavy milkweed pods that hung like the heads of drunken men warned of summer's end. By noon, they crested a large hill. Not far ahead, the ocean appeared. Elena stared at it, gawking. It was as if the world ended beyond the bluffs. From horizon to horizon lay the blue waters of the great ocean. Nothing interrupted the smooth expanse except for an occasional misted green island. The edge of the archipelago, Erril said, pointing toward the distant isles. And, Elena thought wearily, their next destination. She sighed. But that was another day. For now, she would enjoy the sunshine and the scent of ocean breezes and forget for a time that she was a witsy. She refused even to glance at the two deerskin gloves that hid her ruby skin. With the ocean in sight, Erril called for a meal break, passing out the last of their ration of dried meat and hard bread. It was a glum meal until Mycel offered Elena a few berries that she had gathered from a small barbed bush nearby. Elena's eyes widened. She knew those ripe berries. They were her favorite blister berries. Accepting them greedily, she popped them in her mouth. They were tart and sweet at the same time. Her mother had grown such bushes in their family's garden, making the most excellent tarts from those few berries that Elena had not already picked and consumed by the time they were ripe. Elena glanced around the hills. More of the small prickly bushes dotted the slopes. She grinned, her teeth stained purple. The journey from here didn't seem so bad. Mycel spoke to Erril as Elena finished the last of the berries. So this friend of yours out here in the bluffs, she said. Is he to be fully trusted? Erril nodded as he packed away their gear, then sat back on his heels to eye Mycel. He rubbed absently at the stump of his arm. He's a brother of the order. I have full faith in his loyalty and would put my life in his hands without any misgivings. Mycel studied Erril a moment before speaking. But it's more than just your own life this time. Erril's gaze flickered toward Elena and back again. I know my duties, he muttered, and returned Mycel's stare. If you don't trust this man, then trust my judgment. Mycel stood up slowly, protecting her injured belly. I do, Erril. The plainsman's eyes widened slightly at her declaration. He covered his surprise by snugging his pack closed. Then let's be off while the daylight holds. With their meal finished, they moved on through the hills. After a time, they reached a rutted path that hugged the coastline and made their pace easier. The bluffs were lonely country. From the fields, a few curious sheep and sleepy-eyed cows watched them pass, and they met only a single wagon on the road, the driver tipping his hat. Unfortunately, the rig was heading in the wrong direction to beg a ride. So they continued on foot. The hike stretched endlessly, and the day had turned to twilight by the time a small cottage appeared ahead. It stood atop a tall bluff overlooking the seas. Its thatched roof and hewn stone walls seemed the finest palace to Elena's tired legs. A dog barked and ran out to meet them as they approached. But when it scented Fardale, it grew less sure and backed away. A few goats also noted the passage of a wolf near their midst and bleated feebly and moved off. Only a gaggle of ducks actually waddled over to greet them, quacking for scraps of bread or seed. Elena smiled at them. Erril, though, shooed the fowl from underfoot as he led their party off the wagon path and across the yard toward the cottage. At the door, he rapped soundly. At first, no one answered, and for a moment, Elena feared that maybe no one was home. But then the steps of someone sounded from within. Somewhere deeper in the cottage, a voice called out. Get the door already. Erril smiled. That would be Brother Flint, he whispered to her. Always in a foul mood, but with a heart as big as the sea, but whoever bore the brunt of this man's rough affection finally opened the door. He stood just a little smaller than Erril. The plainsman nodded, not recognizing the red-haired young man, and for just about 2 heartbeats, neither did Elena. Then her eyes grew huge, and she shoved Erril aside. She flew at the man in the doorway and wrapped her arms around the shocked fellow. He said awkwardly, stiffening in her embrace. Elena pulled back and looked him in the face. He had grown a head taller over the past year, and even a bit of red beard now sprouted on his chin. She grinned up at him, and tears of joy ran down her cheek. Joach, Don't you even recognize your own sister? He blinked. Elena? He said, tentatively at first, then seemed finally to see past her dyed-in shorn hair. Elena! He grabbed her up and hugged her so hard she thought her ribs would break, but she didn't protest or urge him to lighten his grip. She just held him. In Joch's arms, she rediscovered the strength of her father, and in his close warmth, the heart of her mother. United in tears, they were a family again. How? She both laughed and sobbed into his chest, unable to form words, her vision blurring. She squeezed him tighter. He was not a figment of a cruel dream, a ghost to disappear on waking. Over the past moons, she had dreamt often of her brother, but this was real. He was flesh and bone. She could not stop crying. How did you? He raised a palm and touched her cheek. Hush. By now, a grizzled, gray-bearded man strolled up behind her brother. He had a pipe clenched between his lips. So it seems you two know each other, he said gruffly. Joch loosened his hold on Elena at the approach of the old man but refused to let her go completely. He kept one arm around her shoulders as he introduced her to the man. This, he said, grinning his boyish smile, is my sister, Elena. Yes, the witsy H. I figured as much. He nodded toward Elena and passed her a handkerchief for her tears. He surveyed the rest of the party, his eyes growing large at the sight of the huge tree wolf. Then he beckoned them all inside as if they had just come from a neighboring farm. About time you got here, Eril. Joch had started to turn away when Mycel stepped from behind Eril. Her brother's head snapped back around to face the swordswoman. Aunt Mai? He asked, his voice shocked. What are you doing here? Joch let go of Elena and reached to embrace his aunt. Elena smiled, having momentarily forgotten there was another member of their lost family present. As Joch reached for Mycel, their aunt held up a hand. Whoa there, Joch. I just saw how you hugged your sister. I've got wounds that can't withstand that kind of love. She leaned and gently hugged him, then let go. Her eyes filled with tears. You've grown even more than your sister, she said, wiping at her eyes. Flint, Eril said, ever gruff, ever serious, how did you ever come by the boy, Morris found him in Aloha Glen, he said, waving off the question. But the story's long, and I've got a pot of stew simmering. It'll burn if I don't get back to it. Before they could enter, a deep roar cracked across the hills, freezing everyone in place. Eril reached for his sword. As they all turned, a winged shape suddenly swept up from below the bluff's edge behind them. It arched and swung toward the cottage. Skaltum! Elena cried. Joch wrapped his sister up in his arms. No, El, it's nothing to fear. Eril drew his sword, as did Mycel. Fardale growled. Flint pushed through them all. Jumpy sorts, aren't you all? The old man ran his eyes up and down Mycel's physique as he passed. He glanced at Eril, pursing his lips appreciatively. Come on, he said with a nod toward the bluffs. My stew will have to wait. I sent a messenger out to rally some forces, but it looks like she's returning early. And I don't like what that implies. Eril followed, his eyes narrow and suspicious. What's going on, Flint? Elena, her eyes on the skies, did not hear the old man's response. In the last rays of the setting sun, Elena saw it wasn't a monster of the Dark Lord that glided the coastal winds, but a striking figure of iridescent black scale and silver claws. As the sun set behind them, the last rays sparked a brilliant radiance off its scales. It spun on the tip of one huge wing and swept back toward the bluff. Elena's mouth hung open as she followed on numb feet, her neck bent back to study the handsome beast's flight as it moved with power and grace across the darkening skies. Elena trailed behind the plainsman, her brother's arm around her shoulders. Ahead, the huge black creature landed at the bluff's edge, digging gigantic claws into the rich soil. As it perched above the crashing surf, it swung its stately black head in their direction as they approached. Eyes of cobalt and ebony studied them. "It's the dragon Ragnar K," Joach explained. Now closer, Elena spotted a small girl seated atop the dragon. Her green hair blew like a sweep of willow about her face. Joach raised his arm, greeting her. The girl returned the gesture. "That's Siwan," Joach explained to Elena. "A mere woman." Elena's eyebrows rose high. The mere were supposed to be creatures of myth, but after all Elena had seen, she did not doubt her brother's claim. As they crossed the meadow to join the dragon and its rider at the bluff's edge, Flint and Erril were deep in conversation. Elena drew close enough to hear their words. Erril's face had darkened with the fading light. "So Aloha Glen is lost," he said, dismayed. "And my brother," his voice cracked, and the plainsman could not speak any further. His eyes stared far off. Elena had never seen him so distraught. Flint chewed his pipe. "I'm afraid so. I've heard reports that flocks of skeltum have been seen circling the towers of the city. Boats report other strange beasts seen in the waters around the island, and 5 times more the number of ships go missing at sea than before. I'm afraid the Dark Lord is digging in his heels. If we're ever going to get the Blood Diary, we need an army." By now, their group had reached the bluff. They kept their distance from the dragon, though it had already lost interest in them and stared out at the ocean. Elena's and Siwan's eyes met briefly. The mere woman nodded at her. Elena suspected they were around the same age. Flint spoke to Siwan. "How did it go? Were you able to convince your mother to help?" "Conch had already reached my mother," Siwan said, "and passed on your request for aid. She waved an arm to encompass the seas below the bluffs. And there is her response. Beyond the crashing surf, the blue waters undulated in slow, regular swells. Nothing lay there but empty waves. Elena noticed the old man's shoulders slump. Then the small mare woman reached and touched her dragon's neck. At the quiet signal, Ragnar K stretched out his long throat and bellowed across the waves, his call echoing along the cliffs. Wincing at the noise, Elena leaned into Joach. As the dragon's roar ended, the smooth sea beyond the frothing surf bloomed with hundreds of snaking heads as countless submerged creatures surfaced. "Sea dragons," Elena whispered, awed. Like a scatter of jewels across the midnight blue waters, more and more dragons, in various hues and sizes, rose from the sea. Each dragon bore a rider, an arm raised in salute. "My mother sends her greeting to you," Siwan said with a ghost of a smile, "and pledges her aid." Beyond them, huge behemoths of the deep sea rose like barnacle islands, spewing fonts of spray from holes along their backs. The spray caught the sun's glory, casting twilight rainbows to the horizon. Flint whistled appreciatively. He fingered a small star-shaped stud in his ear. "You did it, Siwan," he muttered. "You've brought back the Mare from the deep. The prophecies weave together this night. Can you feel it?" he asked Erril. "When the sun next rises, the war will be upon us." His words, war and prophecy, chilled Elena. Suddenly, the black dragon trumpeted again, a piping wail that startled Elena. His countless brethren below chorused back, a rising tune that somehow blended with the pound of the surf below them. It was a song that united sea and beast. But deeper in the dragon's song, Elena heard more. She heard the drums of war, the beat of sword on shield, and the trumpet's charge. Joach whispered in her ear as the light faded around them, his eyes wide upon the host below. "They're here for you, Elena." His words brought her no joy. Tears rose in her eyes. From here, she knew nothing would be the same. As if sensing her emotion, Fardale stepped to the edge of the bluff and added his voice to the chorus below, a long low cry that escalated into the ululating howl. The loneliness of his song spoke to Elena's heart. Joach slipped his hand in hers and squeezed. She returned the silent affection. Whatever may come, Elena thought as she held tight to her brother and listened to Fardale's cry, at least she would no longer face it alone. Hand in hand, brother and sister watched the seas turn dark as the day died. The warmth of family flowed between them, stronger than any ruby magic. And so as Elena stares out at her dragon army, I must end this part of her tale. From this night forward, the oceans will run red with the blood of heroes, cowards will show their true colors, and brothers will raise swords against each other. Yet is that not always the tides of war? So for now, let's rest and pretend we don't hear the drums of battle and the pounding of the surf. Tomorrow is soon enough for the lands of Ala Sea to bleed.